Okay, cool. Hello, good evening. So I messed up with Fanatic. I guess his understanding was that we'd talk tomorrow, but he said he's still good anytime tonight. So I let him know that I was free. So I'm gonna, I guess I'm just waiting for him to get back with me. I did send him an invite. So if, like, say, somebody notices that he joins the Discord, let me know if I haven't already said something, please. So in the meantime, Mr. Girl and I have a new podcast episode, and I'm gonna watch it. Let me see if that's being picked up here. Now the TV gets quiet. Damn it. Can't tell. Anyway. Perfect. Wait, no, I don't want picture in picture. Damn, I thought I'd pop it out of Twitter. What a pain. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna go to her Substack. Joke's on me. I don't know what her Substack is. Oh. Oh. Shit. I would like to not have it in Twitter. I don't know what Lav's Substack is though. Oh wait, she got a link tree. Perfect. Found it. Whoa. Wait, I can't see it or hear it. But I guess Twitter it is. Okay, I tried. Oh, I have no audio on my headphones. What's going on? Why does stuff have to suck? Nice. There we go. Okay, there's the awful music. And now I can pull it up. What a pain in the ass. Oh, already fitted perfectly? That's cool. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, I think everything's good. I think everything is good. Oh. Yeah, I just need to keep my Discord up. Okay, it's been a little bit. Let's get right into it. Oh yeah, if when Fanatic gets here, I'm just gonna pause where we're at and give him my full attention for the time that he has. I don't know how long he has.
Like 50 more times. I'm okay.
It's just her intro music for the podcast. I know it's not
Hi guys. Well, I just
enjoyable.
Start recording. Hi, welcome to the podcast. Bring your daughter to work day. I'm very anxious today. I thought I'm so anxious. Who better to talk to than, you know, the most calming, level-headed person I know, Max Parson.
Yeah, hi.
I guess it's a widescreen shot.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna
What are you anxious
resize
about?
this for you guys. Cause it's no point in having all that. Oh wait. No, I lied. Cause then I won't be able to fit it correctly anyway. Yeah, whatever. I'm looking forward to Fanatic too. It should be a good conversation.
about-
Oh,
Oh, did you, Elk? Did you happen to watch his like 5-part video about Destiny's debate tactics? I thought it was pretty good.
Is it about?
If not, you should. It was a
me?
good
no, I'm just having
Good
a lot
insight.
of health anxiety today. I don't know why. I'm like,
What part of your body are you worried about?
my heart stopping. I don't.
You're worried you're gonna die?
Yeah, I have these PVCs, which are like big heartbeats,
Mm-hmm.
premature ventricular contractions, and they're like 75% of people get them on a 7-day halter, and I have less than the average person, but I'm very symptomatic because I'm always doing body scans.
In
So
your
I can-
mind?
Yeah, so I can feel them like it's like I'm always waiting for one, and then I get one, and then I'm like freaked out, even though they happen.
I agree
too
with that statement.
frequently. But they're scary.
You know, I know. I actually just wore a halter for or a Zeo for a few days because I was having the same thing.
Really?
And I was like, I'm having like feels like I'm having heart palpitations. So I don't know. I was like, I told my doctor, and they're like, well, I guess we should check it out. But,
Yeah,
I
apparently
was like, I'm
they're-
pretty sure it's just
sometimes they just
anxiety.
happen. Like, well, my doctor said that mine are not cardiac related.
I was convinced, although I felt like if there was quite a while of him telling us how it was rather than showing us. Yeah. I think that kind of a video, that's probably just going to be what's going to happen because a lot of it has to do with like how it, like I don't know how to say this without making it sound like I'm like making light of it or whatever. I'm not trying to, but like it's gonna be him telling about like how these things happening made him feel and stuff. So and I think part of the reason why you make something like that is if you're bothered by it. So there's gonna be a good chunk of that. Oh, I don't. Look, I feel like there was some stuff that he said that just didn't get shown till later, but maybe. It's been a couple days now.
So
Oh.
he thinks that they're neurological. Well, they're cardiac.
I'll definitely bring it up though.
But
And if you have any
Mhm.
questions,
sometimes PVCs don't happen.
I'm
because
sure
there's
he'll be
something
happy
wrong
to
with your
take
heart.
some.
They happen because like your adrenaline or like acid reflux or something.
Yeah, I think mine was acid reflux.
Yeah, so that's I think mine has been acid reflux too. Recently,
no
I don't know
joke.
why I've had like an uptick in acid reflux, but I have. Maybe because I've been eating too much sugar. I don't know.
just eating before you go to bed will, well, at least for me, I GERD. If I eat before I go to bed and I wake up, or when I wake up, it's wrecked for at least like 2 or 3
Right.
days from doing that.
I had them really, really bad last year, like so bad that we've talked about this. I've been like sort of agoraphobic for like a couple years now. But last year around July, it got really, really, really bad. And I had to wear like a whole heart monitor, had to do everything all over again, MRI, X-ray, everything for my heart, just for them to be like, okay, that'll be $15,000, and also you're completely
That's too many
fine.
dollars.
Yeah.
But yeah, nobody could tell me why I was having them. Just that they're just so scary. And now I'm on a Reddit where they like, this is gonna be boring to the viewer, but I'm on a Reddit now called like r/PVCs, and everyone talks about getting thousands a day. And I'm like, I would kill myself. I get like maybe 1 or 2 every 4 days.
It's kind of like airplane turbulence,
Yes, it is.
where you gotta just be like.
They
"No,
talk
this is
about
just
that in the
it's
Reddit.
just-" Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of exactly like that because your heart just does weird shit. But I don't know. I woke up and I had like, tummy issues.
I agree.
and
She probably wouldn't.
I'm just feeling weird today. It's overcast today. I'm like sweaty.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something's happening to me. Oh, you know what? I just started taking my progesterone again.
It's my cycle.
It's my cycle. No, it's not my cycle. I just started retaking progesterone though. I got like 2 lax on it. Didn't take it for 5 days. Now I'm taking it
What's
again.
progesterone?
Was it birth
It's,
control?
like female bodies make estrogen, progesterone, and like a little bit of testosterone.
Oh no.
Progesterone is just like one of the hormones that you take. It makes like your boobs big. It's like the pregnancy hormone, so you get like a bunch of progesterone when you're pregnant. I was diagnosed with endometriosis, so I don't make enough progesterone for someone my age. I make way too much estrogen. So it was giving me like really bad symptoms, like really hard periods. Really, it was making me super anxious, really moody. And then I started taking progesterone, and a lot of it has gone away. I've been like pretty normal.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are your opinions on this? You look. Seems like you're holding something back.
No, I just
I have no
I
idea
don't
what to
have
say to
any.
any of
I
that.
mean, you know, women, you know how women are
Yeah.
with they want everything to be about their cycles and the moon and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know anything about hormones, so I don't
Is
really
it a
have
full moon also? Because I just ended my period.
Oh.
Where's my phone?
God.
Yeah. Like,
Alexa?
you I think some women have a tendency to interpret everything as having something to do with the fact that they are a woman.
I don't know if you realize this, but like your hormones as a woman like sort of deeply affect you.
Yeah, but that's true of guys too. Like, imagine if like I
No,
was
it's
like, man, I
not.
was really angry. If I was like, I was really angry
No.
today, but I realized it was because of my testosterone in my body. My body makes testosterone, which
So
increases
that makes
aggression, and
so yeah. So
that
people who are on HRT, testosterone, tend to get more emotional. So if you, there's
yeah,
like
I'm not
I I had no idea.
saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that guys, men
I don't even
that
know
I
what that
know
means,
and
Help.
myself don't tend to reach for, oh, this is probably happening because I'm a man. Like, well, I just think of myself as like a guy. I'm like just me. But and then women are always comparing themselves to men because they're like, oh, I'm hormonal, I'm emotional because of this. But really, you mean you're hormonal or emotional compared to a baseline of a man. So it's like
well,
women are
no,
just
compared
constantly,
to your
constantly.
baseline,
I know, but well,
like a
women are
woman like
constantly.
Okay, just a quick update. Fanatic just got back with me, so I think uh he's gonna be here in an hour. I thought it was 7, but it says 7 #0, so I'm just assuming the shift was held over from the colon. So 7:30 his time would be 10:30 my time. So we got about an hour of this, and then Fanatic, and then we'll finish this up. Oh,
my normal baseline is like pretty even keeled, but when I'm like hormonal, I feel like much crazier.
Yeah, but that happens all the time. So again, I just don't.
Yeah, so sometimes you just, but also sometimes like if my
But
estrogen
why
was too
isn't that?
high, so that was
But why isn't
affecting
that?
me.
But why is the
also,
default? Why is the
oh,
default that when you're acting like a man? Like,
Bad Horse. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Welcome. You now get to use the Kiora dog emote. It's just $1 sold you? Hell yeah. I don't really know what it means, but it's meaningful in astrology terms I hear. So I hear in difficult. Okay. I'm glad you're not that invested. My wife and friend were talking about it. Hell yeah. That's my pup. It's the best emote. I have to confess, I do automatically think of a person's intelligence as less than I would have if they take astrology very seriously.
why isn't it
That's
normal?
not the default. That the default is when you're acting like a woman who's not being inhibited by like your cycle.
Yeah, but why is that the baseline? Why isn't flipping out the baseline?
It's kind of like
and
religion
then
as a
other
hobby.
times you're unusually calm?
I for some people that is the baseline. I just think
I'm
that
just
like
I'm
for
just
me,
talking about how it's defined. I'm talking about how it's defined.
yes, everyone
I'm
has their
saying that
own normal.
But also, you get to like make up all the rules yourself. You don't have to follow any of the stuff that people say about it. It's just whatever feels right. It just gets to be.
But hormones affect people.
I'm saying that women tend to define
So
themselves in
religion.
terms of how they happen to be
More
different from
vagina
men. And
envy. More vagina envy. All you talk about. You're upset that you don't
No,
have an excuse for yelling at Shaylin and your loved ones.
Oh,
no, I do. I could just be like, it's my.
by the way, that reminded me. This I don't usually do this, but I was kind of proud of myself. I'm gonna show you guys tweet. Mine. Telling you, having two monitors is not the way to go. Okay. Oh god. Nick Fuentes posted this fucking insanity. He goes on. Here, I'll play this little clip for you guys, then we'll go back to the video.
I just want to return to, the old world, the old way of doing things.
Women don't drive, don't vote type of thing? Or...
Yeah, something like that. I mean,
All right.
approximating like Saudi Arabia. I don't think they're too far off the mark. Probably the ideal is something more like Afghanistan, if I'm being totally honest. Like the brutality, I guess it's like a little, slightly more brutal.
So you want women to have the same treatment as women have under Taliban rule in Afghanistan?
Something approximating that, yeah.
I have like a view like they shouldn't be seen, shouldn't be heard, like
and not educated.
And that also,
Misogyny.
no education for women, like Boko Haram,
Misogyny.
right, Nico?
W Taliban.
Mashallah, Boko Haram.
I'm so sick of seeing these women everywhere. They should be wearing burqas. We want to go back to 1099. We want to go back to the Middle Ages. Remember that in medieval times, I've said this on the show before, when women were witches, what happened to them? They were burned alive. Real phenomenon. And we
It's it's literally that a bunch. And can I make this bigger? What happens? Oh shit. That's not what I wanted to happen. Oh my god. Everything bad occurred. I feel like Nick is just saying that to get political cap. I don't know. I feel like you're gonna isolate way more people than you're gonna bring in saying crazy shit like that. Because that shit was wild, wild. So yeah, I watched that. And, like, my God. I just wrote my initial thoughts, and, I was pretty proud of myself. I had said that, this is what happens when you finally trade your max level incel and it evolves into its final stage. Dude couldn't get laid if he tripped naked onto a floor made of pussy. And I just really hope he sees that. It would make me really happy to know that Nick Fuentes seen me light him up on Twitter. I'll go back to the oh, that's not it. I forgot. This video is also on Twitter. God.
It's my hormones made in my balls that made me yell at you. Like, I could be a woman.
But you don't
That's how
have
women.
a cycle.
That's how women
You
think.
have a daily cycle. Women have like a monthly cycle.
So what? I could refer to my daily cycle. My
Yeah, you
point is
can.
that. Okay, my point. Yes, but
You
I
could.
don't. So you asked me for a response. This is my response. Women tend to explain their behavior.
And railing hard done by males. Dude, I don't. I think that, honestly, I think if I actually think if Fuentes just got with a woman, he'd just stop being on the internet.
Behavior as if there is a baseline that they should be acting like men, and then they're like, maybe I'm not acting like a man because I'm not a man,
Well,
and
let
then
me
they just talk
clarify.
about. Okay.
Idiot. I don't think that I act much differently when I'm hormonal, but I feel
Yeah.
different. Like I feel much more anxious when I'm not taking my
She should be acting big and bad.
progesterone.
I think if you yelled at her, she'd cry. Like, if you really yelled.
And high estrogen leads to like a lot of anxiety problems. Also, my periods are much harder to deal with.
Mm.
That's just like a symptom of endometriosis. So I'm glad that I'm on progesterone. It is technically birth control, but apparently it's only like 87% accurate or something. I don't know. People don't. It's not like the first.
Well, I mean, he talks about intentionally not getting with women, but well, I guess it's tough. I feel like he would be super hard. Like, I feel like he would probably, like, attract women with, like, his money and fame and stuff. But that's, like, even if, like, you're just chasing the clout, by trying to hook up with him. Like, it's got to be hard to follow through when you hear him open his mouth. I don't know. I think he's an incel. I think that him saying he intentionally doesn't is cope.
First one, but it doesn't affect
I think
your
he's one of the few
attraction, doesn't
people
affect
that like money and fame only go so
the
far
risk
with.
of blood clots or anything. It like
Okay, but
mitigates
again-
all the other risks.
Your self-respect has to be in
Okay,
the
so my
gutter.
response to this is that while everything you're saying might be true, I find it odd when people view their own experiences through the lens of their sex or body as if they could just not be themselves, and they're comparing themselves to a different version
No,
of
you're
themselves
okay,
that is usually
This
a
is
man.
another one of your problems where you're like, you know, more people, you know, a lot of people, especially women, strive for self-improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah. You seem to be like vehemently, philosophically against being your best.
Well, the best version of a woman in their mind seems to
You
just.
bad dog.
I thought she was talking to him.
Go ahead.
What did she do?
She's trying to steal one of my bees.
One of your what?
My bees.
Bees?
My bees. One of my
Oh, like a
my
stuffed
stuffies.
animal?
Yeah.
Oh God,
yeah.
she
I
calls
think
them
that
stuffies.
women are comparing themselves to men when they say
They're
these
not.
things.
They're
They're like the
comparing
best
themselves
self.
to-
The best woman would be a man.
I don't know.
Like what improvement are you talking about?
I just would like my periods to be not as bad. Like I'd like to,
Like a man.
Like, yeah, I was gonna say.
no, like other women who don't have as hard periods as me. Like,
I wanted to say
I'm
it.
literally like, because I remember a time where I was on birth control when I was like 16.
You know your mic.
17.
You're like you sound really far away because your mic isn't.
I remember a time when I was like 16, 17 where my periods were not as bad as they were last year. And so I was like, fuck, I'd really like to go back to that time when I know that my body felt better. So I did. And I do feel better because I'm taking what I need to take. Because I went to the doctor. They told me that my progesterone was too low.
Yeah.
And now I am better. I feel better.
And you think I'm against self-improvement?
I do. I think that to some degree you are. You like want to wallow. You're a wallower.
That was a big point of contention for us several months ago.
I think that Mr. Girl doesn't believe in our best selves. I think he thinks of that stuff as avoiding reality.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, let me just check my pulse again.
I think he thinks that you always are the best and worst version of yourself right now. And that you can't ever really change. You can change stuff that you do, but you're really still the same. That's my understanding of
Something is
his
deeply
philosophy there.
wrong with me. I'm okay. I'm not gonna check anymore. That's just gonna make it worse. I'm getting a pain in my arm now, and I've convinced myself it's time. It's my time. I do
Jesus
Like a
this
stroke?
50 times a day.
Christ.
Yeah. Okay. My therapist told me to tell myself nothing's happening right now. Nothing's happening right now.
That seems like,
I'm in the present moment.
yeah, that's the opposite
I need to
of
stop. I
wallowing.
need to stop because I'm always worried about like in 15 minutes I'm
That
going
is
to
the opposite
die.
of wallowing.
Like I'm feeling this things right now that's going to kill me in 15 minutes. Nothing's happening right now. And if I die, there's nothing I can do to stop it, right?
No, I don't think this works. I don't think this makes sense.
Okay, well, then
Yeah,
I'm fucked.
because-
When you are trying to convince yourself that there's nothing wrong right now, like she's doing, you're actually just thinking about the thing that's wrong right now that's freaking you out. So that's funny. Seems like his view isn't against the idea because you can change by becoming more yourself. Yeah, I think that the thing that he disagrees with that kind of mentality is purely ideological, which might have practical differences in
Because
effect.
fear is
I need to be like Dune.
anticipatory.
I need to be like the mom in Dune, Jessica. What does she say? Fear is the destroyer of everything. Fear is the destroyer of everything.
Yeah, I think trying to feel no fear is
It's not feeling no fear. It's just reminding myself that I don't need to worry about shit that I'm worrying about. Bless you.
I think getting to a point where you have no emotions about the idea
I
of
can't believe
dying
you
in 15
sneezed
minutes.
in your hand instead of your arm. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, I always do that. Yeah, people don't like that. I
That is
like
fucked up and scary.
I like it when my hands are a little moist. I hate washing my hands. Hate it. I hate washing my hands. And if Shaylin washes her hands, I don't want to touch them for a while. So she'll wash her hands and then come over and try to touch my hands, and I'm like, you scum those up a little bit before we touch. I want a little oil on those or something. You need to secrete before we can touch. I don't like it. Feels like touching a magazine at the orthodontist office.
That's
You're
so
like
funny.
a slug.
I also don't like being touched by freshly cleaned hands. I understand what he's talking about. The only thing worse is accidentally getting butter on your hands. I also don't like lotion on my hands either. That's gross too. Sometimes I have to if my hands are really dry, and I hate it. But butter is number one. If you've ever accidentally touched butter, I hate it. I feel like it's never gonna come off my
Yes.
hand.
I'm a secretor.
But I also have
You
literal
look like one.
OCD, so
Yeah, well, yeah.
You look dirtier than usual.
I don't
I've
wanna
noticed that over the past year.
That am slowly getting dirtier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am dirtier. I mean, with this physics stuff, I barely have time to shower. I have to. I forget to shower. I forget to eat dinner now.
You always forgot to eat dinner. You forgot to eat dinner before.
Yeah, but it's getting worse. Like usually I'll still eat it eventually, but
so help me if he
Yeah.
talks to Lav about black
I forget
holes.
everything. I don't know anything that's happening. I was making an MRI. I had to get an MRI for my back. Apparently my back is 99% okay. It's just there's an injury, but it's okay. I don't need surgery. I just need a lot of physical therapy.
Good.
But yeah, I like our medical check-ins.
Yeah.
But I was making the appointment, and I was like, I had been staying up all night writing about black holes, and I was talking to the person. They're like, I was like thinking about black holes, and like, they're like, "What's your name?" And I was like, "Oh, Max." But it took a second. I had to be like, I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't know my name. I don't know my birthday. I don't know where I live.
Than usual.
I don't know what part of my body I want an MRI for. All I know is black holes. So I am dirtier.
I don't know if I should enable this. I don't.
And what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna fucking do about it?
nothing. We either talk about it more or I move on. I guess I don't know.
It's a hole that you're in that you can't get out of. Oh, you know what I realized?
My back hurts. Oh my! I'm having a stroke. I'm having a stroke.
This is the least I've ever liked Lav.
I'm okay. I just have really bad posture. That's it. I just have really bad posture. That's it.
Your posture's so bad that you're gonna die in 15 minutes.
Dude, I'll tell you what, my posture, I caught myself the other day hanging out with my friends. I was like this. Like
Yeah.
at lunch. Like gamer neck
Yeah.
at lunch. It was brutal.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. So honestly that could be giving me PVCs too.
I don't like this at all.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying I'm crazy, but I think they just don't want to be in a black hole.
Alright, be there.
I don't
Which
think
isn't
most people
crazy.
care.
I also
You're
They're in
not
a black
crazy.
hole.
let me bring this back to me
It's
for
a
a second.
normal, natural response.
I might be getting more anxious because I've been hanging out with my parents more.
Yeah.
I've been hanging out with my parents so much. It's actually crazy.
Why?
Well, I love my dad. We reconnected and his girlfriend's great. Love her. And I don't know, like we just reconnected like the other week and it was like
It's just like, fuck mom,
we just
though.
keep making plans with each other. We just want to hang out more. We just have fun together. But
Yeah.
I saw my mom out of like kind of guilt that I've been seeing my dad so much. And it was pretty brutal. It was pretty brutal.
Oh, okay, yeah, I
It's
guess
pretty bad.
that was on
I
point.
think she might watch these. I don't know. I'm a little worried. She would never tell me if she did. But she made me. I remember. Oh my god! I came home. I sobbed. It was like normal too. It was like normal interactions. We went and got
Yeah.
our nails done.
So I'd even go so far as say that normally I like Lab. I don't ever really have any issues with her. Sometimes she's a little cringy or whatever, but this time I'm having a tough time. Uh, I it, I don't know if it's just me.
I put it down for 2 seconds.
I don't know, maybe I'm just like not in the mood for this type of nonsense, but I really like very, very irritated by all the random health panics.
I came back. I was like, "What the fuck was that?" I was like so uncomfortable the whole time. I don't know. Bless her heart.
I don't like
Does
that
make you
either.
Jealous that I've been hanging out with my dad.
Yes.
No.
I thought
No.
I didn't think that he would be, but I thought he was gonna say yes because that would have been funny.
I know. You need
Yes,
as
would
many
have been
dads
much
as you
funnier
can
there.
get.
It takes a village.
Exactly.
You know what? After talking about that, I genuinely feel better. I genuinely don't feel as anxious.
Yeah, well, maybe you're trying not to feel bad about your parents.
No, I feel pretty bad. I don't think I'm hiding from it.
What?
Maybe it's like when you pinch yourself after like stubbing your toe or something. It like just keeps your mind occupied at somewhere else for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. This show needs a theme each week, I
I'm gonna
think.
do that every. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna talk to my therapist like, hey, I learned this new thing. Every time I want to check my pulse, I just think of like when my mom locked me in a room for 48 hours. Oh, also, I have been seeing my psychiatrist like every 5-6 weeks, and I got prescribed a new sleeping medication because apparently it's not normal to have recurring nightmares 3 times a week.
About what?
I know what it is. She is reminding me of my mom. My mom is like, I don't know if she actually is. For her sake, I hope she's just a hypochondriac. She always has something going on. And it seems like she has way too much going on for any one person. So I just assume that a lot of it's just invented. But I think that's what she's reminding me of, and it's making me uncomfortable. Well, it's making me like really annoyed. The same way I would get annoyed with my mom. A bit like Dom vibes. Which one?
It's like roughly the same thing where like I'm at the residential treatment center I was at, and I'm like begging the adults around me to like listen to me, and I'm saying I'm like being abused, and everyone's like, either I don't care or just like ignores me like I didn't say anything, and then I have to like find a way out. I have to like run away. It's pretty brutal. It's been happening probably 10 years now. In different like various, it's not always at a residential treatment center. Sometimes it's like at a McDonald's, at in my home. Like I just have to like run away because something's happening.
And no one will believe you.
Yeah. Or sometimes it's nobody will believe me, but sometimes it's like they just pretend to not hear me. Like something along those lines, and then I have to find a way out myself. But pretty
The first one was a lot better for commenting on. Jesus.
pretty not good.
I'm trying really hard to add value to this, but there's just like nothing in like the last 5 minutes for me to really add anything to, other than the fact that it's making me
I thought
uncomfortable.
that it was normal to have like I knew that I sort of had PTSD from the RTC, but I guess I just didn't know how they're not. When I think of nightmare, I think of like
Yeah, it does almost kind of seem like a bid for attention, but I'm not generally annoyed by bids for attention. It always seems like to me that people think the worst thing in the world somebody can want is attention. Like, oh, this person's just doing that for attention. Don't give them any. And I always think like, well, why don't you just give them some fucking attention then, so they don't have to do weird shit to get it. But like for some reason we've decided that this is like the worst thing ever. Nobody should ever want attention, and if you do, then you're a fucking big dumb loser, and you should be ignored. But I'm still very uncomfortable by this. Thanks, Desperado Sensei. I hope we do
Wake
too.
up and you're
I think we will.
Right? But no, I'm just like, just normal dream. But apparently that's not normal. So I'm on a sleeping medication. It's an adrenaline blocker. And it's supposed to take away my dreams altogether. And it hasn't worked yet.
She could just smoke weed for that.
I don't know if I'm
When I
addicted to
stopped, I
taking
had
it.
so many
It says it
dreams.
can make you pass out.
Like randomly?
Yeah.
I'm big time dreaming.
Like you take it at night, or like you take it and it just kind of changes everything
You
all
take
the
it at
time?
night. But he says that some people report during the 24-hour cycle it changing you also, if you take it enough, because it's a adrenaline blocker.
That's weird. I feel like it'd make you tired.
There's a lot of fear happening.
I'm very fearful.
Yeah.
I told
All
you I'm
night
very
and all
anxious
day.
today. Today was maybe a bad day to divvy up the podcast. I'm feeling very anxious.
What's wrong
Divvy
with
up.
doing the podcast when you're anxious?
Well, I think I monopolize more because I'm trying to keep my mouth busy and my mind busy. And I also just
Oh.
I'm like checking my pulse. I think I'm like
Laugh at
shaky.
them.
Like it's people are gonna be like she's on coke. People are gonna be like she's on drugs. They always say that I'm on drugs whenever I shake.
Because you're not on drugs.
No, this is
You're scared.
This is
You're
my
just
baseline, baby.
Yeah, you're scared.
Yeah.
I think my aunt just flushed her pancake down the toilet. There's no way it has that kind of suction, right? I can't imagine the drain's that strong. I can't imagine the drain's that strong or that wide. Are you sure you had it in your pocket? I hope not. That would be very unfortunate.
We're doing the staring thing now. Okay, let's get that in.
No, I'm just thinking about how you're scared.
Okay, what are you thinking about it?
It is something that does not normally happen.
It makes it hard to be emotionally present because either you're freaking when you are emotionally present, you're terrified, and then when you're not terrified, you're like kind of you have to like be kind of detached or hyper meditative, saying like mantras to yourself and taking drugs to not have like a physiological response to your emotions.
Yeah. I left
Yeah,
the
that
house
seems
a lot
about
last
par
week
for the
and I
course.
took
Max opened up about his negativity towards his audience recently. It was nice to hear him be so honest about it. Yeah, I know. I have a noise suppression on, but there's only so much it covers.
but like a couple Klonopins. And the bounce back from Klonopin, the anxiety bounce back if you take a couple in a week.
So I
is pretty
apologize for
awesome.
that.
So that could be it also. I don't know. I'm just having a hard time. I'm usually not this.
I feel like Mr. Girl has talked about in the past that he doesn't like the audience, that it makes him uncomfortable and shit. Yeah, that was my aunt and my uncle trying to talk about the key,
bad. It's like
trying
particularly
to work
bad
it
today.
out.
But you're taking like quite an array of hormones and drugs to try to keep yourself in a like little circle of feeling safe.
I'm not taking that many drugs. I have my progesterone. which I need to take.
This is also why I've been streaming later.
So that my
at night.
my uterus doesn't like grow all over the place, so I can still have babies one day.
So there,
Yeah.
so there isn't all the
Which helps
background
with
stuff.
other things. And then I take my Klonopin as needed. I take like maybe 2 a month. And then my sleeping medication, which I just started taking, which isn't that much, and it's not really a sleeping med. It's like it's an adrenaline blocker, which makes sense. I'm pretty adrenic. I don't know if that's the word. Very symptomatic. I'm a very symptomatic person. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. It's doing okay over here.
You're managing.
I'm managing.
I don't.
The
Why
whole
should-
family's a little neurotic, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am like
I don't
very
like the
fearful
forced
though,
accent
of like everything.
either.
I've always been like a really scared kid.
He didn't get to the end of the thought. He said he acts so badly towards his audience because he can't tolerate people thinking highly of him, even though paradoxically he thinks he has high value. Oh yeah, and should be valued. Yeah, that I think that was the hotline where I went on and I told him, right, I gave him praise, and despite the fact that he doesn't like it, and he just had to deal with it.
My dad came over last week and he was talking to Connor about like my anxiety that I've like used to have when I was a kid. And when I was 5, my dad laughs about this, and my dad used to laugh in my face when I was young
Yeah.
about this. But I'd come up to him.
I think that the position that he's put himself in just means that even if he's uncomfortable, he has to deal with it. He can't have it both ways. He wants to be a streamer that people like enough to watch, then he has to deal with the fact that people like him and think highly of him. I'm not going to participate in his own denial.
And be like, Dad, I'm like having a like I'd be
I'm not gonna
sobbing,
enable
shaking,
him.
being like, I think that my brain's gonna come out of my ears. Like
Jesus
for 2 years,
Christ.
I was so scared my brain was gonna come out of my ears. So I'd wear
I hope that's not all this
earmuffs, or I'd,
podcast is.
plug them when I was sleeping. Like I was so scared my brain was gonna come out of my ears. No idea why. And my parents would laugh and laugh and laugh because obviously that's
Because it's a big thing for me. Him berating his audience isn't so good for me. I see. That makes sense. He's definitely mentioned the thing about having like a dualistic feelings about positive attention a long time ago. I think this might be the first time in a long time that he's brought it up, though.
ridiculous. I think I was 6 to 8 years old. That's like old enough to know that that's not gonna happen to you. But I was so scared, and I always fixate on these little things or like death. I remember I was like 7. I was like, Mom, am I gonna die someday? She's like, by the time you're old enough, probably not. They'll have found a cure, right? And then I'd accuracy test with my mom every time I'd get scared. I'd be like, Mom, am I gonna die? And I'd ask her 20 times a day. She'd be like, No, they'll find a cure. I've just always been like a very anxious person.
I want Mr. Girl to tell her that she's gonna die.
Very
not gonna find a cure.
OCD, but not with the. I've had a couple like actions that are compulsive, like brushing my teeth. I used to do a lot. Washing my hands, hand sanitizer happened a little bit when I was like 13, 14. But like usually it's just the thoughts, not really the actions.
Sorry for the sounds again.
I don't know what's wrong with me. Nobody else in my family is like this. We're all neurotic, but nobody's like this. Brain damage. This is what happens when your mom does coke when she's pregnant with you.
I just happen to be in a situation where there's like really no
Am I scaring you?
consideration
I'm
for me
sorry.
streaming.
I'm talking a lot. I can like feel it.
Yeah, you're talking a lot. No, you're not scaring me. I'm just thinking about.
He said,
why
"Yeah, you're
you thought
talking a
your
lot."
brains would come out of your ears.
That's funny.
I watched a TV show, a cartoon called The Buzz on Maggie on Disney Channel, and it was about a fly, like a cute little like sexy preteen fly. She had like her own show, The Buzz on Maggie, and one of her like friends, like they were flies, so one of them sneezed, and I think its brain came out of its nose or ears or something when it sneezed, and I was like, that's gonna happen to me. I hyperfixated on it.
I don't know if I believe this. it's hard to believe that she thinks that.
It just seems like there's something about being horrified that you're like you have a physical body.
Yeah, always. Yeah. I had a second where I was really scared after my dad showed me the movie Alien. I was really scared that like an alien would come out of my stomach.
Yeah.
That's like normal though. I feel like a lot of kids probably saw Alien and were like, "Oh, that's spooky."
Yeah.
Or like, what's another one?
That's funny. That's one of Mr. Girl's favorites.
I was really scared that my head was gonna spin if I threw up because I watched Exorcist too young. So I was really scared to throw up. I'm still really scared to throw up, not for the same reasons.
I agree. Her just randomly saying what's going on off the top of her head, like this is not. This isn't good content at all. It's hard to build on top of it. I'm not gonna lie. I just hope that it picks up
I think
here.
people are in denial about death a lot.
I can't talk about this. Like I.
Oh my
actually-
god! Oh my god! I was just about to say, all right, that's an interesting topic. I was gonna say something about him saying that because I was thinking like, okay, here we go, tides a turning, and she said no. She shut it down as soon as the first interesting thing that was said was said.
Talk about death. I can't do it right now.
We were already talking about it.
I know, but like very tangentially. I like cannot do it.
Okay, well, without talking
Space
about
and
can we
death,
talk-
I like really can't do.
What's the first one?
Space, like space.
Oh, space. Oh, so
Yeah.
black hole stuff is off the table.
Yeah, I can't. I can't even look at the
Um,
sky for too long. Like I'm very, very scared of space.
I get anxious if I look straight at the sky for too long, or if I like go out. Cause I'm like in Michigan. There's a lot of lakes. If I ever like at the lake and I just stare out at it, I get like existential dread from it. The vastness. Mr. Girl knows that's the only interesting thing that's come up so far. Yeah, I think it got to be uncomfortable,
Wow.
right?
Well, I am too now that I've realized what the sky is.
Please stop. Please stop. Dude, I sort of read like a little bit of like what you were saying, and I was like, I can't even go there. Like I can't even do it. If we're in a black hole, fuck it. I don't care. But take me. I don't want to know.
Like gravity is gonna fail and you're gonna fall into the sky. No. It's just it's like not it's not really like a full thing. I just think that like looking at the sky for a long time or like an ocean. Actually, I was playing the Backrooms game and I got uneasy because there was like big open rooms. I am really uncomfortable. Like so I have like really it's not super often, but sometimes I'll get claustrophobic, but I'm mostly fine with that. But like a really big open mostly empty room makes me extremely uneasy. I almost get vertigo from it. Like I feel maybe I do get a little bit of vertigo. I feel like almost off balance. It fucks me up. Like I was in a huge warehouse. They had like nothing in it yet, but like pillars for work, and I kept feeling like I was like slightly off balance. Like it didn't look like or anything, but it kind of felt like I was tilting to the right. Agoraphobia? Wait, isn't agoraphobia being afraid to leave the house? Oh, it's not. Agoraphobia causes the excessive fear of being overwhelmed by anxiety or not being able to get help for it. I've never been to the Grand Canyon. That'd probably freak me out a bit. I'd probably get uneasy. That's the thing. It's the kind of thing that I never think about until I'm in it. Like if I'm like when I walked into that room, I didn't. It's kind of recent, like in the last couple of years that happened, and I didn't know that big empty rooms made me so uneasy.
Yeah, we are. It doesn't really.
But I'm not
I don't think
afraid
it
of
really
I'm not afraid of heights though. But if I'm sufficiently high up, I don't like seeing all the empty space down. Like I can climb a ladder, I go on a scissor lift. I'm more comfortable on a scissor lift than a lot of guys that have been doing like scissor lifty work for a really long time. Like I have a higher comfort, like vertically higher comfort area than most people do. But if I look down, if it's not at like totally empty space, I'm fine.
changes anything though.
Like if there's a bunch of stuff down there, even dangerous stuff, I don't care. I just don't like really large sections of open space.
Okay, so no space or death. Oh yeah. So I was saying that I think people think they can talk about death and space, but they're not really talking about it. And so then I think
I think the same
I
thing.
felt some. They're the same thing. They are the same thing.
Well, they are the same thing, but I think the same thing. Like, a lot of people are like,
Oh.
oh, death. But I'm like, no, you don't understand the scope of death, like, actually. Like,
Yeah,
nothing,
it's,
never again. Like, nothing forever.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to say too. But when you say like gravity's gonna fail and you're gonna fall into the sky, no, I think about that. Like ever since as a kid, I thought about that a lot. Like if something hit the Earth and it just like stopped the rotation and everything just went
Sure.
flying, that's like
Right,
a
and I think that so
unpleasant thought
I'm
that pops in
actually,
my
I
head a
can't
lot.
do this. I can't do this.
Okay, okay.
I'm like full panic.
It's
I'm
like a
just saying
weekly
for-
thought.
I'm saying for kids who can conceive of it, it's a very isolating thing.
Yeah.
Because I had the same thing where I was like talking to I remember asking my mother like,
But I'm fine
gonna die,
talking
and I'm
think about
terrified,
space.
and I was like sobbing, and she was like, "But that's not gonna happen for a long time." And I was like 8 or something. I was like, "Are you like? Can you not think ahead? Like, what does it matter when it happens? Like, it's forever. You stupid bitch. Like, are you insane?" She was like, "Doesn't it seem like you've already been alive for a long time?" And I was like, "No,
That's a weird
not really."
response.
And she was like, "Well, doesn't it seem like 70 years or 80 years from now is a really long time?" And I was like, "No, not at all."
Yeah.
And now that was 30 years ago, and I remember the conversation like it was yesterday. So like, no, it doesn't seem like a long time. It just seems like nobody else can actually understand this.
When I was a kid, I never got freaked out about the prospect of dying because I like legitimately thought for a lot of my childhood like that like I just won't die. People won't die by the time I'm old enough to die. It's just dumb, but that's what I just sort of made up my mind. There's an awesome children's book that gives me that feeling when I read it as a kid called In the Night Kitchen. Kid floats away from his bed. Oh.
Yeah, like, I just,
Microphone.
yeah. It's very crazy that, we live for so little of a time.
I think I
and
read that.
The whole time you live, it could be bad. Because the universe doesn't owe you anything. Like, I think that's my biggest.
The pictures from it look familiar. I need to keep an eye on my Discord. Getting
Thing
close
is, like,
to that
I'm
time.
scared that I'm gonna die before I finally, like, get to be happy. Before I
Yeah.
finally, like, have solved my problems and shit. But, like, the universe doesn't care. It'll kill you whenever. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah,
you're
it's
not
like
owed
fucking
anything.
trying to tear you apart from the moment you're born.
Yeah. And it's you wake up freshly jellied, and then it's nothing but
I don't like that was a very thinly veiled comment about the universe being a black hole.
nonstop loss, evil, awful sadism until you die eventually, and then you do that alone, and then you say goodbye to your loved ones, and you obviously don't remember saying goodbye to your loved ones, but then your loved ones remember saying bye to you, and then it's once you reach the age of like 40, then you're like, okay, then your life just becomes about loss. Like, you lose your parents, you lose your friends, you lose everyone, and for half of your life, all you can think about is death, because you're just losing everyone around you. More and more people die.
Yeah. You lose your back.
Yeah. There was a time where, like, in high school, I wasn't worried about this at all, and it was when I was having the most sex. And I think that I've used sex to distract from death for, like, a lot of my life.
Sex is kind of like the opposite of dying.
Because it's, like, it's very present. It's a very present
Mhm.
moment. It's one of the only things that's, like, very present.
That's the only thing you can do is clone yourself.
Yeah, that or video games.
Yeah, video games help because they create like a new universe in which you can just keep being reborn.
Oh yeah, totally off topic, but well, it's not. It's video games. I am still trying to get people together to play Helldivers, but Titanfall 2 is on sale on Steam for $3, like the whole thing. So I bought it for $3. Titanfall 1 was one of my favorite games ever. That's the only game I ever stopped playing because I felt like I was too good at it. It was first place on the winning team constantly. It's just like if you have ADHD, it's like the perfect game for you because everything's just like super nonstop, fast paced, go, 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 go. But I didn't like Titanfall 2 as much. Maybe give it another shot. That's another game. That's another game I'd be interested in playing with other people. They ruined the Titans though. I liked how you could customize your Titans in Titanfall 1. That was one of my favorite aspects of it. And in Titanfall 2, you can't do that. They just like pick from these models. Like it was a really big step backwards. I'm really bummed out about it.
True. Also, I got at the beginning of COVID, I got like really weird dissociative with death because everyone was dying, and
But I did also play it for PS4 when it launched, I think. So I'll probably like it better for
it
PC.
was scary because we were like, "What's happening?"
Yeah, but except then everybody pretended that people weren't dying.
Not in California. In California, I was
That's
like
true.
acutely aware of the fact that people were dying every day.
Oh,
So yeah, I was scared.
I don't have any other proof other than my wife, but I'm not just like talking shit. That really is the only game I ever stopped playing because I felt like I was too good at it. Do you remember that lady? I played ranked when they had ranked, and then I stopped. I got to like upper gold, and I was just like fell out of it. I was trying to do the challenges during ranked. Hi.
I can vouch for you.
I'd show her a lot. I'd be like complaining, like, look, first place on the winning team again.
And I had like an undiagnosed autoimmune disease that now I know is celiac, but I thought might have been Crohn's or something else.
I think I got like
And
to
so I
the
was, like, really
7th
scared I was gonna
prestige.
die. And
I get to do challenges to
so I just started
prestige in that
playing
game.
Tetris. So for 10 hours a day, I'd play Tetris, and I became, I think, number 2 in my county on the app, which was pretty cool. Pretty cool to do. So I'm really good at Tetris.
I like
But there
Tetris
would, there'd be
Worlds.
times where like I'd be having
That
sex
was
with
legit.
Connor, and I'd close my eyes to like really feel it,
Pardon
and
me.
then I'd start playing Tetris in my fucking brain. And that would like help. There's also one time
I
during
know,
COVID.
but that's the
Oh shit. No. This is why I didn't want to do it on Twitter. Hang on. I just have to rewind my own stream to see where I was at. Pretty sure I hovered over it. Oh wait. Okay, this is
and
like
the whole time
pretty much
you
right
live, it
there.
could be bad because the universe doesn't owe you so. Yeah, like I just
no,
Okay, there we go.
not at all.
yeah
And now that
Oh.
was 30 years ago, and I remember the conversation like it
doesn't owe you anything. Like comes about loss. Like you lose your parents, you lose your friends. Before
Yeah.
I finally like have solved my problems and shit, but like the universe doesn't care. It'll kill you whatever. I scared I was gonna die. That was
but
COVID.
that's the
I just wanted to
That's
go
the
back
thing
to
about
the-
having a body and death is that every time you're present, it's like putting your hand on a hot stove.
And then I'd start playing Tetris in my fucking brain.
There we go. I wanted to point out that it looks like how meh the podcast is written all over his face.
And that
Is
would
being
like
right
help.
now.
There's also one time
I
during
know,
COVID.
but that's the
I actually saw one of the comments on Twitter 3302 in case it it doesn't. Okay, it is. Somebody had said that this one is a waste of time, considering all podcasts are a waste of time. It broke the illusion that podcasts are not waste of time. It was ass meandering, like two waiters afraid to upset each other, talking to each other in customer service mode. Ass awful, not a hater. I saw that and sort of like rolled my eyes when I read that, but the last one was not like this at all. The last one was really good. I was like all about it. Oh. Shit. Eh. I gotta give him rolls. I think Fanatics. Here. Wait. Okay, there he is. Oh, there we go. Whoops. Yeah, Fanatic is here. So we'll put this on pause. Oh no. They shouldn't all be locked though. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, there you go.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm so grateful that you're here. I wanted to watch this video and it ended up being so boring. Aside from the fact that I wanted to talk to you, and you're rescuing me right now. I just want you to know.
Okay. All right. I'll respect that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with you or your content at all. I just know that I said it and I stand by it. Pretty much anything I ever say in any of my videos, I'm willing to talk about, I'm willing to defend, I'm willing whatever. So I have no idea what the energy of this call is, but I'll let you take the reins. You have it, and then I'll respond.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think we've ever spoken. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. So, just to give you some background on me, and I'll probably inform you about how I felt about your video. I'm a pretty well-known Mr. Girl fan. I was a moderator for him when he was on YouTube. And I'm a longtime fan of Destiny, but I would say that I pretty heavily sided with Mr. Girl. When they had their rift and Destiny changed his rhetoric about Mr. Girl, apparently changed his entire opinion of him about him overnight. I went on and called him out on it. And since then, I've sort of seen some different ways that Destiny's dishonest. Covered a 3-part stream pretty heavily, and I caught some pretty impressive rhetorical manipulations that he did towards his audience. He literally pulled up a notepad and wrote down all the things that Mr. Girl said to him, all the questions that he had, minimized it, and said, he's like, I answered everything you said. He's like, no, you didn't. He goes, I wrote it down. I answered all of them. He did write it down, but he didn't answer anything. And that was one of the first like super concrete things where I can just point out to people like he just lied. But everybody just seems to believe it. And I was really impressed at this it's like verbal sleight of hand. It really blew me away. And you're the first person I've seen actually go through and plot out a methodology for how he does some dishonest things. And I thought it was really interesting. It was a really good watch.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And props to Desperado
relax
Sensei for
then.
editing. Yeah, I'm not coming after you here.
I had no idea, man. I had no idea. I'm good. I'm fine. I can handle the smoke. You know what I mean? Nobody's gonna scare me.
Sure.
But I'm saying like I just didn't know. So you know what I mean? Now I'm chill.
Also,
Yeah. So
do you camera?
go ahead. I am doing camera on my stream. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah. I know how to do it. If I do,
And then
start virtual camera.
There's
There we
mine if
go.
that helps serve you any. I know that it's a lot easier to have a conversation with a person when you can see them.
Oh sure. I'm used to both, but let me see if I can do. It would be OBS virtual camera. It should be turned on. Did it work? Boom. We got it.
I pre-didn't. Hey, nice to see you. Also,
Nice to see you as well.
I just want to also say too, props to the entire thing, but also your patience. I watched you interview Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a character. He's a character, man.
That's the first thing I've ever
yeah.
seen of yours. So I was just like genuinely impressed. Like you didn't snap.
No.
And I feel like I've seen you enough to where like I was like he's gonna piss him off. I assume you got pissed and you just kept it together.
Sure. So typically in panels, I'm gonna snap it like immediately. I have no tolerance for it. But in person, like on one-on-one conversations, I'm generally calm unless like if someone gives me really, really bad energy, like if they're like interrupting me every sentence, like yelling at me, like or doing things, whatever, and starting to be disrespectful, then the conversation starts falling off the rails, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and lose it. But 9 times out of 10, if it's a one-on-one conversation, I'm gonna be chill because I don't think most people have super duper high energy. It's the only people that typically have that kind of energy are the people that wants to be in debate sphere and like they're imitating like things that they've seen Destiny do or it's normally Destiny, yeah. Because I feel like Vosh doesn't go crazy. Like Vosh is very very calm. Like I don't watch a lot of his content, but in most of the stuff that I've seen, he seems to be a really calm centered person. The way that he carries himself.
I think that's deliberate.
The surface.
It certainly serves him. I have to reel it back a lot. I'm a very high energy person, and so when I'm on stream, I'm a lot more aware of myself, and I'm a lot more patient and forgiving, and I'm less mean than in real life because I feel like if I'm talking to people, unless I'm on a panel, that shit got weeded out of me real fast. Now I will interrupt you, I'll yell at you, all that, because otherwise you don't get to talk.
Yep.
Period.
Because nobody's actually trying to genuinely contend with ideas or conversations. It's just going for quick, cheap shots and dumb wins.
Yes, if you see me on a panel, that's how I argue with people in real life that are being stupid. But when I'm generally, I reel it all back a lot because I can be a bit much otherwise.
Yeah, I think I'm like again I think I'm hyper chill in real life too, but I think I have to feel violated if I feel like somebody's trying to violate me or something. Yeah, then I'm gonna probably pop off.
That's fair. It takes a lot. I had to kick somebody off stream the other day, and I got pretty heated, but it's very rare. But yeah, I'm glad that we sort of have the framing for this because I don't want you to have to feel like you have to be defensive. I'm really curious about the video. What made you decide like I got to make this?
Well, so like I felt like I was, I was absolutely getting harassed by like a lot of DGG and stuff. And
still?
So then, oh yeah, still to this day. Like it doesn't go away. If I was to post something like right now, people who have not seen my video will still be in there saying like, "Oh man, you're a racist." Like that has never disappeared. So I just deal with it. Like it's like okay, it's just I know that that's what they're going to do, but it never ever went away, and it doesn't have to be related to Destiny either. I can be posting literal random stuff on Twitter about Jesse Lee Peterson or about music, and people will be like, "Man, your music is really good. I wish you weren't so racist. I'd support you." Like, and it's just like, what are we even freaking talking about? Like, it never has gone away. So I'm used to it, but it's just. And I think I was constantly getting a bunch of like anytime like I'd be on something, people would still say, hey, you still never did that manifesto, did you? You never did that manifesto. So again, it never has disappeared. The harassment doesn't go away. But again, I'm not crying about it because it's just it is what it is. But that is what his community does, and so I finally decided, what, let me go ahead and do it. Being 100% real to keep it short or to shorten it. The main thing was I saw him getting trashed. I saw his debate with like Candace Owens, and I felt like she kind of dunked on him quite a bit in some ways, and so I was like, this is a good time to go ahead and do the release the video. I had already recorded like my portion, but it was like, okay, no, let's start the editing. Let's get it.
That makes sense. I think he would have been fine, but he had literally nothing to say back when she called him a contrarian over and over. Like, how does that fly with somebody who's in the caliber of Destiny when he's debating people and all that? You should have an answer for being called a contrarian over and over. I feel like that was like a really low level attacks, and he had nothing for it. I thought that was weird.
See, the thing is, I don't think it's that weird. He is genuinely a contrarian.
Sure,
I genuinely believe the positions he's coming to are specifically just to fade whatever it is is the going thing. That is what he's doing.
Which means he should have a good argument against it, just being who he is. That's what I meant. I was really surprised that he didn't have like down. Yeah, he'd be like, well, how am I contrarian? Like, he could have just broke down like exactly what he's seeing and why. Because some of the stuff she said seemed pretty crazy without having anything to support it, and like he didn't go that route. It was really weird. So I guess that makes sense. Sort of striking when it's people have seen something that makes them a little bit weaker. They'll be a little bit more receptive to criticism about him.
Yeah, and then here, so I have a good friend, and he doesn't watch literally any of Destiny's content. He doesn't watch any of that kind of stuff, and but he told me that like since the Finkelstein debate, that there's been like increased by like 3,000% in Destiny content in his timeline, and it's 100% negative, all of it. And I was like, dang, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I got my feelings, so go ahead and put that on out there.
He's saying content about Destiny, or
like Destiny content, like excerpts from the debate, things like that. Yeah, and he's just getting pooped on. It's really bad. People are not a fan.
It is interesting. He's talked to Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, and Finkelstein, some of these like bigger figures, and he doesn't have anywhere the same kind of energy that he brings to the space. And every time he does, it gets shut down like super, super fast. And I seen somebody comment on it saying like maybe just a big fish in a small pond. And I don't think it's that he owns the pond. He's the pond owner. It's not just a big fish. He can if there's a fish threatening his livelihood, he can get him the fuck out of there.
Well, see, here's the deal. I mean, I do feel like there's a big portion that I feel like they have he has an agenda, right? And when he's debating people on his stream, it's like, oh, I just want to make good content and like own this guy and whatever. But when he's like debating the really big people, it's rational. If he makes an enemy out of that guy, I'm sure he knows, just like how his community is, that these other people, their communities are like loyal to the death to him.
And they're a lot more normal.
Right. Well, but that loyalty is the main point, because if I create an enemy out of this person and those people are loyal to that person, then those people will never they won't check for me. They won't come to me. There will be no, I won't acquire any of those people. But if I'm cool with that person, then they'll say, oh, this guy's pretty smart. And he has some pushback and some good takes. I'm willing to hear this. And then that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, actually, that's really astute observation. I talked to, I am friends with a guy who's been watching Destiny since Justin TV. He's literally taken notes. He's an older gentleman. He has like notebooks full of notes on Destiny and how he debates and stuff. And I was like, why do you think he was so, in my opinion, he had a really weak showing against Ben Shapiro. I said, look, you got to understand, he's not trying to do the thing that he normally does right now. He's got to make friends with these people. And slowly over time, after you're in the good graces of their audiences and them, then he can start doing the stuff that he normally does. Because otherwise, like Ben Shapiro, if he was able to make Ben Shapiro look bad, if he shut him down in arguments and made him look stupid, he's never going to talk to him ever again.
Yep. And he's
So
going to weaponize his community against him and be like, hey, this guy's bad. Don't ever talk to him and whatever, so on and so forth. But to be honest with you, I think Destiny is just stealing, a play that's been done against him all the time. That's like that thing has been done to him by a lot of people. I would say Vosh is one of those people.
That's probably the best example. Vosh and Hassan.
Yeah. Hassan is I think the perfect example as well. Yeah. So I think that's what he's doing. And I mean, I'm not, it is what it is. Like, that happened. And I think he's been frustrated by it. And I think even, man, I think there was a conversation they had one time where, or no, I think it was Zerka. I mix up Zerka and Haas. 100%.
Oh, Zerka and Infrared?
There we go. Yeah. Isn't Haas infrared?
I think so. I mix them up all the time too. The guy, the Destinyologist guy, he corrects me on it all the time. That's crazy.
Yeah, but so that dude, like, he was saying it. He was like, yeah, that this happened. Da, 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 all these people did that, and I'm gonna do it to you too. Da, 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 da. But of course, it didn't play out that way. But that was genuinely his belief, and that was his goal. It's just, I mean, that
broke
was
the golden rule. You can't say it.
Yeah, once you do that, then
it's the game's over. Yeah,
people are aware of what you're trying to do. You're done. You got bodied.
That's really funny. By the way, I just want to say too, like, I don't since I've seen a lot of these things, I don't hate Destiny. I still watch some of his content. I dislike him a lot more as a person. Well, I still have immense respect for the content that I've watched all this time, but I'm a lot more aware of some of the things that I really don't like. So like I'm not just sort of to state my intention. Like I'm not trying to like shit up, but I do think that he does bad things that I if I respect you, I'm gonna try to hold you accountable when I think you're doing something wrong.
Yep. And that's good. I think for me, it's hard for me to hate a person. I don't, there's not anything personal enough to do that. I just think he's harmful. I think the Annalisa thing was the most disgusting of all. I think that portion is where I was like, okay, yeah, this guy's on.
Who is it?
And I just, that was the that grifter chick. Came in there and she was just she debating black men or the devil.
I thought she was white when I was listening to that video because I couldn't see her picture. Yeah, I thought he was letting a white woman go off on you.
No, she's
until you made it clear later in the video she's a black woman, right?
It was mixed. Yeah, she was.
Okay.
Half white.
And in the U.S. that means you're black.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, that situation, bro, that was gross. I think that was like legitimately the most disgusting. Like I couldn't. Yeah.
It was
to me
it was really
to normalize that type of behavior. I think it's way beyond weird. It's not just that, hey, like you had this person on here. You brought that person on there offering zero pushback against some of the most vile anti-black male racism that you've ever heard in your life. And then instead of not offering pushback, you then go and say, I mean, she's making really good points. Maybe black people are, maybe black men are screwed. And then steel man her arguments, trying to argue them better than she could. It was just completely grotesque. And I think from that point on, it was like, okay, nah, this nigga's trash. That's why I cut him off. It was like, yeah, I don't want to talk to this dude. I don't want to interact with this dude, so on and so forth.
So I have two questions, and I can divvy them back up, but just so I don't forget to ask both. When was the sequence of events in that video, and also
which part?
Like, so when was the most recent thing from that video?
The most recent thing was when the city Central Park Karen thing. And,
sure. I remember that.
And I was like, yeah, that was like literally.
Were you on a Prime panel about that?
I don't know.
I was on a Prime panel about that. And I was on it with Doobie. And I just remember Doobie. And if it wasn't you, I'm sorry. That's probably at least a little bit racist, but it didn't mean to be.
Yeah, I don't remember. I probably was. I have no idea though.
Okay, then we may have had like one interaction ever. So when was like the because I feel like him calling you racist memes and stuff was like at least 3 years ago.
It started in 2021. I'm gonna say. I'm guessing
Okay,
it's around.
so that seems like yeah, right around that area. I think that so like Destiny's saying like I can't talk about this. He's lying. He'll talk about any most things he talks about. It's not his experience. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
He doesn't have
100%.
to. That struck me in that video. Like if you would have said in this conversation that wasn't in the video, Destiny refused to comment on it because it wasn't his experience. I'd have to see the clip. I wouldn't call you a liar, but I wouldn't be able to believe without hearing that because that's such a so
Huge
divorced from
departure
how
from
he
his typical. Yeah.
absolutely he will speak on something he doesn't know anything about, and he'll say like, now I could be wrong, like there could be an expert that comes on tomorrow and completely prove everything that I'm saying wrong. My intuition is he's totally fine giving his intuitive take on that. That was literally set up for you to just get lit up by this woman because there's not a whole lot you can do when she's being as aggressive as she is. And to a certain extent, when she's talking all this shit about black men, if you get too, you're just gonna like give her ammunition if you get super
Yeah.
loud and aggressive. And he let it happen, which was, it just
Well,
seemed like
see,
that
the
was.
thing is, I didn't mind that specific conversation because I feel like I did stay calm and she was getting pushed back on. The thing that pissed me off though was, because at first I walked away from that conversation like, oh man, that went well. I feel like she got completely dismantled. Everything she said was complete hogwash and it's obvious. And so I just kind of moved on. It was afterwards when people started messaging me like, hey man, he's saying that she was right. He's going back and saying that everything that she said was correct. And so I'm like, there's no way. And so then they're sending me clips of like him going like, honestly, I feel like that Fanatic guy, he was kind of coping. He wasn't really arguing like the points that you were making. He was just arguing, and yeah, I feel like you made some really good points on there and he didn't address them. So, you kind of won that. And then at the end of that stream, he was just like, I think you guys are really, I think I included that where he's like, you guys are really uncharitable. And you guys got to learn how to agree with people because she was right about most things. And so it was like he was doing everything he could to prime his audience to believe in the nonsense that she was saying, which was abjectly racist. So then it was like, okay,
Well, you tapped him and he said he couldn't speak on it, but he could.
Well, it was before I even got there that he said he couldn't speak on it. So for me, the primary thing was the idea that you would go and undermine all the stuff that I was saying, like all the points that she made that were clearly like just nonsensical. He undermined all my defense and then basically chastised his audience for not being charitable enough. And I was like, okay, yeah, no, that's complete trash.
Yeah, I would say it's very rare for me to hear somebody speak and not think that they have some like some intellectual reason that's just misguided or incorrect when they're speaking. But I just felt when I heard that woman talk, it's like she just sounds racist. Like it just is, like I don't really see like a sound reason why she's making these arguments. It just seems like she just wants to stir shit by being like belligerently racist. It wasn't really like I think you did do a good job, but I also think that like just common sense tells you that this person's wrong. Like there wasn't a whole lot to think about in that. So I was pretty surprised that he was saying that. I feel like he was lying to just make you look bad afterwards. It just didn't make any sense.
I could believe that. Yeah, it was disgusting. I lost all respect at that point. And so that was when I finally was like, hey, yeah, no, we don't do that. Like, you're trash. Because up to that point, I had messaged him immediately following that conversation with Anna. I had already been working on this hit piece. And so I was working on this hit piece. And so then I was like, okay, after that, I go, hey, so I message him that. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm like 15 hours in on the hit piece on you. Like, sometimes I've had a lot of respect for you. And other times, like, sort of just whatever, yada, yada, yada. So then I was like, I would like to talk to you, be off stream, but I want us to have this conversation. And so he said, oh, okay, yeah, man, like, we can make that happen, whatever. And then afterwards is when, he started, like, I noticed that he renamed his stream and all that stuff, like the next day. And so then it was like, okay, so now you're this level of troll is absurd. So then that's when I was like, okay, yeah,
So
I can't deal with this dude.
I'm curious. When you talked to him privately, did he have? So was it like after you talked to him privately, like, okay, this is a misunderstanding, we're cool, and then he turned around and renamed his shit?
Well, it was the next day that he changed the stream. So the timeline is, I have the conversation with Anna. I immediately go to him and tell him, hey, like, I was working on this hit piece. We should probably have a talk. And then he says, okay, we can make it happen. And then the very next day, he brings her back onto his stream again, and he names it DGG Stream for Jobs and Freedom and all that. That's when it was like, okay, so like, yeah, I can't respect you. You're definitely you were trolling. And then I saw also all the stuff about people people were messaging me, hey man, he said that you were wrong, and he validated her, and da da da. And so it was like, okay, yeah, no, this guy he's just a bad person. I wanted nothing to do with him.
Yeah, I gotta say, big kudos to you for messaging him after you started working on it before you released it. 'Cause, I don't know if you're aware of the Destiny report,
No.
like 200-page document that Mr. Girl released about Destiny, outlining the different ways that he's abused other streamers and women streamers in particular, like abused his power and stuff like that, or the kid that he talked about buying a gun to literally murder. But he sort of compiled it all into one big thing. And the one thing I criticized him for, when people, basically because I'm a well-known fan of his, I'm known as a Mr. Girl Orbiter, just to make that a bit more clear. When I criticized him for not going, I said, if this was me and I see these issues, I go to the person and say, look, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I have here. Can you explain this and make this right for me? And it sounds like that's what you did before continuing on. Which I think that's exactly the right way to do that, in my opinion. Emery just paid $2 for a super chat. Thank you very much, Emery. I appreciate the fuck out of you. When did you realize his career was gaslighting?
Who, me?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's for you.
His career is gaslighting. I mean, I don't think I could sum up his entire career that way, because I think like his career started out with him debating against like the most low-hanging racist folks, right? Like you had Nazbol, Eric Stryker, and just these like very
no
known,
bullshit.
I want to say Sargon of Akkad.
Yeah.
Right. Like he was just debating like these really like very clearly, obviously mask off racists, and I think those are the easiest people to debate. And so that I feel like was a large portion of his career. So I think he shifted over time, but I think, I can't just label his career as all grifting. I think he does believe in some of the stuff he was arguing against those people. I mean, because they're just absurd. But I think I think he started grifting once I think with like the Hassan stuff. I genuinely believe that Hassan surpassing him and all that, I think that really got to him, because I think he realized that Hassan doesn't debate for the most part. He doesn't hold him. There's nobody really to hold him accountable. And I think that just started it.
Yeah, I'll say to his credit too, the Hassan one is that I legitimately feel bad for Destiny for. He really did do everything he could to help the guy out for him to fuck him like that. I think most of this time it's he sort of reaped what he's sown, but that one was pretty bad in my opinion. I can imagine that would change how you'd interact with people to some degree, but I wouldn't say it justifies some of the things that I've seen. Similar to what Emery asked, I guess maybe. So in my mind, the way that he's interacted with you, from what I've seen in the video, I feel like he must have at some point decided like this guy's the enemy.
Sure.
Do you have any indication why? Okay, I was gonna say, do you have any idea why?
I got no clue.
Gotcha, because that's
it just came out of nowhere. I do know. Well, I mean, I don't know that there's a specific incident, but I think like from the very beginning, I don't think Destiny likes truly being challenged. I don't think like I just
agree.
I don't think that he could do the same thing to me that he was doing to some of the other folks, and so I feel like he wasn't going to rhetorically outpace me. He wasn't going to, he just couldn't get away with the stuff that he would normally get away with, and I think that is why he was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and try my best to dismantle this dude's his image. That's what it felt like.
That makes sense. I don't know. I guess I'll tell you about the interaction that I had. That was pretty bizarre to me. So when I called him out, he went overnight from being like best buds with Mr. Girl to not, and it bothered me a lot because he went from defending the story that he told, the premise being consent is complicated, to then calling him a rapist. I'm like, you don't think that. 2 days ago, you would have argued otherwise. You just saying that because you guys had a falling out, like. And I just think that's like crazy dishonest for somebody, like, one, with your platform, but also like part of your brand is how honest you are. He gave me a hypothetical, and in the hypothetical, there's a person being ostracized from a group of friends, and the name he chose for that was my name, my real name that I don't put out there publicly. Now, could this be a coincidence? Sure, but I'd say this is, I have a fairly uncommon name. It's not like the most uncommon, but I'd say it's moderately uncommon, and that you can even see on the stream, because I went back and watched it, my reaction to hearing that. It felt like a bit of a thinly veiled threat. At the very least, I maybe not a thinly veiled threat. It felt like an intimidation attempt for sure. And that really shook me. And I was, this happened right after, I told him, I was like, are you concerned about how your community, which is, I think, pretty out of control, in my opinion. I said, are you concerned about how your community is reacting towards Mr. Girl, this fallout? He's like, no, I don't care. They can do whatever they want. And I DM'd him this because I didn't even want to put it out there that they had doxed him. They had put pictures of his house up and where his house was. Somebody spent 15 hours on Zillow looking at every house to find his house because he's used his house in some of his videos, the inside. And so I DM'd him, said, they've doxed him. He said, oh yeah, I don't care about that. And I was fucked up because, like, I had become a bigger fan of Mr. Girl than Destiny in the last, like, several months before this. But I still regarded him with a lot of respect. And to hear that he doesn't care that his audience is doxing somebody, that, like, that's fair game. That didn't mesh at all with my image that I had of him, especially as somebody who brags that they reign in their community more than anybody else in this space of his size. Yeah. That's total bullshit. I just had a fan of his talking to me about, they came to talk to me about, like, the different levels of honesty there is. And I guess they wanted to get around to how they think that Mr. Girl is honest, but he's not at the same time. Whatever. But he ended up defending Destiny sending DGG to Anna's Kiwi Farms, the Anna that he had, like, a sexual relationship with. I don't know if you're familiar with that whole thing. It was bad.
Yeah, loosely. Yeah.
I said, well, he didn't have to send them to her Kiwi Farms. He could have just continued to ban discussion of her. And his fan said, no, well, you have to understand the context. I said, no, the context is that this is bad. This is a bad guy thing to do. You don't send somebody to where somebody's nudes and docs is. You don't do that. That's bad. And his fan couldn't
I don't even know what Kiwi Farms is. I don't know what Kiwi Farms is.
It's a website mainly used for people to gather information, like, to be used against somebody. So, like, if you have a dox, it's going to be on there. Anything that makes you look bad, it's going to be on there. It's basically like your own personal little hate page. If you go on Kiwi Farms, like, you probably have enough fame to where there's somebody out there putting a Kiwi Farms on you. I don't have one, but my name has been mentioned in Mr. Girl's Kiwi Farm page.
Jeez. That sounds crazy. I don't know how things get to the point where they get to the point. Like, for me, I'm not invested enough in online or with any of these people that I would feel like they would actually make that about me. That sounds crazy as hell to me.
It is crazy. Well, Anna's claim to fame is that she slept with Destiny and had a falling out with them, and there was a Kiwi Farms on her. You see what I mean?
So was Cherries. But yeah, I man, yeah, like, dude, Yeah, I'm just my brain can't get there. This the online stuff is a bit much for me.
It is a
'Cause
bit much.
Yeah, it just feels like yeah, like people are just too invested. That sounds wild. My brain. I'm sorry. Yeah. In the fighting game community, there was this thing, but it was not like for hate. It was just these people trying to be funny. They made it was called FGCNN, and it was just a bunch of people that were like writing stories about different people within the community. And they did one on me, but I was like a pretty pivotal person in that community. So it's like, okay, I understand it, but I didn't look at it as like, oh, these people are, and they weren't like doxing personal information. They were just giving commentary on things that involving the people.
Just like a shit talk forum, basically.
Yeah, but like again, like presented as if it's like news, and then like giving story on like the latest happenings. Like so sounding incredibly professional in their tone and all that stuff, while like basically talking trash. It was actually really funny.
Oh, like Wizard. Do you remember Wizard back in the day? It was a magazine. It was like
no, I never heard of that.
That was like the closest thing I could think of. It was like for like comic books or like nerdy movies and stuff. It was sort of like a it was like a legitimate publication, but they had like a lot of like sarcasm and like a lot of sass towards the things that they were talking about. I guess that's the only thing I can compare it to. It was like a magazine from, I don't know, I'm old. It's maybe 20 years ago now. Jesus Christ.
Jeez. No, I never heard of that. Someone from my one of my mods, he just told me that they probably do have a Kiwi. So.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there was nothing on you. You've been around too long. Also, I'm curious.
Now I gotta Google it.
Good luck.
How do you get? What, do I just type Kiwi Farms Fanatic? I don't know.
That might work. I didn't know that you were big into fighting games until I saw that video. But just out of curiosity, what did you play? Because I'm at least there was a period of time I was very, very good at Mortal Kombat X and pretty invested. I was in the top 800, 700 on the leaderboard for a while.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. 17 win streak was my peak.
Oh, good stuff. They got banned off the main web. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing no tour nonsense. That sounds cool. So yeah, my favorite. So I played Marvel vs. Capcom. Marvel
okay.
vs. Capcom 2. Like I was like one of the top players in the world, I guess. And when I got into Marvel 2 competitively at the time, there were no pad players. No one played competitively on pad because obviously. If you think about it, from that era, all the games people played in arcades still. That's where like everyone honed their skills. So because of that, I was different in that I started on console and played primarily. So to date, I guess the game has continued on now, but not really. But anyway, so yeah, for all the years that like Marvel was like one of the main games and Evo and all that stuff, I was the only pad player to ever get top 8. 2 years in a row.
Oh shit! Congratulations.
Thank you. Then when Marvel 3 came out, I played that competitively, and I had one of the best sponsorships in the world. I won a major tournament against Justin won the grand finals twice. I placed like top 8 in like 6 or 7 majors. I did the biggest money match in that game. I also did the biggest money match at Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Oh shit!
Fighting game history. So I just competed a lot. I played a lot of those games.
I just gotta as strictly as a fighting game player, I just gotta ask you an important question. Did you main Doom?
No, I was that was another thing that I did. I was Magneto Storm Sentinel.
I was gonna call you a piece of shit if you said you main Doom. I didn't play that much Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but I've seen my friends play it, and it's broken. It's not fair.
Yeah, Doom is he's a good character. I mean.
Good for you.
Yeah, but no. So what I played at the time, from Marvel 2 era, Magneto Storm Psylocke was that was like the best team in the game, and I mained that team. So when Marvel 3 came out, I was trying to play Magneto Storm Chun-Li. There was no Psylocke, but either way, and so then I just eventually switched to Sentinel drones, and it was like, okay, this is what it, whatever. And I kind of revolutionized those things. I was definitely the best Magneto in the world for quite a while, and then became the best Storm in the world. for a long time, and I think I had one of the best sentinels in the world as well.
Jesus,
Yeah,
man,
but
that's
that was it.
that's super impressive. Do you still play fighting games at all?
I mean, I like like casually, I might play every now and then.
Well, just
But
so you know, I'm having a probably in the I was shooting for April. Hopefully in April, I'm gonna be holding a free to enter Mortal Kombat 1 tournament. You're more than welcome to join it.
Okay. I mean, I won't because I don't play Mortal Kombat 1, but you know what I mean? I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, I mean, hey, there's nothing to lose. There are prizes. Nothing crazy, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know how to play things casually like that. Like I can't just pick
That's
up a
me.
game and just play it. Like for me, if I'm not trying to be literally one of the best in the world, I don't do things. Like period. Legit.
That
So,
makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know how to do things at a super casual level.
Yeah, when I take my hobbies very seriously. So sorry, I wanted to lighten it up a little bit. I was genuinely interested in the fighting game things, but I gotta bring it back for a minute here. I think that it can be really hard to talk to people about it because it tends to make it worse. I just wanted to. Is it okay if I ask a little bit more in depth about like the harassment from DGG?
You can ask whatever you want. I'm
Okay.
open book.
What's the peak bad that it got for you?
I don't think I'm really good to answer that question. Here's why. The fighting game community is really toxic. It had been for quite a while. And you have to think, if I'm the only pad player in the world competing in this game, I got a lot of toxicity for that. People used to accuse me of cheating because I would use this macro that was legally allowed within the tournament that gave me a crazy disadvantage, but they didn't want to admit that. And long story short, I'm used to it. So for me, I mean, it's hard to even quantify because it's just like, man, I just see a comment, I just move on. Like, okay, let's get to the next thing. So I don't think I can. I mean, I just know it was a lot. I just know it was like every comment, every tweet, every video I posted for a long time. It was that. It was just people constantly just doing that. There were pages and pages and pages and pages. If I just probably do like an advanced Twitter search to look at all the times when someone says racist to me,
Yeah.
there's got to be a crap ton. It's just, but again, I just kind of brush it off. Like, okay, these are online people, and I've always had a very strong distinction between the internet and real life. I do not treat people on the internet like they're human beings or like they're real. I feel like it's all online personas. So I've never had respect for anybody that's like coming at me from the internet, and I don't. It's hard to keep stock of that information. Like, oh, these people were hating. Like, it's hard.
It is weird. I think that one of the things that I do really well is being like really human and personal with people when I talk to them online. But I've gotten my fair share of shitty hate comments and all that, and I thought that would bother me a lot, and it just doesn't, because I just think that I can't. I think I still think of them as people, but I've just met enough people with dog shit opinions to no end. So I just it's hard to take anything too serious about it.
Yeah.
Now this is. I don't mean for this to be loaded, but I actually asked my my Destiny historian friend about this one day. This is way prior to me seeing your video, but I kind of on the fence. But do you think Destiny is racist? He said a lot of really questionable things.
It's a hard question because you can never know someone's intentions entirely.
And I don't mean the way that if you're gonna say like everybody has some level of racism. I mean, like, do you think that he has, based on the things that you've seen, does he have like a lower opinion of like black people in general?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I didn't change my answer. I was just gonna say I don't.
So that's kind of for me.
I don't. Okay, for me, I don't think I could ever know someone's intentions. I can't. So I don't know how much he believes in any of the stuff that he said over all these years, and so he could be, but I don't know. I'll never know for sure. What I will say though is I feel very convinced that he's completely aware of the damage that he could be doing with some of the stuff that he's saying and some of the things that he's like platformed.
Sure.
So I think at the bottom of it, I think he's uninformed enough about Black culture and the history of the systemic oppression, like in the nuances, that he's gotten to these really bad positions that it doesn't, he can't, I don't think he can truly see what's causing it. So then I think the only other thing that he could arrive at would be to assume that there's just something wrong with Black people and our culture.
Well, I guess I think that I would consider that to be racist. Just I like, for lack of a better way to put it, I'd say you're wrong for like a decent reason. If like you're looking at the data and that's the conclusion you come to, I'd say you're wrong. You're misinformed or you're misunderstanding something. But that's a better reason than just because I fucking hate him.
Yeah, I don't think it's just a raw hatred. I think he's just very uninformed.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm not on the fence about that. I would say that I think that that would be pretty apparent if that was the case.
Yeah, but I think that tends to be like the thing for a lot of people, where I feel like a lot of people they have those positions where they don't actually know the extent of whatever, and so then it makes them think that a lot of what Black people are experiencing are because of our own actions or our own choices or whatever, not realizing that like in the human condition, people choose the path to least resistance, and that path to least resistance is probably going to be something that's less desirable because most things that are of value require work, and then every impediment has been put in there to prevent it from happening. And so I think unless you've done the research and the study, it's going to feel like, no, they're just kind of messed up. I don't know why they're doing what they're doing. I know people that genuinely feel that way towards white people.
Oh, that white people are just messed up.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, I think I always seemed like that it's fairly obvious that there's a very different experience to me. But I don't know. I guess for me, I grew up in the Thumma, Michigan. That was like my late teenage years. I don't know if you know anything about the deep north of Michigan, but it's a lot like the South. And I'm Italian, and I was significantly darker than the almost 100% white population there. And people thought I was Arabic, and I got a lot of racism for a race that I wasn't even. So I think it's very easy for me to understand how things just end up being bad. Like my first girlfriend, her dad came and picked her up, and she wasn't allowed to date me because he shot people like me overseas. Like, well, he didn't.
Jeez.
And like my response was always like, I'm not even the thing that you hate, but like it'd be fine if I was. I don't like. It just seems you just get hit with a bunch of shit for like what seems like really alien reasons, which is kind of hard to cope with.
Sure.
Especially, I think there's a different layer. If it was true about me, if I was Arabic, it would probably hurt a lot more.
Right. See, for me though, I think the thing, not to dismiss any of that, because that's going to feel awful. But I think the institutional racism, that's been intentionally armed against Black folks is, it's vile, and the impact is on another level, and I feel like that if you study the actual history of how they've like intentionally gone through and raped us, it's just you start and are continuing to do so, then you start to see like, no, these outcomes are expected. Who wouldn't respond in the way that they are? Like it's crazy.
He talked about redlining, and he just dismissed it. It was kind of wild.
Yeah, well, see, that's one of those things where it's like you can to understand what redlining is. The reason why it's so important to understand how it happened is because if you just think, oh, banks themselves were just go ahead and deciding not to give loans to Black people, it's like, okay, this is really problematic, and it would have a crazy terrible impact. And then you'd be like, okay, well then, yeah, we should sue those banks and so on and so forth. But if you get the understanding, wait a minute, no. It wasn't the banks. It was actually the government that was doing it, and say, okay, then you start thinking about, okay, so the government's literally intentionally refusing to let these people buy these homes. And then you combine that with the government also subsidizing these, these projects, right? And then you find out, oh, they're also subsidizing these suburbs, right, at the exact same time, and putting in the deed, you can't sell to black folks. And then then it's like, all right, so then they're doing that. And then you find out, and at the same time, they're literally restructuring the way public housing works. And at the same time, they're also doing like the New Deal, where they're doing welfare and they're doing like special jobs training programs. So you realize all of these things that are happening all during the same window, and you realize, if this same government had enough gall to decide we're just going to intentionally not loan to black folks, what else were they doing throughout that entire process? And when did it end? Where did it go away? And the honest answer is it didn't go away. But just the idea of seeing what they were doing, the government was doing, meaning this shaped an entire attitude, an entire like force, right? The strongest force in the nation against these people, my people. So then it's like, to understand that difference makes a world of difference than just, oh no, banks just decided not to give you guys loans. Those things it's not even remotely close to the same.
Yeah, essentially it was socially engineered relocation. That's the way that I see it. This seems like the very heart of the plan of it is to say, okay, we're going to keep you here, and then and we're going to protect everybody else from you, which when it's visually like that, that's going to seep into the mentality of the people that aren't being herded into a small area. You're going to understand, like, well, that's why they all live there. You're going to, and it's not even, it doesn't have to be a conscious thought. It's just going to be something that is going to be understood. Yeah. That, I don't know, that
while you're simultaneously like taking all the jobs out of that area too. And it's just like, yep, hey, here's the job and here's the suburb around it. Only we're allowed to live here. And now that's going to pay for the education. So then the education system is going to be better. And then these other people who don't have jobs, who don't have opportunities, who are still stuck in these cities, they're going to be feeling dejected. But I mean, screw them. And then the whole time it's like, then we're going to be, finger wagging, like, right? Like, hey, wait, why aren't you guys doing better? What's wrong with you guys? And it's like, wait a minute, hold on now. Like, we know that clearly, like, with zero opportunity, what can I do in these situations? I mean, we can march. We can march for jobs and freedom, right? We can march for not being second-class citizens. We can do those things, and then you'll criticize us for that too. So it's just, but by the time, man, I don't know. So it just, the reductivist take of just, banks were just doing something foul, and I get it. Like, that means you just don't understand the disgustingness of the history and what they were intentionally doing to us at the time. There's no way you can come to that take, like, being informed.
I agree. Somebody in your chat said, are y'all saying Destiny doesn't know this? We're saying that Destiny acted like he didn't know this. At the very least.
He did not know. I do not believe that he knew about the government. Okay, yeah. He did not know about the government. Like that he did not know that the FHA was ran by the government, and that was the source of redlining. He did not know that.
I see. I sympathize with the person in chat says, come on, everyone know this, because I watched Joe Rogan put Ben Shapiro in his place when he tried to hand wave like the living conditions and generational wealth issues caused by redlining. So like I felt like Destiny should have, but this was quite a while ago. So look, I've seen him be really dumb on some other things too.
I feel like the point is being missed really heavily. Because I do believe he understands the generational wealth that was caused by redlining. I think
he just thought there was the banks to blame.
Right, and I think that nuance is particularly important. It's not that he's uninformed entirely that redline existed, because he knew. But that wasn't the whole point.
I guess I would suggest that the government still, if it was happening and it was just the banks, then I would still say that it is the government's responsibility to shut that down, and if they weren't, then they're still at fault. So I guess I still wouldn't necessarily take that out, or like let somebody have that out, because that seems kind of crazy to me. Like if it almost seems like that would be, I guess that wouldn't be worse. What they did is still worse. That's also still like super, super bad. That's interesting. So I don't know if I asked you this yet or not, but like, what made like now? Because a lot of these clips are pretty old. What made now? Oh, that's right. You said Candace Owens.
Yeah,
Thing.
but it's not just that. Look, so at the time, okay, so when I first started the idea of doing a manifesto, I can probably look at the exact date. Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Documents, and it'll tell me when I created it. Okay, so if I go to properties, date created November 10th, 2022. So okay. So around on November 10th, 2022 is when I like decided I wanted to do this. And so the clips were a lot more present at that time. But you know, at the time I was like engaged and we were doing like collective therapy, like, and then I was also doing my own independent therapy. And I talked to my therapist about it, and she was like basically saying, hey, you don't want to do a manifesto about a person. You can't really do a manifesto about a person. Like a manifesto is your own stated goals and your own beliefs and your own truth and so on and so forth. So then it was like, okay. So then at this point, now that I have this new understanding of what the purpose and intention of a manifesto is like, okay, I'm not doing a destiny manifesto. So then at that point, it kind of like stalled me from wanting to do the project at all, to release the video of any kind. And then over time, though, with all the harassment still going on and all that stuff, eventually I was just like, you know what? I think I'm going to do it. Not a manifesto, but I'm still going to do a video about Destiny. And so I just eventually came around to doing that. But I was not making a manifesto. And I guess somewhat, yeah. Either way, so then that's it. Just I knew that it was something I wanted to do, but I knew how much work it would take. It takes insane amount of work to put these clips together in context and all that kind of stuff, to find the clips and clip them all, and then all that. It was just, I knew it was a lot of editing work. So then my editor, Desperado, amazing person, he did, great guy. So we did this, what do you call it? This video on Cat Williams. And I felt like on his Club Shay Shay interview. And
that was a good interview.
I loved that video that my editor did. And I was just like, man, you're great. So then I was like, we could probably do the Destiny video now, because there's no way that it wouldn't come out right, because he's just amazing at what he does. So then that's when it was like, okay, if we can do it now we just got to go get around to doing it. And then when I saw him getting dunked on by various people, it was like, okay, now if ever there was a time, this is the time, and I'm doing it.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
So I know you said you couldn't say what the peak of the harassment was like. How does it impact you?
I mean, I guess there's not any serious impact, to be real. I mean, it's just online trolls on the internet. It does, I have the idea of what happens if I want to do something else like that actually matters to me a whole lot in life. And then, this nonsense is still plaguing. I think that fear is there a little bit.
This is like the owner of the pond thing. It feels like, he said he's not just a big fish in the pond, but it's like he kind of owns the pond. Like if you want to put something else into the space,
but not in this space, so like outside of the space. And the main thing is like, okay, I saw when Destiny tried to go and get involved in like real politics in his real city.
Yeah.
And the online came to haunt him, and he basically got raped, and he couldn't do anything. And so when I look at that, I don't want anything like that to happen to me. And when I do music and other things, and that his DGG nonsense is still like over here, like harassing me and putting like bad ideas and like, saying stuff like, yeah, man, Fanatic is against race mixing, or when those kinds of things are still like permeating, it's problematic.
Yeah, I think that until I watched your video, I think that I had that in my head about you. I think that was just like an in passing thing that I picked up that just wasn't really questioned. And I tried to think, I was like, do I have can I remember anything that he said about that? And I think there was something, I don't even know if it was you though. Like maybe you said like you personally, you'd want to date a black woman or something like that. But I wasn't even sure if I could confirm that was you or not. But I'm certain that I've heard that talking point more than I've heard you say anything on the subject whatsoever.
Yeah, it's everywhere. And it literally all came from, the Destiny Strongman, as I demonstrated in the video. So it's like, I mean, and in the beginning, I was constantly challenging people, like, "Hey, can you guys find me a single video? Like, the videos are online. The whole debates are online. Find the portion in the video where I said I was against race mixing, or even indicated anything remotely close to that. They're there, and of course, none of those people actually are going to engage because their whole thing is just, this is the take that Zaddy Destiny gave, and so then we just got to go ahead and we accept that as truth, and then that's it. There's no other." There's no real thing to be had from it. It's just, this is what we believe, and that's just going to be it. So there's not a real way to engage with it. I can say another like thing that kind of caused me to want to do it was so I had this conversation with Ginger Ramoth. It was this this chick.
I know her.
We were okay. So I had a conversation with her. Amazing conversation. Everything was great. One of my favorite conversations I've ever had on Twitch. And after the conversation, she, like, towards the end, she's just like, "Hey, so I got a take that I have to ask you about. So someone told me that you're against race mixing." And at first I'm like, "Wait, what?" And then it's like, "Oh, yeah, of course. It's the same nonsense. Of course. I shouldn't be shocked by this." But it was like, yeah, this is really dumb. Like, it's not, again, they're going to keep on going with that nonsense. So yeah, I was annoyed. And so then I'm like, yeah, no, that's not true at all. Like, this is whatever. And I explain her and I show her in context. Like, here's me saying, no, I'm not against it in any way in the original clip. And you can hear him talking over me. You can hear me say for the last time, I'm not saying this for anyone else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just nonsense. So I realized at that point, this conversation happened less than a year ago. So then that means that idea is still there. And so, you know, and
the Ginger conversation was less than a year ago, correct? Okay.
So then it's like, yo, this is still, like, people are still out there pushing that nonsense. So it is what it is. Like, I'm a firm believer that the truth will set you free. I'm a firm believer that, you know, I know what I believe and I know what I said, and so ultimately that's going to be the thing that lasts. But it's just still disgusting that I'm even having to contend with that idea. That's like something that's put out there.
That's kind of what I mean when I say putting something out in this space. I mean, like, as long as I can see you in the video and I know that's Fanatic and you're still operating on the same channel, that the space will still be able to come to you. I don't think you can genuinely, like, you can't completely remove yourself from it because that's there. And I think you said the kind of impact it's going to have on future things. Does it have impact on the stuff that you make and put out there? Do you have to, like, run a calculation? Like, is it really worth, if what I say is going to get sullied by people calling me a racist, saying I don't believe in race mixing? Is it going to hurt a message that I'm trying to put out there if this is what the comments are all full of?
Yeah, that's a thought. That's a thought for sure. But again, I just got to stand on the truth, right? Like, and I guess maybe it's a bit of like cognitive dissonance, right? Like, just it's a point where I'm like, the truth will set you free. Putting out the content anyways, recognizing, wait a minute, this harassment is still going to be pervasive, and it might actually get in the way of the message. And so it's just a thing. It's like, okay, I still believe in what I'm doing. I still believe that I got to do what I should be doing. So I just go ahead and do it anyway. But yeah, I think it probably does have some negative impact, and you just got to live with it.
That makes sense. And I'm almost kind of surprised to hear you say that. From what I've seen of you, you seem like you have a like, you seem like a principled person, and you have a strong character. So I'm surprised to hear that it. But I mean, kind of that it would impact in that way. But it makes a lot of sense. The rhetoric from like the whole DGG side of things, even Destiny himself, is that it's happened a lot with the Mr. Girl file. Is like, you're upset about mean words on the internet, and it's really hard to get people to understand. Like, I don't give a, like, you don't have to give a shit about the words, but what do these words amount to? Still working on a project about freedom of speech and what the difference is between using speech to do certain things and just speaking freely. And it seems like one of these things where you're not just saying words, you're creating actions that would be condemnable if it wasn't done just via speech. Like, if you were deliberately harming somebody's ability to produce work, especially if you're making money off it, they're taking money out of your pocket by continuing to say these things over and over again. They're altering your reputation publicly and it's baseless. So this isn't just mean words.
Sure. The thing is, for me, again, I create this crazy distinction. Like, I don't think I look at these people, they're internet trolls, they're little children, and I was a troll, right? There was a point in time, man, when I was like on the SRK forums for the fighting game community, I was a humongous troll. Like, I mean, a lot. I loved it. It was like I got off on it. So for me,
Would you really
I'm
fuck
not.
anybody over though? Would they lose a sponsorship over shit that you would say?
No, but back then there was no sponsorship. It was just random stuff on
Sure.
the internet. You know what I mean? Um, So no, the people weren't getting hurt in that way.
Because being called racist is like one of the easiest ways people lose sponsorships nowadays. They can cost you
Sure.
money.
100%. And I think the thing is though, yeah. So anyway, my point was I was a troll. Me knowing that I was a troll and like understanding like where that energy come from, just kind of wanting attention or just getting off on watching other people suffer. That's a thing. So I understand I distinguish those things from real life again. So it's like I know that those people don't actually exist. Again, I mean, I'm not saying that to try to be funny. I genuinely don't look at them like human beings because I don't think that they're really people. They're just online internet personas. So for me, it's like you don't exist, and if I'm doing something online, then you're gonna want to try to attach yourself to that thing because this is the only place where you have any kind of existence, like or quasi existence. So I don't think it impacts my core because at the end of the day, I just know like, okay, I know what I said. I know what I believe in. And I know that these people aren't people. So I don't have to worry about like any kind of impact or anything.
Well, I guess there's a difference between how you feel about it and then the implications that it's going to have on like the things that you do. And you are right to an extent. I noticed that when I'm in a live chat, I'm like way more trolly. Like I talk a lot of shit. At a certain point, I stopped and was like, Jesus Christ, like I'm getting like way too wild here. I need to be a bit more self-aware. But even at the peak of me being like rude and shitty and trolly enough to where it bothered me, I never would have thought to then look up this person's YouTube videos or like and then talk that kind of shit in their comments. Just saying it in passing when everybody's like a little riled up, that's a whole different thing than sort of like following somebody's career to shit on them.
Yeah, but then okay, think about it this way, right? Like if your whole persona and like everything you're doing is based around this trollness, right? And then you think about okay, like if you don't have anything that you actually want to do, you don't have anything you actually stand for, you're gonna eventually get to a point where you feel like you're gonna eventually I'm making a decision real quick. You're gonna eventually feel like the same way how I wake up in the morning and I decide, okay, like if I'm like doom scrolling right before I like actually want to start my day or something, and I go straight or I go straight to YouTube and I click the home page to see what's there, right?
Yeah.
For me, it's like, okay, I hopefully will find something that's engaging that I want to watch that'll, be important or make me think or whatever the freak, right?
Sure.
For them, their thought process is more along the lines of, my stimulation is my trolling, me leaving a hateful message, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So then they're just doing that. It's not, I don't even think that they're like, oh, I'm really going to research Fanatic and find out whatever. I think it's just the algorithm puts something that I do in front of them and they're just like, oh, good, let me go call this guy a racist. It's not looking to try to stimulate their brain, just looking to try to get off on calling me a racist or whatever. And I get it. I'm not, they're just, they're kids. I look at them like they're kids or, whatever. They're not people. I don't know how to say it.
That makes sense.
They're just not people.
Do you have any concern at all about like Destiny lashing out at you for this?
No, I don't. One, here's the deal for two reasons. One, I don't think that he would lash out at me over this because I'm pretty sure he's aware that by doing so, it would like boost it in the algorithm. And I think what he wants most of all, what he would want is just not to have any, not to have, a boost. I think that's also why he banned me and all those other things because from the very beginning,
that's
I
still
never really got.
You're still banned?
What did? Yeah, of course. But I think from the very beginning, he never actually intended to, like he wanted to ensure that I wasn't getting boost from the beginning. Like, so he wouldn't put my name in the videos. Like there's like one or two exceptions of like probably the 10 interactions that we had where his editor or him, whatever, would never put my name in a video. So if we had a debate, it wouldn't be Fanatic and Destiny, it would be streamer, right? And so I think there was always this intention to like make sure that I did not grow from his platform, which it is what it is. So I think he's aware of those kinds of things and the optics and all that and the boosts. And I think he's going to go out of his way to make sure that doesn't happen.
That makes sense. Speaking of, I'm going to add a link to your video in the description of this.
Okay.
I don't want to forget, so I just did that real quick. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen his video, it's pretty good. Even just from the side of like wanting to understand a bit more about how Destiny debates, I think it's a good video just on that alone. I assume that you don't keep up with the people in this space based on the things that you've said recently. Do you kind of stay away from like Twitch poll content?
For the most part, I've never, ever kept up with drama at all. The only way I'm going to find it is if somebody talks to me about it, like someone personally tells me, like, hey, this is this thing that's going on, and it's like a one-on-one conversation is leading me to it. Aside from that, I can't. I didn't watch Mr. Girl's video about Destiny. I watched one debate from Aristocracy with Anna, but I didn't really keep up with that. I've never been attracted to it. I just don't. There was one piece of drama actually where I did. So there was this guy named Kurt, and he was on Prime Kai's stream, Prime Kai's team rather, and he got canceled by some Twitch poll idiots. And I remember at the time there was this chick, and she was like trying to hate on him and all that. And so I got involved in that one. Because I had like whatever. Either way, so I got involved in that drama, and I remember at the time I knew like, hey, this is drama nonsense. And so I was talking to my friends about it, like, hey, man, I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to get involved with some drama. And so, but I was like, I don't want that to become my persona. I don't want that to become whatever. And so, like that day in church, or I did it for 3 days, and it was actually really good. Like I think I was hitting like 150 viewers, all 3 days when I did the drama. And then that day I got into church, and my pastor randomly, he's just like, yeah, man, a lot of people have this insecurity about like where they're going to, whatever. And so he said, and so what men end up doing is they do really crazy stuff on the internet.
Moment.
You got any duct
Go
tape
ahead.
or anything?
Mm-mm. Sorry. My apologies.
Oh, you're good. And so he said what women end up doing is they start doing like incredibly like sexually provocative stuff on the internet. And he said, and men go do crazy stuff on the internet. But he said, and the real reason for that is because people don't have the security or the belief that God is going to take care of them and he'll provide the needs and so on and so forth. And so when he said that, this is like literally when I'm in the mode of like saying, I'm going to go ahead and just do this drama nonsense and make some money. And so I was like, that's a good point. I do believe in like that God always has my best interest. And I do believe he's provided all the opportunities. I'm a very religious person. Religious is the wrong word, but either way, I just have always believed in like that force, God giving me all of that energy, and providing the opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. So then for me, it was like, you know what, you're 100% right. And so then I never did another drama stream again, literally ever.
That makes sense. I guess the reason why I have concern is it's not. I just want to say it's not a subject that I talk about outside of this context. But Destiny got divorced recently, and his ex-wife talked publicly about some stuff, and then afterwards, he like flipped the fuck out, and I know he got like really aggressive towards her and the guy that she's with. And his reasoning the whole time when he's acting totally schizo is like, you can say whatever you want, you just don't lie about me. Just don't lie about me. She lied to my friends. And so essentially what it amounted to was, I make the narrative. If you don't agree with me, what I said happens, then I can say you're lying, and this will make me look like the victim, and I can justify any kind of bad behavior that I want. This is in my opinion, the most manipulative thing that I've seen. And that makes the idea of bumping up against him a lot scarier to me.
See, I don't think he has any crazy impact in the real world. So I don't think about him like that. Like,
Well, I was close enough with Mr. Girl to talk to him privately about the doxing and stuff, the kind of effects that it had. He was pretty freaked out.
oh yeah. Okay, look. I live in such a way that I have zero skeletons in my closet, like zero. Like people know what city I live in. I've never like hid that. Like I don't feel like I have to hide any of those kinds of things.
My address is because I have dogs and I have a kid, and if my dog gets shot because somebody swats me, I'm finding that motherfucker. I don't care.
Oh,
You can't, like, I just worry about the other people.
sure. That's the only thing that I'm worried about is like doxing, literal doxing. Besides that, become a black man having the feds raid my house is just nonsense. So that's the only concern I have. Aside from doxing, where there's literal like federal police, you can find any information you want about me. Find the jobs that I've worked. You could do anything that I've ever done. I don't care about.
That makes sense.
And I have a personal relationship with all the people that I've worked with, right? Like yeah, so I am who I am in person, like in real life. So then it's like I don't feel threatened. There's nothing you could say or expose like to any person in real life. Be like, Fanatic did this or Lauren, whatever. There's nothing you could ever do that would ever make me feel like, oh, this is going to make people feel some type of way. Like, they won't. I am me, and I'm an extremely like pretty open and trustworthy dude. So it's just I have zero concern for any of that. The only thing that I would ever be afraid of is people doxing. Besides that, I mean, people raiding my house. Aside from that, nigga, you can't touch me. You cannot touch me. I don't live in a way that, you know what I mean? So I've never put a lot of stock into that kind of stuff. I just haven't.
That makes sense to me. I had a small doxing incident, which ended up, it was like the thing that everybody talked about for like 2 weeks. It was crazy. I thought it would be like a week and die out. It was like a 2 week thing, making the Twitch post people arguing if it was doxing or not. They went into, this was Chud Logic's community. They went and they found mine and my wife's girlfriend at the time. They found her Twitter that was like her OnlyFans Twitter, and they put suggestive pictures of her, not nudes, up on the Discord, along with my city and my real name. My wife blocked her TikTok in time, but some of these people, man, they get really wild.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I even said to her, like, I don't really care about any of this stuff about me, but like involving them when they have nothing to do with anything is wild to me. And well, I covered it for 2 weeks. Well, no one else did. Tom said he covered it for 2 weeks. It went on for 2 weeks.
It's gross. See, I couldn't hide that if I wanted to, right? Like, I was in the fighting game community. When you like got top 8'd stuff, they already put your real name. Like they didn't.
That's true.
They didn't say they put Lauren Fanatic, right? So it's there was never a way for me to hide that, right? So people know my name, and so then using those things, you can get to so much information. So again, I never. It wasn't a realistic thing for me to be to focus on. Like, oh man, they're gonna get my information. It's like whatever the frick they want, they can get it. So then there's that. And then again, like I said, I have no skeleton. So it's like I'm not afraid of like, oh man, they're gonna find out or they'll put whatever. Like I just couldn't. There was nothing to be afraid of. I live my life in such a way that I don't think I'm ever afraid of anything to come out. When I was younger, just being raised the way I was, I think the last time I dealt with something like that was, my mother finding out that I had slept with some woman, and I thought that was like such a humongous deal because I my whole world was revolving around making sure my mother had a specific image of me, and never wanting her to be disappointed in me, and et cetera, et cetera. And once that got broken, and it was like she found out, we had a whole conversation. Like, I'm gonna love you regardless. Nothing anyone ever shows me about you or tells me about you is ever gonna like change that. And if you're not living a Christian life, I'm gonna expect you to do unchristian things. I'm not judging you for having sex. Like what? And that broke it. From that point on, I am not afraid of anything. There's literally nothing anyone can ever say about me or that I've done or whatever, where I'm going to be like, oh my God, I don't want, I just don't live my life that way. These people are beneath me. I just don't care.
That's so wholesome.
Yeah.
Your biggest
Yeah.
concern was your mom finding out that you were essentially just having sex outside of marriage, I assume, was the...
Yep. 100%. I think
That's,
that was in 2010. So that was, I was like 28 at the time. It was crazy.
That's
somewhere
that's
around there.
remarkably wholesome. Yeah. Jesus. Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. That's really impressive. I had the guy who's like the Destiny expert when I started covering some of the things on stream where I'm pointing out some of the stuff that he's doing. He asked me, he's like, "Do you have anything that people could dig into? Like if the people found out and they put it publicly, they could hurt you." And I was like, "No." Like, I mean, all the stuff that's like
Feels
people
great.
criticized for me the most were things that I came out and said myself. I volunteered that information. When I was
It was
like,
good, man.
yeah, it's like the worst thing that ever happened to me really was like I was 17 and I was making out with some chick and I tried to put my hand in her pants. She said no, and I pulled my hand back and then like 10, 15 minutes later, it got a little bit heavier. I tried again. She said no. I said okay, and then I left. And for like 2 days at school, she tried saying that I tried to R-word her. And I was like, look,
Oh
I
my
just
God.
tried. She said no. I thought the energy changed. I tried again. She said no. It's no big deal. And I've had a couple people throw some shit at me online, but like, you only know about that because I told you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's probably like the worst thing that I could even imagine. And I know I didn't do nothing. Still felt bad for a really, really long time. Because it's not a good thing to hear about yourself, no matter what. But yeah, there's nothing anybody online can say or me. And like you said, the only thing I'm worried about is cops breaking through the door and shooting my dog. I love my
Right.
dog.
Dude, man, look, there was this thing. I did a big money match against this guy, this liar. And after that money match, man, he tried to say that I didn't pay him. He was like, yeah, I didn't get paid, whatever. And he obviously gotten paid literally immediately after the match. It was just nonsense. He was just being a liar. And the whole community at this point is like, yo, man, Fanatic stole money from this guy. Da, 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 da. It became this whole thing. And at the time I was like feeling really, really, at first I was dismissing it all, right? And it was just like, okay, this is just, online nonsense. These people don't matter. Everything's fine. And then I started realizing, like when I would talk to other people about it, and they'd be like, man, how are you handling this? Are you okay? And it was just, there was all this concern in their voice and in whatever. And so then I started realizing, oh, this must be really, really bad. This is, I shouldn't be normal to this. Cause I literally was just brushing it off my shoulder, like online stuff. And then, I was in a band at the time and one of the people, they came up to me and they were like, man, I don't know how you can handle that. And I was like, handle it. It's just internet stuff. And each time when people are getting concerned, I'm like wondering, like, what are they talking about? And then I finally realized I have been so normalized to this that it's I don't feel that pressure, because to me it was just like, oh yeah, this is just nonsense, right? Said all that to say, when I finally decided, okay, like I'm gonna leave, right? Like that gave me a lot of reason to want to quit. And
sure.
But then I started addressing it, right? Because it was like, oh, this isn't going away. So I'm going to go ahead and explain what exactly happened and so on and so forth. And so I started doing that. As I'm doing that, I'm like getting it from Facebook and stuff, right? Because I think I had like 3,000 friends on Facebook, and I had like at the time around 10,000 followers on Twitter that were still actively engaged, because I was actively in the fighting game community at the time. And so my mother, she messaged me. And she was just like, hey, Lauren, no person that knows you would ever believe that you would steal money from people. You don't have to convince anyone, you don't have to convince anyone who matters that this happened. That this didn't happen. And she said, and some of these people on the internet you'll never convince. And I was like, oh, that's pretty, whatever. And then my brother, because my family's always been very disconnected from my online life.
Sure.
And my brother found out about like what was going on, and he messaged me. And he was like, hey, Lauren, what happened? And so I like explained to him exactly. He was like, okay, I knew that there was an explanation. I knew you would never steal or something. I just wanted to hear what happened, how it even got construed that way. And so those two interactions were the ones that made me say, what the freak am I even defending? Like, why would I care about these random people online? No person that knows me personally would ever even get it in their head that I'm capable of doing something like that. I'm telling you, it was the most liberating thing in the world from those days. That was back in 2014, I want to say, or 2013 or 2014. I'm terrible with time, but
About 10 years ago.
When that happened, for sure, that was like the final liberation towards like, I cannot be bothered by online nonsense. Those people, they're just not human beings. They don't matter. They have no impact. They can't really assault my character. Anyone who knows me knows better. So that even with the racism thing, the first time he said it, I was not bothered even a little bit. I genuinely didn't care. It was like, oh, okay, whatever. Because to me, it was like, oh, well, I mean, that's a really stupid thing to say. But then when it started having more people saying it, and it started being echoed and started whatever, then it's like, oh, this actually has an impact. People actually believe this, and now they're hitting me and it's following me around. That's when I was like, okay, hey, Destiny, we gotta have a conversation. Let's clear this up so you can see what's really good. But prior to that, I didn't think it was even worth addressing. I just thought, okay, it's just a dumb thing that he said, and it shouldn't be that big a deal. I didn't know the morons on the internet would actually lap that up.
No, you said something that validates the perspective that you're presenting of yourself. When you said your brother reached out to you and he said, hey, what's going on with this? There was no accusation. That's like the one thing in my personal life. If anybody ever accuses me of anything, I get so mad. But like, you can ask me. Like, when have I ever lied to you ever? You can just ask. Nobody ever has to accuse me of anything. So that's in real life, that's the easiest way to offend me, is just accuse instead of asking. Because I have a flawless track record of I have actual OCD, and I didn't realize until I was talking to another streamer who has it that I have like if I lie to somebody, I'll have a panic attack about it. It doesn't matter what it's about, and I'll have to go tell them the truth. And I don't handle being lied to. Like I also, if somebody close to me lies to me, I'll have a panic attack too. It messes me up. Honesty is just makes life 20 times easier. That makes you a lot more of a believable. It makes you very believable as an honest character. That when you got reached out to about it, that it was, hey, can you explain this to me? Because that's what I expect that of other people. I assume you would be insulted if somebody accused you instead of asking you.
Yeah.
In real life.
Oh man. Yeah, no, that would bother me to no end. Man, it's just, but again, and I tried even instilling that into my nephews, where I was explaining to them, like, I don't, the freedom you get when you've carried yourself that way, it's the best in the world. Because like there was my brother had some situation, and I remember this woman, she called my mother and she said, I just got off the phone with Lauren and he was really disrespectful and and my mom didn't even ask my side. She was just like, if you would have said that about any of my other siblings, I mean, if you would have said that about any of my other children, I would have believed you. He would not disrespect you, like And so that was the end of the conversation. There was nothing else to say about it. And it's just, I'm telling you, like, the way that all of those things happen at this point, it's just when if someone is accusing me to someone important to me, someone who knows me, they already know better. Or one of my best friends and I, we had a really big, kind of a falling out over an incident. And he went to one of our mutuals and he was explaining it to him. And he said, obviously it's Fanatic. So if he's saying it, he believes it. He's not lying about any of it, but this is my perspective, right? And it's like the fact that he had to approach it, the fact that that was the approach from the beginning. Like, I'm not accusing him of lying. This is how I felt about the situation.
He can be wrong, but there's no way he's lying.
Right. And it's just, I don't have people around me that doubt me in that way. And I feel like
I get that.
It's liberating. It's liberating because it's just, you can't touch me. I don't have skeletons in my closet. I'm good. So I've never been afraid of the internet. I talk about the city I live in. I talk about, what I'm saying, like what I've done. Like it's I just don't have that kind of fear.
I'll talk about
I'm
Detroit
thankful.
sometimes. That's
Yeah.
about it. Yeah, some of the biggest fights I've ever had with my wife is she said, or she read something, or she heard something, and then made assumptions that have come to me. I'm like, no, look, that's insanely disrespectful, and like, I need you to be more loyal than that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know me. You know, if you just ask
100%.
me, I ain't gonna lie to you. What are you doing? Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't handle that. If that was happening
It
consistently,
was a big deal. It's far and few between. Yeah.
yeah,
That
that
is
would blow my mind.
on the internet. I don't give a shit. That everybody's going to assume no matter what. People are gonna believe the last thing they heard. Period.
Yep.
But in real life, yeah, that's
Yeah. You
that's
gotta
how I go
have
crazy.
thicker skin. 100%. 100%. And that's how it should be, though, right? Because like internet is reactive. They don't have like any sort of presumptions. Like, they don't have the history of your character. So it's like all of those things. Yeah, that's why it would be really easy, like, to kind of not dismiss. I mean, but it's easy for them to come to conclusion. They don't know you, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I wasn't offended at Ginger Rameth when she was like, "Hey," da, 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 da. I was like, "Oh, okay." You know, I'm not offended at the question because you don't know me, so you would have no reason to assume one way or the other.
Yes.
The thing that offended me was just the idea that I'm gonna have to defend this dumb thing that is just groundless and ridiculous.
Here we go again.
Yeah, that's offensive.
Yeah. I've also noticed there was a big there's been like a handful of streamers lately that have either admitted to or gotten caught being a fan of Lolicon, and I noticed Vosh's fan. It was a big deal with Vosh. He accidentally leaked his own Lolly folder, and there was a
Which is
smaller
crazy.
streamer that was open about it, and I noticed that the people who were fans of Vosh, no matter what, and he gave really like if he has anybody who gets paid for his online image at all, they quit that day. He gave really bad explanations to try to lie. He's like, if he goes, I thought it was like short stack goblin porn, and I was just like, I seen the picture. I was like, no, you didn't. Nobody thought that. Like, I had to
Yeah.
Google short stack goblin hentai just so I could compare. Nobody thinks this. You're wrong. But Vosh's fans accepted everything that he had to say about it. In the smaller streamer, everybody like, we're going to distance ourselves from you. We don't want to hear anything else you have to say about it. You need to stop talking about it. You're hurting. It was a totally different attitude. So it's people. When people do something that makes people upset in this space, they're going to listen to whoever they like. It's not about who's right or wrong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's that loyalty.
It's the Trump effect.
Yeah, and I'm not like that at all. I've gotten a big reputation, and I think hopefully it's gone down in the past of being like a Mr. Girl dick rider. He can do no wrong, but like, I'm one of the most vocal people calling him out when I think he's fucking up. Just because that's like the streamer that I have the most ties to. Like I said, if I respect somebody, I'm gonna call them out. So it's a lot of people online are very I don't want to say mindless, but they have no real
Yeah, that's the
critical
word.
thinking. They're letting the streamer do all their thinking for them.
I mean, I feel like mindless is the word, though. Like, I mean, I feel like it's accurate.
Maybe.
Being real. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just life. And I think, you know, they develop these parasocial relationships and all that stuff. And so I think it just causes people to feel like they have to just, you know, that's their guy. They got to support him. And I, you know, it's effective. It's effective because, I mean, I feel like Hassan is one of those people. I feel like people would treat him like he can do no wrong. Same way.
I mean, that's sort of just self-evident, right? Like this guy has been so wrong and so provocative when being wrong. Everything, all the mistakes you can possibly make. Somebody sitting up as high as he is, and he just goes up in views. It's crazy.
Mhm.
Well, I guess he's lost some, but like, he ain't feeling that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
crazy.
100% true. So I think that's all the Destiny stuff. But if you don't mind, I just have a couple questions about you and the stuff that you are making, because I'm not as familiar with you as I probably will be over the next couple of days. Because I wrote down a couple of notes, some of the stuff you said that I thought was interesting. But what kind of music do you make?
Oh man, I make every genre of music. So my
Come on, you make death metal?
that's the one. Okay, I don't like screaming. But like my very first album was a retro album, so it was synthwave. But I started out as a classical pianist. Then I branched into R&B, then hip hop, then EDM. But I like every genre of music except for screaming and death metal. But so my first album was like I said, it was the Retro Future album. It's synthwave. Then the next album was like cinematic style album with like easy listening tracks and like cinematic tracks. Then the next album was a piano based, I guess contemporary, has some blues, some jazz, and some other stuff in there. And then the next album I'm going to be doing is probably a pop album. And then so I just do everything. I just make any kind of music. If I hear it and I like it, it's like, oh, I'm going to do that, and then I'll do it.
Oh, I just put, you got 5 albums on Spotify?
So was that?
You have 5 albums on Spotify?
Is it 5?
Let's see.
Sure. Holy smokes. Yes, I do have 5. I would have thought 3. Well, because I have 3 albums and then 2 EPs.
I was going to say, I was just looking at it. It looks like a couple of them are EPs.
Yeah. So 3 long play albums and 2 EPs.
Has he made an electronic album? Well, he said EDM.
Well, yeah, synthwave is electronic, and then there's very, very strong EDM influences also in the second album. I think the number 1 song on that album is a song called Muse, which is like a chill step, which is like an EDM genre. Yeah, so there's a decent amount of EDM.
There it is.
Yeah, and I have some house music too. I need to release more of my music. My problem is just not releasing. It's just
just like it's not ready.
Yeah, it's not even just that. It's just I don't know. I don't know what the psychological reason is. But I have music, and then when I did the 3 albums that I did, and I think I did that over 1 year, some of those songs on that album were songs that I had done in 2010. And I did the album, I want to say, in 2020. So it's like, in 2020, I finally decided I'm going to release an album, and 3 of the 10 songs were at least 8 years old. So it's like, I have, and then even with the third album, like my ex-fiance, she was just like, hey, why don't you, like, when are you going to release another thing? And I was like, I don't know, just whenever. She's like, okay, well, do you have stuff for another one? And I was like, yeah. It's like, it's all together. And she's like, so why aren't you releasing it? And I'm like, I don't know. But by the time we were done with the conversation, we were on the phone for about an hour and a half. And I was like, okay, it'll be released. It already has its release date, and it's ready to go. And so it was just her asking me to do it, or asking me about it. I was like, okay, fine, I'll just go ahead and do it. So it's not, I have probably over 100 songs on my computer that I can just compile into albums, because I just do different genres depending on how I'm feeling in that moment.
It seems like you probably should. I just want to clarify.
I'll probably get around to it.
I don't know if I know what synthwave is. I think of like Carpenter Brut when I hear synthwave.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh, Carpenter Brut's legit. I like that.
Absolutely.
I know a lot of people with that style. Is that what are you bringing shit like that?
Yep, that's what synthwave is.
I'm gonna check that out then.
Yeah, check out Retro Future. I think it's a pretty fantastic album, if I say so myself.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm gonna listen to it. If I like it, I'll do a video about it.
Okay.
I do a little bit of that. I do some content about music. I'm starting to do a music share nights again. I had a React stream before, but it just turned into everybody sending me music. Nobody wanted to send me clips of nothing or anything like that, so I was just getting everybody's music. So I sort of dabbled in some of the music content a little bit, but I can't play. I'm trying to learn how to play guitar. It's hard. Play a little bit of
Yeah.
piano.
Guitar is way harder than piano. I don't know. Maybe that's
piano
just 'cause
is-
that's what I got first.
I taught myself with a book when I was like 7 or 8 at my grandma's house. She had a book that showed you which fingers were for the keys and how to read the music. And so over a couple of years, I learned a fair amount of piano. But yeah, guitar is way, way harder.
Yeah.
Um,
Man, I love it. I ain't gonna lie. You know what?
Oh, somebody in my chat said they made a ton of music, but they didn't make the albums until like decades after because it was all personal, and it was I think the sentiment is it can be hard to release things that are personal like that.
Yeah, that too. In the beginning, man, I couldn't do it because I just didn't. I think it was a lack of confidence. I wasn't ready to like have people critique. When I was like much younger. So like this is maybe in the 2009, 2008 era. I was so like nervous about people critiquing it because I was like so sensitive. And then eventually, I got to a point where like I like my music a lot. And because I play by ear, and so it's not I'm not composing based off of the rules or whatever, because I was self-taught. So I'm not composing based off of like what other people are telling me this is how you should be doing and so on and so forth. I just do what I want to do. And I think basically I put the music out that I make songs that I like, that I want to hear, that have all the nuances and details in them that are really special to me as like a super duper music lover. So then it was like, now I don't care. You could tell me you hate my music. It won't affect me. I'm just doing what I want to do.
That makes sense. I'm in the process. I'm making my first song ever for a video that I'm doing, and it's hard, man. It's very, very hard to make music.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but it wasn't for me. I was legitimately born with a gift, and so it was always natural to me.
I have a hard time with the
composing music
software.
at like 4. Okay, that's
So, like,
a whole different
making
beast,
music in my
man.
head. The song in my head would be great if I could get it onto the computer. Like that part seems easy to me. I've tried like Ableton. I even tried the like shitty little
FL
one
Studio.
Spotify lets you use. I've
FL Studio.
tried that. It's just everything seems so unintuitive. Whenever I try to watch a video,
FL Studio is the most intuitive program of all time.
FL Studio.
It is so insanely. It is literally the most intuitive DAW that exists.
Oh, I do have it on here. I don't know if it's installed. I'll have to recheck it out because it's been
That's the one.
very intimidating trying to make a beat down, get the beat down for it all, and then tweak it up. I think I had like 2 30-second things that I thought were good. That's it.
Bro, I'm telling you, like, yeah, all I can tell you is just FL Studio is it, bro. It is the truth. It's so good. It has it's the most straightforward. I mean, there's obviously nuances to learn. I was composing on it, and then a friend came over and was like, "Hey, here's how you do this, and here's how you do this, and here's how you do this," and it was like, "Oh, music just went to the next level." Then from that point on, once I had that foundation, it was just a matter of anytime I wanted a specific effect, I would just Google blank effect FL Studio, and then a YouTube video would come up that explains that specific effect and how you do it, and it'd be like every single song was just me learning a new step. I guess I was always trying to think of, okay, what could I do, something that I haven't done before, and each time it'd be some new effect, and I would just keep doing that.
That makes sense. Oh, by the way, Froggy Style, thank you very much for gifting a membership. That's cool that you got it, Emery. You've been missed on a lot of the gifts.
Nice.
I guess I'll have to return to that because it's I feel quite intimidated. But if that's as good as it gets, it's not, you're basically describing the way I learned how to use Adobe, which isn't too bad.
Yep.
It seems super overwhelming at first, which is for how much money they charge you every month. It's incredibly unintuitive, Adobe.
Oh, sure. I'd be pirating. I ain't gonna lie. So, if I was paying for stuff, it would be crazy because FL Studio is nuts. And then I think,
yeah, my version's pirated.
Yeah, bro, ain't no way. Ain't no way. The stuff that they charge just for the instruments is crazy. Ain't no way. Yeah, it's got to be. But now people got free ones too. But I mean,
Yeah, I tried the Spotify one. I even paid the $10 or whatever to check out the features. It just feels pretty limited in scope. Can you download? Can you get pirated packs for plugins and stuff too for FL?
Oh yeah, literally every piece of it does not have to be paid for.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah, they've cracked everything. I think things be on the internet for about 30 minutes before they're cracked. I legitimately, it's crazy. People are too good nowadays. I feel like they just know.
I agree. If it's not, I actually had to pay out of pocket for Helldivers because it's only online.
Oh yeah, then those can't be cracked.
Yeah. I was a little bit bummed out. I'm spoiled like that.
Yeah, yeah. But see, I wasn't pirating games for a minute, and then I played this game, something in the Will of the Wisps. I can't remember the proper name of the first thing, but it was like so and so in the Will of the Wisps, and it was like an amazing game. It's a Metroidvania game.
Was it Ori?
Amazing. Ori in the Will of the Wisps. Bro, it is an amazing game. 100% worth the money. But so I paid full price for this game, and it turns out it's one of my favorite games I've played. It was great. I love Metroidvania games, so I'm already biased to it anyway. Sure. But after I'm playing the game for about, I want to say, 2 days, the game goes on sale. Oh. And so I go to the Steam people, and I'm like, hey, I just bought this game, and it's on sale now. I want it. And they're just like, no, we can't refund it because it's not on sale. And I'm like, because you've passed the hours. You're only allowed to play a game for 2 hours.
2 hours.
I don't know, whatever the time was. And I'm like, I think they said it's 2 hours, and then there's or alternatively 1 week.
Yeah.
I want to say, or something like that. And I'm like, okay, look, I'm playing the game. Sure, I'm, but clearly, I just bought this. And they're just like, yeah, I know, but it's past the limit, so we can't refund it, and we can't give you this retroactive sale.
Sure.
And I'm like, so you're telling me right now that the game that I paid full price for, that went on sale 2 days later, that you're just not going to do anything about it? I'm like, okay, I'm not buying another game from y'all. I'm just going to pirate literally everything. And I was like, okay. And I had bought 3 games recently because I had finally gotten to the point where I want to play new games and not just do League and fighting games and whatever. So I was like, I'm going to play solo player games and stuff. From that point on, I just started pirating everything. All right, y'all got it.
That's fair.
You got me for that $20, and now you're going to got for $150. I mean, I don't know. It probably would have been better just to refund that freaking game. But, do what you do.
That's funny. I bought and beat Alex Jones put out his own video game. I bought and I beat it in I think an hour and 10 minutes, and then I refunded it on Steam afterwards. After streaming the whole game.
Let me get that.
It's Alex Jones, the New World something New World Order. And halfway through the game, it's actually it's super easy, but the game's really funny, and it's like a parody of him. So I was like, who made this? I was like, oh, Alex Jones actually owns this. He paid to have this made. I thought that was really funny.
A parody of himself?
Yeah, it's like if it would be like if a troll made an Alex Jones video game, but he's the one that made it. So he's like Adam Westing, basically.
Yeah. Which is crazy.
Yeah, Alex Jones, New World Order Wars, NWO Wars. Yeah, it was on sale. So I think I got it for $14, but I got my $14 right back.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
I was very proud of that. And the fact that I got to stream it too was really, really good.
Yeah. So yeah, you got max cap, huh?
Yeah. And all the reviews are really good because it's impressively funny. There's one of the lines that he says all the time is they're turning the freaking frogs gay. He says it all the time in the game. So he's just memeing on himself. But you say what you want about him. This man knows how to make money, okay?
Yes, man. Yes, he
does. He spent 10 years making people paranoid as shit and started selling them survival gear.
That's crazy. That's facts. I watched a bit of Alex Jones in 2007 or 2007 going to 2008. No, it was 2008.
I was diehard for a couple years.
Jeez, man, he gets us all, huh? Bro, I should be a huge Ben Shapiro fan too. And
I
Steven Crowder. They
I
got
haven't
me.
watched much of either of the. I've seen a couple Ben Shapiro things here and there, but the thing that I liked and I still do like about Alex Jones is a lot of the stuff. If he says like it's a fact, you can look up like you really can look all that shit up. It's just that he hypes things up and makes them sound a lot crazier than they really are.
Yeah.
I just
It's
think
embarrassing.
that
I have a tweet online where I think I was just asking, hey, is there like a Ben Shapiro of the left? Like, 'cause I used to lean a lot more conservative. So I thought that these things were just on point. So I was like, I need someone like arguing like from the left side, like the way Ben Shapiro does, or whatever. So that was my thing, and at the time they really couldn't find one. No one was able to give me one. But anyway, I used to be a fan. Eventually, I saw through it, and it was like, oh, okay, these guys are trash. But I used to be. They had me. They had me for a minute.
I don't
Not
think
ashamed to say it.
I didn't really get into anybody else. I just more I still to this day I still really like conspiracy theories. Find a lot of them interesting, but so that's where Alex Jones got me. But he lost me. He went on Piers Morgan and made fun of his accent. And I was like, dude, you have like several million people that watch you and tell people about you, and you finally got on a big stage and you made an ass of yourself. You made an ass out of all those people that tell people the conspiracy theories you're feeding them and saying like, I'm not crazy, you can look it up and all this stuff. And then he did that. I was like, all right, you're not serious. You're grifter.
Yep. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, he blew it for me, man. I even called into his show before.
Really?
Yeah.
You had a conversation with him?
No, the one day I got through, I was roofing like 110 degrees outside, and I got through, hopped off the roof, and he had somebody subbing in for him that day. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. It was like
That's
the
why
only
you got
time I've
through, because
ever.
nobody was calling.
It was the only time I've ever seen somebody else host the show in his stead. That's like a dream interview for me. Oh my god, I wish I could talk to Alex Jones. And I'd ask him, what the fuck why did you do that on Piers Morgan? Why'd you have to act like an asshole? Because I tell you what, being an Alex Jones fan is fun. If you're not the kind of person that's gonna raise your blood pressure by listening to him, it was fun. It was very fun. So I said I can't do it no more. But those were fun times to be listening to the basically just the radio. You didn't need to have no video or nothing.
Yep. You ever heard of a guy named Tom? No, not Tom Likas. Fake. Come on. I think it's Phil Hendries. You ever heard of Phil Hendries?
I'm looking him up. I'm super bad with names. Let me see.
Me too. Yeah, Phil Hendry.
Oh, he looks
that
familiar.
guy. That guy is a best radio host ever. He had the best show ever. It was so troll. Oh my gosh.
Wait, is that the title? Is the title of the show? Oh, okay, it's the Phil Hendry Show. The tagline is "The truth is our bitch," that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, nah.
That's pretty good.
His whole thing was he would it was outrage. It was just outrage porn basically. Like
okay.
He'd come up with some crazy point, being like, "Yo, I think this is corrupt," or "I think this is awful," and then people would call in pissed. And so like people would call in pissed, and rightfully so, because he's saying something incredibly provocative. And so yeah, he kept doing that, and then afterwards, then he eventually evolved to like saying things that were then he would start doing the voices, because it wasn't just him. He'd have a guest on, and the guest speaker would be saying things that are whatever, and he would be pushing back like, come on now, that's inappropriate, or whatever, and he would be doing that. And then after he would continue doing that, then they would then he would like eventually call in and be the guest as well. Like so he was doing the voice of the person who was the whatever, and then he would do the voice of the call-in. So before long, he's having a 3-way conversation between 3 people, but changing his voice, and the entire time he's just saying stuff that's just going to obviously piss people off. Like, I think wheelchair ramps are unacceptable, and they traumatize children, stuff like that. And it was just, yeah,
That
he
sounds-
was just, yeah, it was nonsense.
Sounds a lot like, except for the calling in part, sounds like the Jesse Lee Peterson show a bit.
Yeah, almost. I mean, there's got to be some insane overlap.
Yeah, yeah. You talked to, do you think he really believes all the stuff that he says?
Of course not. He's grifting for sure.
You think he's got to be smarter than that, right?
Mm-hmm. So, man, when I was on the Jesse Lee Peterson show, like you notice that, like, you can look on his channel. He just has compilations of people like getting pissed and like storming off the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's got to be the goal.
That is literally his intention. So for me, I was like, okay, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to let him get me to that point. Since I know that that's your intention, I'm not going to let you win. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to be really, really calm, and I'm going to go on the show and everything will be good. And so he was, doing his normal bits where he would just be like saying as things in the worst way possible to try to get a reaction out of me. And I just wouldn't give it to him. And I feel like because I was calm and rationally like answering all of the stuff that he was saying, I feel like he was just trying harder and harder to push more and more buttons and getting more and more beside himself and saying the most utterly ridiculous things. It was just, to me, it made it painfully obvious. Like, nigga, you are clearly grifting. And then when, I brought him onto my show to interview him, and he's like, starts saying stupid stuff like, women aren't supposed to orgasm, a woman orgasm,
Yeah.
a woman trying to be a man, and all that kind of nonsense, right?
Yeah.
So like,
yeah,
as he's saying it, he brought people with him to the show. And those people are like, they're his friends. And as he's saying the nonsense, they're laughing right along with him. Like, they're laughing because they know what he's saying is absurd. And it's like, so it's like, okay, no, you're clearly like, this is just a meme.
That makes me feel better.
No, it makes me feel, well, I can understand that. It makes me feel worse because it's like, bro, then you know the harm that you're doing. You know you know what's happening, and you're just fine doing it. I can't respect that.
Yeah, that part is bad, but I'm afraid of Jesse Lee Peterson that's totally genuine walking around out there being a real person. If somebody believed all that stuff, that would be, I just can't wrap my head around it. So I just feel like that just makes him a little more real, and that soothes the brain tumor that I have from having listened to him as much as I have. My wife loves Jesse Lee Peterson.
Wait, why?
Because he says such silly stuff. He cracks her up. She didn't take him serious.
Yeah.
There's a clip of some woman saying that she's like, if I was your sister, Jesse, I love you, but I'd slap the shit out of you. My wife lost it.
See, for me, okay, a large part of my underlying belief was that the reason why the world is the way it is and some of the things are as terrible as they are is specifically because people are uninformed.
Sure.
Like, so for me, the biggest thing is we need that information. So what made me want to get into these spaces is because I felt like, people just don't know. So I watched the Jesse Lee Peterson interview with this woman, and I feel like she did a bad job answering the question of what is systemic oppression. It became a really big video. And so I thought, I'm really good on my toes, and I'm really good at answering questions, and I'm really good at understanding and comprehension. So I believe that if I was given that opportunity, that I would do a better job. I could do the best job. And so I wanted to get into politics from one of his videos and like start having these discussions because I am particularly rhetorically efficient, I think, or proficient. And so that was like, okay, this is what I want to do. Well, when, suddenly I finally get into that space and I'm doing those conversations and stuff. And of course, I feel like I killed it. My first time with Jesse Lee Peterson went as perfectly as I could have wanted it to go. I just felt like I was whipping my dick out. So I was so excited. And I realized okay, I'm starting to have my whole belief shattered, because whereas at one point I thought all we need is just people to be in contact or to hear the truth, and then they'll like come to a better understanding. And now I'm at a point where I'm starting to doubt that very much, because it's like I see how much is being done to make sure that the truth doesn't get out there. And the people in positions of influence and things like that are intentionally distorting the truth and things like that, so that we're not getting the truth out there that we need. And so that to me is the biggest disappointment, because it feels like the world will never get to the better place because of like distorted, like history distorted everything. Like, you know, about the daughters of the Confederacy intentionally distorting history, intentionally lying about history in order to push a narrative to cause people to feel a certain way. And so it's like, okay, that's not them not knowing, that's bad actors.
Yeah.
So my whole idea about, hey, if people come to the truth and they'll like do better, it's like, no, because these people know the truth and they're intentionally misrepresenting the truth so that they can get whatever wins that it is that they want. So it's just disappointing.
I guess I hate to say it, because I generally think that most people can be, contrary to the popular belief, I think that most people can change their mind and do. But I think I have a really hard time thinking of like an avid Jesse Lee Peterson watcher who buys into all of it as being able to be swayed. Because like I said, my wife likes it because it's silly. To her, it's like it's like she would approach the same way she approach any other comedy, because it's just silly stuff that like you could never possibly accept as reality.
But a lot of people do. But then you don't understand like the extent. Well, I was.
No,
raised
I'm
in
saying
a
I
cult.
just don't think that they could have their minds changed. People that avidly watch him.
I was raised in a cult.
A real one?
My mind was, yes, my mind was entirely formed around that belief system. My entire belief system was entirely wrapped around that, which that's why it was such a big deal for my mother to find out that I was like sexually active, because it was like a particularly conservative Christian like nonsense that I was raised in.
Sure. It
took forever. It wasn't until 14 was the very first time where I was like, no, I was later than that. Like 2016, I'm going to say, is the first time where I was like, okay, that was a cult. Despite having people around me saying it all my life, and say, oh, they just don't know. They don't know the truth. They don't know whatever. So I know if my mind eventually could be changed off of that, I know people's minds can be changed. It requires you being able to actually get into the in front of real information at the right time too, because it's not.
Yeah, you'd have to want to.
I don't even think it's a matter of wanting. It's the technical. Like, someone came to me one time inside of the cult, what came to all of us while we were there, and was literally screaming at the top of her lungs to us, "Hey, this is a cult. You got to get out of this. This is a cult." And instead of me being able to accept and hear, like, dang, man, like, okay, well, this is problematic, my thought was, wow, she's lost. Satan got to her. So it's so easy to get wrapped up into like that belief system and to not know any better. Like I was born at the pastor of the sect that I was in. I was born at their house. We didn't even go to hospitals. Like, you know, like I never had medicine. Like, it was just, that was my entire way of thinking. If I was able to shift from being fully bought into some nonsense, if I'm able to become, I'm still very Christian, but just not to that degree, and not believing the way that they did. If I'm able to shift, I see no reason why other people can't shift. The problem is, you know, it's a confluence of circumstances. But the idea that this guy is going to continue to perpetuate that nonsense, and that, you know, it's just, oh, these people can't be helped, I just don't believe that. I don't at all. I believe the same way. I mean, you've seen so many people shift their viewpoint radically, or like from different ways, right? Like that happens.
What if you don't mind me asking? Was it Christian Scientists or Jehovah's Witnesses that you were in?
No, it was a non-denominational. If you search, I think it's called Church of God. What's the easiest one? It's Church of God. Is it Restoration? I believe is the one that's like the offshoot of us, with Danny Lane. I think it's called Church of God Restoration. I don't know why I'm drawing the blank right now. This is nuts.
Daniel
Yes,
Lane?
restoration for sure. Yeah, with Daniel. Well, did Daniel Lane? We call him Danny.
sorry.
But either way,
Religion's
yeah,
one of
but
my favorite subjects.
Yeah, that is an offshoot of us, and it's very obvious the occult. But you just don't. Again, when you're in it, you don't know any better. Why would? How would you know?
Oh,
You
if I put a space after it, the first thing that pops up is cult.
Yeah, it's very obvious, but it's not when you've lived in it. Because
None of them are.
yeah, but so then if that thing can get us, and we can believe what we believe, then why can't they the other people? If we were able to break free from that eventually and get to a better understanding, why would I think that people just couldn't have a better understanding about some of the ridiculous Republican talking points?
I understand. And I guess the way I said it, I understand that when I say that, it is I'm being a little hyperbolic. I don't mean the fact that zero of them, but I would say that a lot of these things, I would say things like that are like factually incorrect conservative ideas. I would say a lot of it is more than it is like a religion in that it's so ingrained in not just like a cult. It's not just the ideas, but it's also your friends, your family. Everything's so tied and integrated into it in your identity that it's when people most of the time when somebody gets forced to face cognitive dissonance, they lash out and they fight back so hard.
Yeah, you're describing my life, right? You think my family and my friends and all those people weren't that those were your friends, that you didn't have friends outside of the cult.
Yeah,
everybody else was going to hell. So it's the same exact thing, and
Correct.
we were able to do it. So then, like, I don't understand why that would be different for them.
Well,
your
I would
family
say
and your friends will all tell you that
No,
you're going
that's
to
what
hell
I'm
and
saying.
you're lost and deceived, et cetera, et cetera. It's the same exact concept.
How many other people made it out of the cult?
Almost my entire family.
Oh,
it's dying
that's
now.
good.
They're down. They're down to like 8 members. There was a point in time in my childhood where we would go, and it would be literally, I'm not kidding you. There was standing room only. We would go to the dining hall because there's a big old compound in Pacoima. We would go to the dining hall and go grab all the chairs, all the benches from the dining hall to bring them in so that people could stand up in the service because there weren't enough seats. And I think it sat like 255 people, and there weren't enough seats. And so we're standing up on top of all of that. So then they bring all those extra seats. And then on top of that, there were people still standing. It was just literally completely packed with nothing but whatever. And then now, I'm not kidding, there have been those same exact meetings because they have them at the same, they call a meeting the revivals. But either way, they have the same exact meetings at the exact same time of year. And now they have 5 people there. A lot of people left it. And it just takes a few falling away, and it takes a few people coming to knowledge and understanding. It takes people getting educated. That was a big divider when there was a big split in 2009 over the idea that the black people were educated, and because the main headquarters was back east, and they were saying that the black people got educated by going to college, and then that was influencing us on some nonsense because the majority of black pastors actually had degrees, whereas the white ones, they didn't. And there was a big old divide. And so it's like, yeah, you get educated and you start to finally see the rest of the world. You start living in the actual world, right? I mean, hell, information travels too far. Now we have cell phones. There was a point in time where we literally weren't allowed to have TVs. So I grew up without a television, right? So where were you going to get your information? Everything you knew and understood was from that place. Some of them were homeschooled. I was homeschooled for some of it, right? So you're literally in a bubble. Get exposed to the outer world, and then you're gonna break that. But we have algorithms that prevent people from getting into the outer world, right? We have then of course you got the intentional liars and grifters who are doing whatever they can for the bag, right? So then there a lot of times we're not actually exposed to the outside. We're not exposed to the other side. We're not exposed to the truth. I'm just a person that I'm always going to seek the other side no matter what because of my history. So when I hear a story or a narrative, it's like, okay, I hear it. It sounds believable. What's the other side? So at the time, even though I had fully bought into Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, my first question is, give me someone who argues from the left. because all this sounds good to me. Everything that they're saying sounds right. I need to hear the other side, and then it'll be obvious to me if it's wrong. But maybe there's another side to it that's actually accurate, and I don't know because I'm only hearing one side. That was my mentality, which is what made me shift and start finding out, okay, let me hear other progressive ideas and so on and so forth. And then that's literally what changed my entire worldview. It was just exposure to more information. Learning, being educated, getting information, you can't help but see, well, then this logically means that the other conclusion is wrong. I needed that. They need that. The problem is 9 times out of 10, they're not going to get that. And that's where the problem is.
I guess see, I have a very similar mindset. I'm a big germaphobe, and when COVID happened, I trained my Google algorithm to give me like anti-vaccine, like COVID is a hoax articles as well, because I wanted to see what both sides were saying the whole time, and I wanted to understand why people didn't believe what science was saying, what when things would get updated, why people would reject it. And it seems like I've had a very hard time reaching out to people that have their minds made up without seemingly without critically engaging with available information. It seems like when I present it, it's so I what do they call that? I'll epistemologically run down somebody's ideas with them, and when they get to the point where the logic center of your brain goes, "Oh, we're wrong somewhere," instead they just tend to get angry and freak out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that does happen pretty often. A lot of times, I think all you
Yeah.
can do is like plant a seed, and it depends on like what their motivation is and so on and so forth. But I mean, I've had the experience of like radically changing people's opinions on things in short amounts of time. I think there's a specific approach, and I think I am particularly skilled at it. Particularly skilled at it. And so on my YouTube channel, when it's like, hey, I'm going into all the groypers and sitting there with 7 groypers all arguing anti-Semitic stuff, anti-black stuff, so on and so forth. And when I can get them all to agree with me on reparations, it's like, dang, man, you got to be kind of skilled at that. And I did. When it's like, okay, you got abject racists, and it's like, okay, and then you're over time over a conversation, over a course of an hour, get them to completely concede, like, okay, systemic oppression is real, right? Jesse Lee Peterson, when I can make Jesse Lee Peterson say, okay, yeah, that's wrong, talking about civil rights and how that was implemented, and getting him to say, yeah, something should be done about that. When I bring up the idea of reparations for the Civil Rights Act, if I can do those kinds of things, it's doable. You just need to be able to actually have conversation with people who are good actors, because there's some people who realize my bag, my check is tied to me believing what I believe. Nothing you say will ever convince them. It's not that you didn't convince them. It's that I have to maintain this lie because I'm making my money, aka a grifter, right? Those people aren't going to shift, but anyone else, you can get them all to concede on almost everything. I mean, there can be certain times. For example, I remember having a conversation with this guy named Jaxel. That was like, I think, the very first debate I uploaded to my YouTube channel. And that guy, I would like make him concede points, and we would go down the line, and then he would just like walk it back later on. Like, no, you already conceded to this. But his motivation, it wasn't that he would just wanted to maintain a lie per se. I would say that it was more so his dad had those beliefs. His dad like literally intentionally funneled all those beliefs into him, and that was part of his connection with his dad. And then his dad died like shortly after that. So then for him, clinging on to those ideas was clinging on to his father. It didn't matter how right or how much he realized he was wrong. He had to maintain that. And for him, I get it. Like, there was not going to be any winning. But for most people that don't have some sort of attachment that's behind there, that's going to force them to accept it, that I think you can change them.
Yeah. I think that the way that you're thinking about it is probably a better way to think about it. I do run into that though, where I will talk to somebody, they'll agree, and then the same issue will come up in a part of the further argument, and I'll see that they have reverted back to a point that they've already conceded. I think maybe it's just difficult for people. There's some ideas like religion. I think that when people change religion, I think that a lot of other stuff has to go out the door with it. Like if you've raised that God is the reason for literally every single thing ever, if you just remove that, everything else has to be built from the ground up.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tough.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah. I mean,
I know
it
you're
depends on
not
what
saying
you're
it's
arguing.
easy.
Yeah. I would say it depends on what you're arguing, because like, man, yeah, some things are like pretty simple, and like certain things you don't have to worry about any crazy like underpinning stuff, right? For example, when I'm talking about reparations, I have yet to really run into people who have who have been able to walk away from it and be like, "Nah, reparations are still a bad idea." Right? It almost never, they never can, because you just have to have a solid enough argument. But you don't have to. The easiest way to prevent that is to minimize, right? So it's like, I'm not gonna argue with you about reparations, about slavery. I'll never. Well, I can't say I'll never, but I don't do that. And the reason why I don't do that is because it's like, I get there's so much more arms that, I mean, so many defenses you have for it. But if I can argue about something like the GI Bill, it's like, okay, so then at least we can get to the point where you're like, okay, no, reparations can and should happen. It's like, okay, good. Now let's go ahead and try to go a little bit further. Let's talk about redlining and how it's impacting folks today, right? Then it's like, okay, now that we got past that, it's like, okay, so now at this point, you're already conditioned to understand that the government should redress its problems. If I wanted to go back to slavery, now we're gonna have to argue about the impact and how, of course, slavery would, whatever, yada, 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 yada. But you've already passed the point now where you're willing to admit that reparations should happen. It's an easier sell, like, than just the idea of you already have this complete resistance to reparations as a whole, and I'm trying to convince you of that with something as nebulous, and I don't think it's particularly nebulous, but as nebulous as slavery, when I can look at something that's even whatever. So it's just it's a matter of how you approach debates, and I think most people are particularly bad about it. Most people are not particularly well spoken. Most people are not particularly well informed, and so I think all of those things. I think those three things, being good at debating, being well informed, and being articulate, are what you need, all three of them. And so then finding people that are all three is so rare. So 9 times out of 10, these debates don't actually amount to anything. A debate with me, I feel like 9 times out of 10, someone has to come to to the conclusion that I want them to. Otherwise, I suck at myself here, but I'm saying I'm really good at what I do. I'm really, really good debater.
The last debate I had, I know that I was correct, but I didn't realize that the other person was sort of speaking past me and talking shit, I guess, more or less. So while I won every single factual argument there, I didn't realize they were making like kind of like sneaky moral claims. I think that if I would add one other piece to that, because it's something I wasn't really aware of, is being aware of the other person's subtext is probably pretty important. At the very least in these spaces.
Yeah, I feel
People
like
are
that still comes
sneaky.
down to the well-spoken part, right? Though, because if they're sliding in subtext, that's like communication. So you have to be paying attention to the words that are coming out of their mouth, which I think is part of the whole well-spoken thing.
I think I'm a little naive. I'm very, very charitable with people. I got to work on that.
Ooh, I think I'm charitable, but you know what? I'm hyper charitable, and then I'm hyper charitable, then hyper responsive though. Like, I will give you back the energy that you give me, for sure, without a doubt. I'm gonna do it. There are specific exceptions. If I have a specific goal that requires me to have a very specific energy, so then I'm not allowed to respond to your energy. I just have to maintain my energy staunchly. Then I'm going to do that. But aside from that, I'm responsive. You start taking digs, and it's like, okay, nigga, it's coming. But I don't start out there. I think I start out every single conversation chill and ready to have a regular conversation.
Do you still do debates?
Occasionally. I'm trying to think. Yeah, every now and then. I just haven't really been motivated to do a lot of like there's most people, once they debate you and you embarrass them, then they don't want to debate you again. Like, I debated that Tommy Sotomayor guy, embarrassed him. It was awful. And I got a bunch of comments from people that were just like, I've never seen him lose a debate before until you. Like, right? But then, of course, I get all of his fans that are just like, oh, you took an L here. Look at you. That's why you blocked him. And it's like, oh, I didn't block him. He blocked me. and then they just don't respond. Or my favorite is, hey, name a single point that he made that he beat me on. Name a single point that I wasn't able to defend, right? Or they'll say, you walked back all your positions. Name a single position I walked back. And of course, they never can engage beyond that because this is just the playbook, right? But that was like, I thought that was a particularly good debate. And I think it was a hard loss for him, and from a person who doesn't normally lose debates because most people don't have those three things, as I said. Then you got like LFR family. I debated that dude. It was bad. It was bad. I think that dude has never spoken to me since. And I find that like almost all those people, even like the Jesse Lee Peterson thing, I went on that dude's show. It was. I think I was gross. And Alicia, another perfect person, completely obliterated her in that debate. She messaged me on Instagram afterwards, like, "Yo, you should stay away from Steven. I don't trust that guy." And I was like, "Okay, for sure." But you and I were supposed to have a follow-up conversation because the first conversation we had was rushed, and she had the excuse that she had debated people before me, and then she had Destiny in the background, intentionally strawmanning and intentionally throwing in his grenades and all that. She never wanted that debate again because she got embarrassed the first time. It was awful, and I think almost all the Republican people. Another guy. I think his name is, if I see it, he's always streaming. He's a kind of older white guy. He's a lawyer. What's his name? He's probably live. I'm looking. Not old, but
Wait,
I don't know.
you're not talking about Mike from PA, are you?
No,
He wasn't a real lawyer.
He's about. Oh no, I didn't know.
Oh.
This guy, he has about 20. 20. He averaged about 20 views or something.
Is Bastiat a lawyer? Maybe he just dresses nice.
No, it's
I don't
not
know.
Bastiat. Either way, but whoever that dude is.
Was it Lactoid? Somebody said Lactoid. I know Lactoid's.
No.
Oh, is he Canadian?
No, I don't think he's Canadian.
Oh.
LFR family is live right now. If I was to hop in his chat, he would not be about it. Maybe I unfollowed
Rakita?
him.
Somebody in my chat said Rakita.
No. Dang. I'm so terrible. Hold on. If I type, I know how to find it. Because it's under the name Mr. Fanatic. And I debated him, and he uploaded it to his YouTube. And everyone in the comment section of his channel is just like, "Hey, this is embarrassing." Like they and he never wanted to debate me again. I can't think of his name though. But if I type Mr. Fanatic debate, because it's not under Fanatic.
I think I actually might know the guy. He has like 2 names. If it's who I'm thinking of, because he has like gray hair, but he's not that old.
Yeah.
Is it like something in Slash? I can't think of his name.
I don't think so.
Oh,
no.
Franklin in Slash? Sash?
No. Oh, here it is. Lecture fan, LCTR fan.
Oh.
Yeah, that guy. Like, so that debate obliterated. Nigga never wanted to debate me again, and I didn't yell at him. I was chill, but he just got embarrassed. And I'm telling you, almost all of them, that's what happens. After they get embarrassed like that, they do not want to debate again. So it's hard.
Well, if you ever debate me and I lose, I wouldn't run from a future. Well, I don't know. I think that's just motivation.
It might be for you. It don't work like that for other folks.
Yeah. Well, I'm somebody that's very hard. I'm very hard to convince me that I'm wrong. But if you do convince me I'm wrong, I'm grateful. I might be stubborn. I think I'm right. Right? If I'm saying I think I'm right,
then you're not eating based off of what you're doing though, right? Like that's not like it's not a big portion of your income. You know what I mean? If that was the case, then it's like, yeah, now at this point I can't afford to lose. I never made Twitch my income. And so then it's like I can say what I want, I can believe what I want. I'm not beholden to anybody. Like,
yeah.
That's the beauty. That's the beauty.
People have asked me if I want to grow. Like I don't try very hard to grow like that. I don't try to make this like I get a little bit of money. I think like now every month I get something, but if I depended on this, it would ruin it. This would all be worthless to me. I couldn't do that. I couldn't operate like that. I'd have to I'd have to be beholden to do and say certain things that maybe I don't believe. I couldn't do that. That's too much for me. I've seen good streamers become way less interesting once it was their primary way of making money. What's that person's name? I want to look that up. You said their name when you found it?
Lecture fan. LCTR fan.
Gotcha.
Here, I can link you to the debate. Bro, it was
that has
embarrassing.
been a long time since I've heard his name.
Yep. I'm gonna link it to you. I'm telling you, it was my first real debate, and it was bad. He got embarrassed. And this is before, I'm telling you, like, I hadn't joined really the debate sphere yet. If that nigga was to debate me now, it would be even worse. And it was bad. It was bad as it was. Oh my gosh. I get it. Now, I wouldn't want to debate me neither. I think that dude, that's a person where it's like, yeah, I don't think he's real. I think he's grifting.
I had a very good one against Andrew Wilson, but I didn't know what I was doing at all. My audio was dog shit. He had like 6 people kept jumping in to pile on too. And at the end, he left. He goes, he spent like an hour trying to get me on something. And he's like, all right, well, I just think you're crazy then. And then he left. But my audio was terrible. And I debated Darth Dawkins, and half of my video has no audio on my end because I didn't know how to set anything up. Yeah, I don't think he still make content? Lecture fan?
Yeah, he still streams regularly.
I used to hear his name all the time. Now he just like doesn't exist. Did you do this to this man?
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. He was still doing content, but he got exposed pretty bad. Destiny also got him too.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, look, buddy, I'm about to go ahead and get into some League of Legends. It's been nice talking to you. Thanks for reaching out. Right now I'm plat 1.
I was gonna ask you that, but I wanted to see if we got along before I asked, in case you were dissatisfied with your rank.
Oh no, I'm an open book.
It's a touchy subject, man. League is a touchy subject.
Is it?
For some people, yeah.
Ain't nothing touchy for me.
I can't get out of bronze. I created a new account. I was placed in gold and winning. On my main account, I can't get out of bronze to save my life. I bought
how many games do you have on the new account?
Maybe like 8 or 9. None on this current season.
Okay, no, yeah, a few wins doesn't mean anything. Play regularly on your account, and if you're actually a bronze player, then you'll go back to bronze.
Oh, on that new account?
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Yeah, if you're an actual bronze player.
That's fair. Well, yeah, I'll let you go. I know you're playing League. Oh, you're plat 1, you said. Oh, shit.
Yes.
Good shit. Well, good luck getting out of plat then.
Oh, for sure. I should be hitting Emerald by tonight.
Oh. The confidence. Holy shit.
Well, I mean, I used to be a diamond player, so it shouldn't be that hard.
Also, I want to say it was nice to meet you, and thank you for the conversation. This was it was good.
For sure. Likewise. Again, thank you for reaching out.
Absolutely.
I'm glad that we were able to have a decent conversation, and it wasn't just you attacking me on some nonsense. Though I'd be ready for that too. I can handle it. I can handle whatever.
I understand. Like I said, I just had somebody surprise go DGG on me, and I had to kick him because it got too crazy.
Hey, what happened to Mr. Girl? What's he doing now?
He's doing a podcast with Lav. I was just watching the second episode of it. The second one's it's not happening at all for me. He's still working on a long-term video project, the pedophile narrative. Yeah.
Pedophile narrative, how so? Like, what do you mean?
So essentially, Mr. Girl has he's talked to like more experts than anybody else that I know of. In both like the psychiatric community, law enforcement agency. The main idea that I think he's trying to get across is that if we want to reduce harm to children, we can't continue to just feign outrage. We need to have stigma so people know that it's wrong, but we need to have enough compassion for these people so they don't feel like they're gonna literally be under the gun if they go to get help. we need pedophiles to seek psychiatric treatment and understand that they can have support for their struggle without having. That doesn't mean letting them, do anything bad to kids. But this is how we reduce harm to children. It's not the same thing that we've been doing over and over again that doesn't seem to be helping these numbers go down. But people don't like that. It's not a comfortable thing to hear. And I think that he's just trying to lay it out all in one thing because he seems to have a pretty consistent goal in trying to reduce harm to children. I've seen him do more to get information out that actually helps than any other streamer because most people just want to say all the trigger words and get people all worked up and mad, which doesn't seem to be working.
See, here's the deal. I don't think people are reacting that way for attention or virtue signaling. I think people are genuinely outraged at pedophilia. I think
they are.
It's one of the, yeah. And I think also he did a lot when in the beginning he was like implying that he himself was a pedophile and would never and refuse to distance himself from it. And I know that that's part of like the algorithm of growth is if there's a big thing that's pushing against you is to never answer that question, right? Like you say, hey, but... I can never dismiss the idea that yes, I'm a pedophile. Because if I do, then that mystery is what keeps a lot of people interested. But if part of your mystery is to pretend that you're a pedophile and that's what you're using to try to stay relevant, I can't. It's hard for me to be. That's why I didn't like when the Destiny thing was happening. It's not a misunderstanding for you to be directly asked over and over and over again, and you literally refuse to answer the question every time.
No, he has answered the question. He did early on too, but what he started saying is that he would ask somebody a question, or they'd be in the middle of it, and somebody would be like, "Wait, are you actually a pedophile?" And be like, "Why would that matter?" As in saying like what I'm asking you, or the subject that like we're talking about right now. My point is,
you're citing an incident, and maybe you're citing a separate
I'm saying
incident.
This is something I've seen happen a bunch of times. But yeah, there was times where
you're citing incidents, and I'm saying I saw a different one because I saw the incident where Lauren Southern directly said, "Hey, wait a minute, people in my chat are saying this, and I need to know if this is true or not. Are you a pedophile?" And he refused to answer the question and said, "You don't want to ask me that question. Why are you doing the bidding of your chat? Your chat wants to know." She's like, "No, it's important. I want to know." And he literally refused to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm not saying that didn't. That has happened several times.
Okay, so then that's enough. It should happen never. That's my point. So you can say, hey, there's other times where there was a good reason why he didn't answer. You can give me that. But I'm going to always be referring to the idea where you should have answered it. On the times when you should have answered it, you chose not to. And so then that's going to overshadow the times where you chose not to when you could have.
Sure, I can understand that. I have no... there's no illusions to me as to the things that he does that makes people upset and why they've been upset. And that I understand. I understand why that makes people upset, yourself included.
Yeah, it's not that I'm upset because I don't care. I don't know him. I'm saying that's what made me.
That this is an upsetting thing for somebody to do. Is that a better framing?
I don't. Maybe I just wouldn't. I don't like the word upset.
Or disagreeable.
Maybe that's it. It's a bad thing to do. It's a bad thing to do. Yeah, it's a bad thing to do. But that's why I just didn't interact with him. It was like, oh yeah, this guy. I'm not gonna rape. I'm not gonna chill around a rape apologist who's playing around the idea that he might also. I'm sorry, a pedophile apologist who's playing around the notion that he might be a pedophile himself, while simultaneously talking about we need to be more chill with these pedophiles. But I refuse to like make it very crystal clear on big platforms that I'm not a pedophile. Like, nah, freak out of here, man. I can't. Like it's. And then I'm supposed to be able to see like, no, but you really do have positive intentions. I can't. That was why it was so hard for me to actually interact with him because. He tried. He reached out to me after the Destiny thing, like, and he was like, "Hey, man, like, I'm doing this video," and I was like, at first I was like, not gonna even entertain it, and then finally I was like, "Hey, yeah, what's up?" And he was like, "Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about something." So then I just asked him directly, "Are you a pedophile?" And he said, "No, I'm not a pedophile." And I'm like, "Okay, we can talk. Well, we'll see where it goes." I had no idea what his intentions were, but the fact that he like wouldn't do that in certain situations was enough for me. Maybe again, if someone's asking you a question, by the way, like in that scenario, on something as serious of like, "Are you a pedophile or not?" And it's like, "Hey, I just asked you a question, and that answer doesn't have anything to do with the question I asked." I can see refusing to answer the question, like, no, answer my question first, and then answering the question. But I bet you would find in those videos where he did that thing where he wouldn't answer. Where you're saying he would say, well, what does that have to do with anything? He would still not go back and answer it.
Correct. Yeah.
So then what That's not even a defense then. So it's not that hey he did answer it. He still was refusing to.
Oh, I was saying that he has answered it publicly. He did answer it publicly early on, and I think that.
But his answer early on doesn't have any isn't insignificant when compared with the growth of his new following and all these new people don't know, and he hasn't answered it for them.
Yeah.
I can answer a question like when I have the 10 viewers, but then if like now I have 10,000 viewers and I just refuse to answer it, then I'm just allowing that idea to just to remain.
Yeah, I understand. If somebody asks me that, I'm always very direct. I don't make jokes or anything in that moment when somebody's asking me, because I don't want to have to deal with any of the flack that I've seen him go through. I get that. It's
Wait, people ask you if you're a pedophile?
For being a Mr. Girl fan? Oh, sure. People call me it just for being a Mr.
Sure.
Girl fan. Yeah.
Sure.
There's no other like reason for anybody to even draw a line there other than the fact that I have associations with Mr. Girl. But I understand that it's something that I just need to answer and not really care if there's any nuance that what we're talking about wouldn't matter or anything like that. I ain't dealing with that shit.
Yeah.
I got a kid. I don't need anybody pointing a finger and saying he didn't answer or nothing like that.
Right. Any person that wants to be responsible and wants to grow a respectable platform would probably have no problem answering that. Refusing to answer something like that and deciding to be ambiguous about being a pedophile, I'm not watching your content. I can't be part of your camp. I can't do it. So then when it's like that guy, that's who he's going to be known for on all of his platform, because most of the people that like were around when he was doing that, if that's the guy that's like, hey, by the way, I'm really doing a lot by helping us to get to the sense of like normalization of pedophilia. Like, it's like, nigga, nah, like you can't be the guy doing that when you were the guy that was trying to be a pedophile apologist and refused to answer whether or not you yourself were one. You've disabled yourself from being able to do the repair that you thought you wanted to do.
I think a lot of people think that way. And the people that are going to be
most people,
receptive,
justifiably so.
Sure, I understand that. I think that Mr. Girl doesn't really care about conversations that are lacking in nuance, and I think that's. I think that if somebody, if their engagement with him is going to be hung up on whether or not he is a pedophile, then he just doesn't really care to talk to them.
Sure, but if you're trying to do some growth, your goal is to spread a message and to change culture and society, and you've disabled yourself from the ability to do that by refusing to answer a simple question like, are you a pedophile, especially considering the fact that you've gone out of your way and still do, or I don't know about still do, but have gone out of your way to imply that you were one, then I think it's hard for me to sit there and be like, yeah, nah, man, he just doesn't care about that. Then how do you fix this? Because you're saying you want to do something good or positive in the form of, helping people to get to change the way that they engage with pedophilia or pedophiles. So then, if that's your goal, but then you know that you're disabling, you're not able to do that effectively. You're literally limiting your effectiveness because of the fact that you've done these things. Then it's like, you're the last person I want speaking on this subject. Then.
I have
that?
a very similar criticism with the Destiny report. He did the document that he put out about Destiny. I'm assuming that's what he reached out to you about. He did like the Twitch tour where he talked to everybody about it, and I thought he did a really bad job because I think that he was too emotional after having it done and all the harassment he got to do that correctly. And with all the people that he interviewed and told their stories in it, he put a lot of their hope on the line there. That the stuff that they went through was going to get out there and it was going to be heard and received, that I think he set himself up to, he's only hurting them when he goes on to the other people's shows and can't handle the pushback and questions about it. He pretty much unanimously had a poor his interviews were received poorly, basically universally. And I said that it was very irresponsible to treat the report like that when you have people who, really sensitive information to you like that. So I think it's a very similar argument that you're making. Is that if you believe in a cause, you owe it to that cause to be the most effective you can possibly be. And if you're doing something that's going to hurt your effectiveness in that cause, then you're doing something that is bad and irresponsible by your own principles, I would say.
Sure. And it's not because to me it's not just about the idea of oh, you believe in a cause and you're not doing the best thing to make that cause happen. Because I mean people can make that argument for me, right? Like you should grow. Yeah, but people can say you should be growing and so on and so forth. Like if that's with the goals that you have, whatever. It's specifically what your cause is, like what the focus is, and how absolutely important that is, and then like to try and then the possible negative impact of normalization. It's just like, yo, you have to have a really freaking good reason, and you've done everything to disarm that reason. So it's like I can't.
No, I get it. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to convince you that you should. It's I think that's too tough, and we don't have the time to go down all the reasons why I see him as a positive person for it. But that makes sense to me, and I understand that. Despite people thinking that I don't understand why people don't like him because they tell me all the time, I get it. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
By the way, if you have any other questions about Mr. Girl, I'm kind of an expert. If you have anything else before I let you go, feel free.
No, I can say genuinely, I've watched less than 10 minutes of total Mr. Girl content.
Gotcha.
The from the beginning when it was like, okay, this guy's kind of a pedophile apologist who play like that whole thing, which is like, oh yeah, I want nothing to do with that. So I never watched his content. I think the one time I was going to bring him on a panel, I did, or did I? I think I did bring him on a panel. The one time I did bring him on a panel was for the Dr. K thing, and was and he handled that as poorly as possible. And so from that point on, it was like, okay, I'm already not a fan just because I was like questionable from then, and then now it's like you made me an anti-fan. So
did you see the video?
What video?
His Dr. K video, Reckless.
Yes, actually, yes, I did watch that. I don't think I watched it entirely, but I watched a portion of it.
I still think that's one of the best things he's ever made.
See, I don't know. I didn't have a lot of the content. I mean, a lot of the context, but he definitely made it seem like and I thought that would be the whole point of the panel is like we can determine was this actually what happened. But yeah, we didn't get to that.
I'll have to rewatch that. Maybe guys, I'm gonna rewatch that in the near future on stream. We're almost out of Destiny Mr. Girl ones. I'll have to rewatch that. Well, again, I really appreciate the conversation. And I appreciate the pushback on Mr. Girl. I could do that all day, any day.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to get too deep into it because it is late for me, and you already said you wanted to go, so I was trying to keep it brief.
For sure, man.
All right. Thanks. And if you ever want to chat, don't hesitate.
Okay, bro. You too. Take care.
Take it easy. I really didn't know how to even try to approach explaining the nuance of the cuties review and then people giving him shit and then him leaning into it. We just I feel like that has to be a whole separate conversation. I was like, my mind was just racing, like trying to explain the nuances of Mr. Grill's most provocative comments about pedophilia within even 30 minutes. I wouldn't even know where to begin. There's a lot. It's a lot. Like if somebody finds out that I stream in real life and or like if I have it like I'm streaming like, oh, what are you streaming about? And if I say like something Mr. Girl, don't Google him. That's always my joke, just to like sort of pad the landing if they do Google him, of what they're gonna see. Cause like I'm like, don't Google him. Ha 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 ha. And then that's basically how I have to approach it. he was big against Mr. Girl based on one stance of his or one behavior of his. I think it's the behavior that he didn't like. I think that he finds being not being clear when you're asked something like that to just be like a moral wrong, which I can understand. Like I said, without like a whole conversation to be had about this one thing where I know I can really get into the nuance, it's just not. I can't even begin to approach that position, like combating that position. That's a lot, and that's also even if like I approach it the best, there is no guarantee of success in that. Everything until this topic was real open. Yeah, I really like talking to him. Then he was pissed and shutting down hard. Well, to be fair, he was also playing League and he died a couple times. That's like the worst feeling in the entire world. Yeah, if he ever wants to talk about that in the future, I can find out if there's just like a like there's a difference in lenses so strongly to where that it's never understandable why Mr. Grill would do that under any circumstances. Like if that's the case, then that means there's literally nothing that can be said about it. But I'd be willing to have that conversation with him in the future. I also do really, really want to go see that early panel because I do know, like I'd say for like the first month or so, when Mr. Grill was talking to people and interacting with other streamers, it was a glorious shit show. He did things so weird and so different. And it really fucked a lot of people up. I kind of remember there was like at a certain point where I was like, oh, he's really getting the hang of this. And there was like a shift in the flow and how things went, and it wasn't nearly as like we gotta burn the whole house down and then rebuild it, where they could just sit down and actually talk. And that was really cool to watch and see. But it was pretty messy in the beginning. Yeah, I thought it was really cool to end on a Mr. Grill note. I hope that leaves a little bit of room to have a future conversation about it, because Fanatic seems extremely reasonable and his concern is really reasonable, which means that's kind of a conversation worth having then. So hopefully, yeah. I really wanted to watch that podcast, but God, I'll try. I don't know. Hang on, let me see. Whoops. How did I mess that up? I'm gonna put a little poll. If you want me to finish the Mr. Girl Lab podcast, I don't know if anybody cares after what we've seen. Lab Mr. Girl talking about nothing. Yeah, for real. I'll let that run until 110. If there's a substantial amount of yeses, then I'll go for it. Otherwise, I'll probably just wrap here for tonight. But if people want to see it, that's fine. I just feel bad because I'm genuinely trying my very best to comment on it, but there's like nothing fucking there. Voted yes because I couldn't bear myself to watch it. That's funny. I get it. It's rough, man. It's fucking rough. I'm gonna have to re-upload my conversation with Fanatic so that way it's not sandwiched in the middle of the stream. Be right back. So I got a laptop, which I was really excited about because I have to sit in town when my wife works because it's just too expensive to come all the way back to where we're at. We're like an hour out from her job. And I'm quite certain that the hard drive is bad, so I got to get a solid state for it. I really, so I have software that lets me like remote connect, but not like a regular remote connecting. It's like extremely good and responsive and fast. So I was hoping to be able to put some more work into the channel and some work into the Substack when I'm not home. But I think I gotta get a solid state for it. I'm not gonna buy another hard drive probably as long as I live. Sucks, but I got it. It's a nice laptop for $100. It's got an i7. It's like a $400 computer now. I paid $100 for it, and it does one of these dealios too. Sorry, like the screen can go all the way backwards, so I can use it to like read manga. I really like reading manga and stuff like this. Oh, cool. It did end up finishing. So I wiped the hard drive, and because the guy said he reset it already, but I don't trust him. What's going on here? Well, that's cool. I didn't even know that did that. But if I can get going, I can start uploading some of the better parts of the streams as isolated videos, which I know is something important that I need to do. No, it's not. I will buy basically any halfway decent Lenovo laptops that I can because
a little sign in here, put your Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC
oh my
ready for all
god.
you plan to do. Use your voice or the keyboard along the way, and if you'd like me to stay
Trying to mute
quiet,
her.
just select the little microphone icon towards the bottom of your screen. If you need an assistive screen reader, press the Windows, Control, and Enter keys at the same time to turn on narrator. Okay, enough intro. Let's dig in.
I'm trying to make it stop doing that.
Your region is set to the United States.
Oh my
Is that
god.
right?
Why is this happening right now? How do I? There we go. Okay. Let's see where the votes are at. All right. I let it run longer than I thought, or than I meant to. Oh, I was saying that I will never turn down buying a Lenovo because you can even if it goes out of warranty, you can still purchase the extended warranty. I got like a $2,000 laptop that had a bad board on it from my job. Somebody asked if anybody could work on a computer. I was the surveillance guy, but I was like, I have the most experience working on laptops. I asked my boss, I was like, can I please do it? I haven't done a computer in like a year. It'd be really nice. I messed with it for like a weekend, and I was like, yeah, it's unfortunately everything's ruled out. It's a bad board. And the guy's like, all right. And I was like, if you don't mind, because he's like, I'm just gonna get a new one. It'll be here in 2 days. I set it up. I was like, if you don't mind, can I just keep this to mess around with it? And I was like testing connections on the board and stuff, and trying to figure out if there was any way I could fix it because it's such a nice laptop. And Will from Will and his channel, he goes, oh, I have that same laptop. It's great. He goes, I had the same issue, and I just got the warranty. I was like, this thing's out of warranty though. He goes, no. You can rebuy it, and they'll come and replace it. So for $75, I had them come out and bring me a brand new motherboard. The guy messed up doing it, and I had to. He didn't reapply the thermal paste either, which was insane. And I can't remember what else he did wrong, but I was like, look, I won't tell anybody. Just let me do this. And he's like, all right. And so I fixed whatever he did, and I also repasted it to the heatsink. And then they have to be coded. Like the motherboards have to be like digitally branded. But they did that, and I paid a total of like, I think $100. And that thing was a beast. It was an obnoxiously expensive computer, like over $2,000. Unfortunately, it was like a year and a half ago I sold it right before Christmas because we were hella broke. I'm so sad about that. I wish I had that again. It's what Will and his channel uses to edit on. So yeah, if you ever get a Lenovo, if you ever get a chance to get like a broken Lenovo, if it's a really good computer and they'll sell it to you cheap because it's broken, do it. Buy that warranty, call them up, and they will have somebody come to your house to fix it with the parts, no extra charge. And that extended warranty is good for like an extra 2 years or something. Man, I was hoping I could get in the bathroom before we started, but somebody's in there. All right. So I'll finish the podcast. Oh, cool. It's still here. Gotta switch this around. Just gotta resize her a bit. Whoever said no on the vote, I am sympathetic towards you. Because I'll be real, I'd still listen to this anyways. Even though it's not great. Oh, polishing bro. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Polishing bros tip. I just realized I've been doing this on Twitch. We should watch the second Terrence McKenna doc someday. There's a sequel to that? Yeah, send me a link. I'm interested. We got. I'm definitely interested. That was fun. It was. I didn't really have any expectations, but I was still surprised at how much I enjoyed it. I don't know. I don't have any thoughts. Get back into this. My God. Oh, that's right. It was fucking up last time. 32:51.
We're dying about because scary
Born.
Oh.
when we first got him, and it's like looked or won't remember. And then I was like, then everyone will die because the universe will blow up one day. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? And I just go down that trail, and then I just stare at a wall for like eight days straight, and I'm like, I'm a meat bag. I'm like a bag of meat in space, and I could not even exist. I did that way too young.
I
too.
just
was,
seen
like,
the DM.
5, like very acutely aware of the fact that I was like just very dissociative as a child. Like just very aware of the fact that I was like a bag of meat with like a name. And then I would die someday.
Sorry, one moment. I get another DM. I just need one moment. Wow. The person who made that first doc was a really good editor. I'm sure I talked about it when I watched it, but they did such a good job with the like transparent graphics. I really, really liked that a lot. They would show like different images on top. It was a very cool effect.
Didn't owe me anything.
Perfect for the video. What is happening?
Okay, we're getting in the stare again. Okay. We're getting in one of these.
I really thought that their podcast was like a prepared kind of dealio. Like, legitimately. Very surprised to see what it, like, this just feels not like Mr. Girl.
Well, it just feels like you need to talk about this with somebody who doesn't try to fix it.
Okay. Max, I will kill myself if I, like, whatever. I just need to distract. I just need to think about something else. My dog came. Come here.
Okay.
Spoon is the
I'll tell
best
him, but as soon as he gets out, I'm pissing. And I'll
It's
send
the
him your
best
way.
Distraction. She makes a noise when I squeeze her. Listen. Did you hear it?
I heard her
Like a
kiss the
little
dog.
grunt. It's like. Did you hear that one?
No.
I did.
Okay.
But
Well,
I
I'm not
believe
gonna
you.
squeeze her again.
I don't. Oh, Alk, it's too late for me to watch the other one. But no, I'll set aside a whole stream for it. Oh, Desperado. I think it went really well. He, in response to Desperado Sensei, he asked me something about Mr. Girl at the very end, and I had like no ability to get into all that in a little bit of time. So the best I could do is present my understanding with his dislike for him. But I'd like to talk to him sometime in the future about that if it ever a subject that he wants to talk about, so that I can actually dig into it. But otherwise, no, even that too. I thought it was a really good conversation. I enjoyed it a lot. Not just the Destiny stuff, but just like getting more information about Fanatic in general. Pretty interesting dude, and I think he helped move me a little bit on people not being too far gone to be persuaded. I certainly think he has the better outlook.
Look how shiny your coat is. She's so beautiful.
I don't want to say the specific thing because this isn't a very big city, but I did a kind of a lesson, like a coaching thing, at a woman's house today.
Like fitness?
I can't say. I don't want to get more specific, but I was taking a lesson.
He's taking a lesson?
She was teaching you a lesson? Yeah.
And
Oh,
well, I was just
thank God. Thank God he started a subject.
thinking about like how when people want to talk about death or like say
Normally, lav is like automatic content, right? And I don't know how this didn't translate. Like, people will always have lav on because she's just content. But this
they have
is
cancer or something. I think I'm usually a
challenges
good
that a
person to
bit,
talk to because
I
I'm not
think.
like, oh well, you're gonna fight this. I'm like, yeah, you're gonna die. And but that scares people when they don't want to talk about stuff like that. I think I've said this to you before. Like, so I think when you're in crisis, that you find me calming, but when you're not in crisis, you find me destabilizing.
Yeah.
Because I'm at like a kind of constant state of like almost crisis.
Yeah.
Um,
Almost? Yeah. That's general.
He's always down for chatting with people. Sure, you can DM directly without me now. Thank you. Again, I said it earlier, but just thank you again for setting up that conversation. I feel bad for misunderstanding that he wanted to do it yesterday. I just read the messages. Weird. But yeah, I super appreciative that got put together so quickly and it went about as good as I could have hoped for.
Generous.
Mad
Well, how would
respect
you
for you
describe
to
it?
hopping
I'd
right
take
onto that and
consistency
setting it up.
To
Okay.
my baseline. To my baseline.
Sure.
To my male.
Yes.
My male baseline.
Yeah, the real base, the real
Yeah.
you. Yeah, so I go, and it's like this always happens where like, you know, like once so people are always like unnerved by me in public, like they find me very scary to
Could have
look at or
fooled
talk
me.
to. Yeah, but like one time when I was I talked about this on stream, but one time I was at a coffee shop in Cambridge, and this like 15-year-old girl came in and she was sobbing, just by herself, and then she looked at me and was like, "Can I like sit with you?" So I was like, "Yeah." It's like if you're in total panic, then like you.
Why do people not like this episode? Is it just me or Mr. Girl and Lav talking about the fear of death and lack of direction in their lives is great content? A lot of it is just Lav talking about what I'm not saying that it is, but it feels like made up medical stuff. It just personally that stuff like the way that rolled out, it reminded me of my mom, who I think is a hypochondriac. But also, it does just like nothing to grab onto. And when Mr. Girl actually tried to take it to death, she was like, no. And I got excited when he said that because like I felt so like starved for anything like worth listening to. And then she's like, no, we're not talking about that. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
You see me as like
But
I'm because
maybe it'll get better.
everybody else is pretending to ignore her. I'm like, I'll stare at a sobbing 15-year-old girl. So she came over and was like, "You help me! I ran away from home," and
Oh
like
my God.
yeah, told me her life story.
And
but
you're like,
a normal
that's
person,
so hot.
yeah,
You should
I was
come
like, I
over.
can help. Yeah, I can help.
I can help you with that
Come
penis.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. And then, but a normal person is like, doesn't
Getting
like,
a little better.
doesn't want to talk to me. So this woman was very much.
I get that. I was a Lyft driver before, and I got a really positive note on one of my from one of my passengers, and I could tell she was obviously very upset. She didn't say anything the whole time, but it was like all over her face. And when she was getting out of the vehicle, I said, "Hey, I just want you to know that I don't know what you're going through, but I genuinely hope it gets better for you," and something to that effect. And she wrote in her review that like that she really appreciated that or something along those lines. And whenever I see somebody even in public, if I can tell they're having a really hard time, I generally I can't really imagine a scenario where I wouldn't. I'll reach out and say something to them because I think I don't really know how not to.
The second kind of person who's like
Feel very compelled.
Is
they start talking more about it? I hope so, because I'm down for that, Emery. That sounds way better.
Desperately clinging to a sense of okayness that she has very carefully crafted. It was very obvious from the moment she opened the door that that's what's happening.
At the lesson that you went to.
Yeah. So she opens the door and I'm like, I feel like going into your house. I literally feel like I'm a demon walking into a church. Like I
My
don't
therapist
want
is
to.
like that.
That you feel like you're disrupting her like sense of well-being.
Because I also when I talk to her, I feel like I'm right. Like, because most of the time she's telling me to not worry about things that like you should probably that you could worry about, right?
You feel like she just you feel like you're.
Every time I walk in, I'm like, okay, she's gonna tell me to lobotomize myself, and I love to hear it. I love to pay her for it. But yeah, it's like the same thing. Like she very much has like a Eckhart Tolle, like very curated homeostasis, right? And I'm like, I don't. It's good to be around. I think it's good for me. I should be more like that, but because the alternative is I literally kill myself. Like the alternative is I just like lose myself to my neuroses. So, but it is a little grating to be around sometimes.
I'm willing to bet your life that you wouldn't kill yourself.
You are willing to bet my life, yeah.
If you felt your feet, if you sat with your.
I think that this is just a feeling that I have, but I have a very strong feeling that Lav finds herself way too interesting to end her own life. I really do. which sounds like mean, but I don't mean it. I don't mean it in the way that I think like a ton of people who might say something like that would say that. That's genuinely what I think.
Feelings and you felt them, I think you'd come 75% of the way to
Oh, I
killing
definitely
yourself.
come.
And then I think that you could learn to tolerate the intolerable.
Well, she says that too. She says a lot of this worry, anxiety stuff is like completely avoidant of my feelings. Like that's why I do it. But I feel like I feel like I'd be feeling my feelings, so I don't.
Yeah, but she's saying it's avoidant, but then isn't she also coaching you to tell yourself that you're not nothing's
Well,
happening?
she says that all my worry is like me completely externalizing inside like hurt. A lot of
I know,
it
but
due to like my relationship with my mother and my childhood.
yeah, but then why are
Which
you telling yourself
feels-
nothing's happening now? Because something is happening. I think that's like gaslighting you. Shouldn't you be saying something? I'm feeling this way for a reason. I have to figure out what it is instead of I'm feeling this way for no reason.
Well, I usually take it very literally, where I'm like I have to know why I'm feeling this way. I'm usually like internal. There is something like I convince myself there is something wrong with my body, like that I'm actually going to die. It's not something
but
that is
that's
like oh I feel bad.
That's all. I would back up from that assumption and then think, why do? Because with the brain leaking out of your ears, now you know that that's unlikely.
Yeah.
But the feeling is real, so I still think you can ask yourself, why do I feel like my heart is going to stop in 15 minutes?
I know.
And if
I
it's
know why.
if the question, why?
So I think that she probably has these thoughts like she said them. But I don't think that she believes them. I think it's just like something that like her mind likes to toy around with. I feel like it's not like a real concern. It's possible, I suppose, but I would have a very hard time accepting that.
It's not even that I really think that my heart is going to stop. It's that I think that I can protect myself. I've had to protect myself because I couldn't count on my parents to protect me from the outside world, from each other, from anything. I was very alone. So now I had to be very in control of myself, very in control of my reality, so like nothing bad would happen to me. So now
This is like an
I do that every day.
intellectualization, though.
She
This is
says
an
that too.
intellectual-
What do you mean?
I mean, what are you afraid of right now?
Dying, I guess.
Why?
Because I don't want to die.
That's fair.
Because I want to enjoy life for like maybe a moment before I die. Like I'd
That's
like
a
to
dumb
get
thing
maybe
to say.
something out of it. I'd like to,
That's
I'd
an
like to feel
avoidant
ready to
answer.
go when I go.
Okay, so on one hand, I agree with you that like everybody else just seems like they're in denial. But on the other hand, I also think that you're experiencing, even for somebody who is death woke, I still think you're experiencing a heightened level of terror. That I don't think the fear of death itself explains away. I want to know why you feel like you're going to die right now.
This girl's saying the same thing. Yeah. I think he's just being more polite about it.
Because I don't. Well, I feel physical symptoms. I don't like being in my body. I don't like
So like, I think everybody has like that random pain, or like a weird thing, or like your left arm goes numb because it's like falling asleep or something, and you'll have like a flashing thought like, oh, is this it? Like, am I about to have a heart attack and die? But I don't think that. I just have a hard time thinking that anybody thinks it's serious. Like, when I had a kidney stone, I thought I was going to die. And I find it both funny and comforting that every single person I talked to who had a kidney stone felt the same way. But I think that's the only time I ever was like convinced, like I'm about to die. And it's so like dramatically awful that you can't even have any like cathartic, like my life is about to be over thoughts. there's just so much like insane levels of pain that it's just the only thing that makes sense is that you're dying.
Reminding myself that I have a body, that I like things ache and feel strange, and I don't want to feel hurt. I don't want to feel anxious. I don't want to feel a PBC. I don't want to have to deal with like the anxiety that comes after PVC. Like I want to be normal. I want to have like a
Your body is mostly a vector for bad things coming into you.
yes.
What phrasing?
But beyond that, there's I think what your therapist is getting at is that there is nothing bad happening to your body right now,
Yeah.
but it feels like it might be about to happen.
Yeah.
Or that it is about to happen.
Yeah.
What's making you feel that focused sense of fear about your body right now? Do you know?
I think just physical.
The one thing that could make that more believable to me is if she answered that by saying something roundabout like, I just can't stop considering it. Like, if that's all it is, that would make more
symptoms,
sense.
Like I had a stomach ache all day.
I just don't think she believes
Yeah,
it.
but your interpretation of that is partly based on how it feels, but also partly based on what it means to you. So why does it mean that? It's a weird question to ask because maybe you feel this way all the time, but I still feel like it's a valid question to be like, to think just about what's happening to you right now or recently. If it's about your parents, what about your parents makes you feel like you are in immediate physical danger?
Well, I just think that there were a lot of like, I think it's a control thing. Like I think that not being able to control the next 15 minutes of my life is like extremely upsetting to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had to walk on eggshells around my mom. Everything was like switch. Like I could say one wrong thing and the whole day would turn into something completely different. Or like just even I feel trapped often.
Yeah, because like I can understand intrusive thoughts, but like I don't know. Like the only thing that I could really equate something that irrational to, but I know it's part of my OCD, is that if I can't get a hold of somebody, I'll just start thinking that they're dead. Like and that's like a really compulsive, intrusive thought that like if somebody's supposed to be like at a place, like I mean, not like immediately, but after like it's been like 20, 30 minutes and they're just like late and I can't reach them or anything, I will slowly, the longer it goes, convince myself more and more that like they got into a car crash and they died or something. And I can't really stop thinking that, but it's a lot different than thinking something about myself
in
like
my
that.
body or in my circumstance. I was at a residential treatment center that I couldn't leave for 2 years. Like I just feel nobody looked out for me. There was one time I had a heart episode when I was 13 years old at a bat mitzvah. I came home because my heart was doing the 270 beats per minute thing, and I could have died. A lot of kids die when they have their first episode of Wolff Parkinson-White syndrome. And I remember telling my mom and being like, something is wrong happening to me. She listened to it, looked at my dad and looked really worried, and then was like, sleep it off. And so I think about that now and I'm like, nobody was protected. Like nobody was trying to make sure that I stayed alive or like I was okay. And I've always been like very hyper aware of that. Like I need to stay alive. I have very like strong survival instincts. If you want anyone in a crisis, it's me. I know I am very, very fucking ready. I've played everything. I know everything.
Well, she's saying that, but she just described the crisis of thinking she's going to die and really poorly handling it. I don't know.
Thing like
seems weird.
I like EMS certified. I know how to splint something. I know how to do CPR. Like I know everything. I know how to keep everyone around me happy.
I think that when you're a child and you're realizing that you're this vulnerable meatball.
Yeah.
Meatball.
Aw, vulnerable meatball. That's the new name of the podcast.
Your parents form
I do
this
like that.
protective sense of well-being around that,
Yeah.
where they make it feel okay that you're a meatball. And then I think if they're controlling or manipulative about that or coercive, they start controlling you by taking away that sense of safety. And you're just left with this terror. It feels like your sense of well-being about your body is conditional on whether you are making your parents feel good.
I don't know if it's that. It's something to do with my parents, but I mostly just think it's because my parents did not pay any attention to me as a kid. I was like very, very, very just neglected. Like I just wasn't. I'd spend like days at home alone in my room, never talking to like.
Maybe they're both saying the same thing. That's kind of like what getting attention is.
Anyone for like days. Like I was very like my parents really they'd party, they'd go out, they'd do whatever they wanted. My dad left.
Oh, hey, is this podcast on Twitch or Rumble? What's the podcast called? It is called Take Your Daughter to Work Day. It's on Twitter and it's on Labs Substack, but the Substack on episode 2 doesn't have video. So only Twitter has video. Oh, Jeepsies, I had no idea. How does that come into your head that they're dead? That's extreme. Oh, I don't know. My understanding is it's just part of my OCD. That's all I've really ever really understood about it. And in fact, it's funny. I didn't realize that I did that, like consciously. Like, it's like obviously I knew when it was happening that like I thought that, but like it never really occurred to me that like something is happening there. Like that this isn't like I don't think I ever thought it was normal. But like I guess I just didn't it took me a very long time to observe it when it like that thing occurring when it wasn't happening, to like reflect on it and go like, oh, this is something here that's problematic for me that I need to get a better understanding of. And although I do understand it when it's happening, it's very hard for me to convince myself fully otherwise. Like I can be like, I know, like I know I'm doing the thing, but like the hard part about thinking that like the reason why somebody can't answer their phone or the reason why they're late is because they're dead is that there's perfectly reasonable, rational ways for that to be true, which makes it very hard to like get out of that. So like the really persistent thought just has like there's just like this sort of like a seal of legitimacy attitude, like, but like they actually could be. Like it's not insane to think that they are. It's just very unfortunate to keep thinking that they are.
Less so, my dad was actually like the better parent, even though I wasn't his biological kid. My mom was like doing God knows what, like whenever.
And it's such an awkward and uncomfortable thing that like I don't I can imagine how some people like would really make that other people's problem. Like my wife knows that's a thing for me, but I'm never like a dick to her, like, why didn't you answer your phone? I thought you were dead, damn it. But like she comes home, like I'll or like if she gets home, like I'm really glad I got a hold of you, or you got a hold of me. I was like freaking out pretty bad. It was like an hour, and I guess our phone just died. Our friend took her shopping, and they were just shopping, I guess. And our friend, she just didn't look at her phone at all. And they came back. They're just like, we were just like taking our time, and they're just like catching up and bullshitting and stuff while they were shopping. But like, I was like, no, there's no reason why neither of them would answer their phone. Like they're just dead.
Or just not caring at
They
all.
got into an accident. I was like looking up accidents on Google and stuff like by me, trying to see if I could find anything. Like, I don't know. I was
So I think that I'm just
losing
like,
it.
I think this
And that was like at the point of them, like they should have been home like an hour by then. That's it.
this anxiety comes from
I think they might have went to like another store too, just to like, just for like shits and gigs.
loneliness, honestly. Like, I think I'm just like too. I think it's like narcissistic in nature. I think I'm like too obsessed with like my well-being and myself.
Why is it narcissistic to want company?
Well, it's not wanting company. I'm just very self-centered. Like,
Why is it self-centered to want company?
well, it's not about wanting company. It's just self-centeredness in general. Like, I'm always thinking about me. What's going on with me? Why am I anxious? What's like?
But you said it was loneliness.
I don't think that's an excuse to be self-centered. But yeah, like.
Well, yeah, but why are you talking about being self-centered now? I thought you were just saying that you're lonely.
Well, I'm not really lonely anymore, but I was when I was a kid.
Well, it sounds like you're lonely.
You've never assumed anyone was dead ever? Yeah, I guess most people probably don't. That seems like I feel dumb for saying
on
ever
some
now.
level, if you're still feeling it.
I've
think
assumed
it's
a lot of people were
unsafe.
dead.
I feel unsafe, unsettled, and empty. I don't feel lonely anymore.
Okay.
But I think the feelings of emptiness, unsafeness, and unsettled come from feeling lonely when I was a kid. Amongst other feelings when I was a kid.
Do you feel like it's insulting to Connor if you say you're lonely?
Yeah, a little bit.
Because he's supposed to be enough?
Well, no, neither of us think that he's like. No, that's an unhealthy thing to think about.
Shaylin's the
Your partner.
loneliest person on earth.
I believe you. But no, I have
So
like
I
I have a ton of friends. I'm really not lonely. Like, I don't feel lonely. In fact, I'd like to be alone more. I like being alone.
I am a particularly lonely person. Even when I'm around people, I still have that feeling. So
But I don't feel.
I wonder what Mr. Girl means when he says
I don't
Shaylin's the
think I feel
loneliest
lonely.
person.
I feel empty. Which sort of feels like lonely.
Empty doesn't sound like terror to me. Empty sounds like detachment.
Well, when the terror isn't there, right? I feel like I make up the terror to cover the lonely sometimes. Or
It's actually one of the things I really like about streaming is that I can pretty much say whatever I'm thinking, however I'm feeling, and there's no like real social ramifications for me. Because everything about me having streamed is just me being completely open and everything. And so anybody who's here just like sort of knows to expect that anyways.
the empty. Oops.
There's no
Freudian slip.
social expectations
Empty.
other than me just saying and doing whatever I want.
So you're saying
Always.
that maybe your parents were more attentive when you had a physical ailment than an emotional ailment, so now you experience.
That's true. I mean, one of the only times that my mother was like present was when I was accuracy testing with her whether or not I was going to die. Like, that's like some of the only times that she talked to me was when I was like having a panic attack.
Then like being sick is a way to feel loved.
Maybe. Not consciously.
I'm not saying you're a liar.
I have
Live, laugh,
Munchausen's. I have
lie.
Munchausen's.
Yeah, basically.
You know, I've thought that like for a long time that I could definitely make.
Ever notice of all the things that people that are hypochondriacs come up with, none of them ever think that they're a hypochondriac. It's like the one disease they couldn't have. They couldn't have hypochondria.
Connor sick and be happy about it. Like, I've thought about that before. Like, I could definitely be one of those people.
I've had the same thought.
Yeah. Because Connor's
About
like,
half.
I'm a, like,
I think
a
I might have
relaxer.
mentioned this to you.
I don't think so, actually.
Oh. Yes, I've thought about this.
Because Connor's very go, go, go. Like, always. Like, it was a fight for weeks. We had to go to couples therapy because he wouldn't stay in bed with.
People haven't died around you. It makes me consider that it's the same for typing in the chat. Emotional damage. Oh, that was somebody else. Let's see. Yeah, I've had a lot of people
With
die.
me one day.
You know, maybe so there's like this it's like called the mentor program, but it's also called like the Big Brother Big Sister program. And when I was a kid, it was just like this adult woman, she'd like pick me up and like we go to the zoo or something like that. But it was like through a program of like basically the person acts like an older sibling, I guess, is the idea. And just one day out of nowhere, my mom was like, "Hey, I think her name was Ross, like ROSS," and she's like, "Ross died." I was like, "What?" And like something happened with her neck while she was driving, and she just died. And it was totally out of nowhere. She was like, had to be early 20s. Maybe it has to do with that. I'm not really sure.
Out of the week on Sunday, like into
That
the
really
morning.
caught me off guard.
You would enjoy poisoning him and tending to him.
Yeah, so when he gets sick, it's like, oh, I love
yeah.
it. I love when he's sick.
Oh my
I get to
god.
baby him and take care of him, and he needs me, and we're in love, and he's so tiny and baby. I get to like put a cold compress on his head and just stare at him for 12 hours.
I can see my wife saying something like
I
that.
love it.
I interrogate her about this now.
Yeah, so then within yourself, it makes sense that when you need love.
Whenever I'm sick, my wife is always very like right on, like, well, whatever you need, I'll take care of you. Don't worry about anything. Now I'm freaked out
You
about it.
feel like your heart is stopping.
Interesting.
But I really, really, really hate being sick. I'm terrified of it.
Interesting.
Because then I think they get connected so that the opposite becomes true, where I feel like you're thinking of it as like a manipulative thing, like where you're in control, and I'm saying I think it's the opposite, where actually the act of feeling or even being loved might actually make you feel sick.
You said that you found freedom saying what you wanted while streaming without social expectation. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
As a way to feel like you deserve it, or it's that you can actually access it.
Maybe You know what's interesting is that when Connor goes out of town, I have way less symptoms. Or like when I'm doing something out alone, like without Connor, because Connor's my security blanket.
Mm-hmm.
When he's out of town, or like when I am going somewhere alone, or even when I'm upstairs alone, I usually feel like a lot better than when I'm like next to him. Like his presence makes me anxious a lot of the time. I noticed that recently when I went out of town, I had like a very good couple anxiety days of like no anxiety. I was like, this is really interesting. But I thought maybe that's just because I've trained him to enable me also with like I'm okay, right? And then he'll say, yes, you're okay.
I think maybe, but as I said, I think you just keep taking views of this that make it so that you're in charge of everything or in control somehow. Whereas I think it might be more just that. Yeah, I think it's more just that being loved makes you feel sick.
Maybe I do have that mastermind thing. I really do think.
Yeah, I don't think you're as in control. Obviously, I think you're fantasizing that have more control over everything than you do.
I like the idea that I do, but my dad even does this to like his girlfriend's daughter, where he's like, she knows what she's doing, and she's like 8 and stupid. You know what I mean? But even I caught my dad doing that. I was like, dude, she's 8 years old. Like, what are you like? Obviously, she doesn't know what she's doing.
She's a woman.
No, my dad totally used to do that with me too. Like, she knows exactly what she's fucking doing right now, and it's like, yeah. So maybe that's just.
I don't know what.
And then obviously people do that all the time online. Like, she knows she's a mastermind. She created this whole thing. I made you come out about Destiny.
Pardon me.
Yeah,
I made you do it. Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah, a lot of your fans talk about that. A lot of your fans hate me because they think that I'm the reason that you and Destiny
I think a lot of my fans can't accept that I did that, and that I would do it again.
I can't accept it either.
Yeah, it just feels like everybody just can't believe that that happened, and so they have to externalize somehow make sense of it by saying that you did it or somebody else did it,
Yeah, that makes sense.
or that I went crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't understand. I did the exact same thing with Dr. K 6 months earlier, almost to a T. I messaged every single person Dr. K had streamed with, asked them all to do interviews saying that he is abusive, talked to anybody off the record who would talk to me, then made a very dry report explaining everything that I had found. It's
I was thinking about this not that long ago. That it seemed perfectly in line.
It's like literally the exact same sequence of events. So it's very weird to me that people are like, "Oh, the second
You were
time
gonna do it with
went
me.
crazy."
Remember that? You wanted people to help compile evidence against me so you could make a video on me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I bewitched you with my feminine wiles. And I rendered myself safe. That's the narrative.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, with you, I was thinking of it as more of a funny thing. Because I didn't understand.
Oh yeah,
that
it was really
people-
funny to me.
I didn't understand that people actually hated you.
Oh, I actually have never seen people.
He's saying my fans do this, my fans do that. Oh wait. Mr. Girl says so many things about his fans that I don't associate with. Yeah, so that's true. I get that too, but I hung out in the Discord a couple of times and I just realized that there's a big chunk of Mr. Girl's fans that are like wild enough to really like just be like, I understand why people have the perception of Mr. Girl fans that they do. So like I get it. I understand where like that comes from, but I mean, if you just look at Sick actually did make a whole ass video on Lav.
People hate people as much as they hate me.
So
Me neither.
I mean,
now
Sick's
I
not
understand.
a fan of his anymore. But
so
he
when I
was.
said that, I was like, it will be funny to like have a mock trial for Lav, because I was
Yeah.
like, if Lav is going to behave this way, then we have to have a full assessment of her behavior.
Yeah.
And I thought it would be like I was honestly
Yeah, you're just joking, just
thinking-
like Destiny. He just jokes around.
I thought I was feeling affectionate when I said that. I wasn't
Yeah.
feeling like.
He's joking.
You're funny. Yeah, I didn't feel the way towards you that I felt towards Dr. K. I thought Dr. K was
Devil.
very
You pretty
irresponsibly.
explicitly wrote it out for me that I was using men of your platform. I was using your platform to get more men to exploit on my OnlyFans.
Yes.
No,
You
I don't have.
I actually, when she was first talking to him, I had no idea who she was, so I tried looking her up on OnlyFans just so I could see what she looked like. And as a result, I thought that Lav was like a middle-aged black woman, because when I don't remember if I even had the name right, but whoever I found, like I didn't subscribe or anything, but I just wanted to see like profile picture so I could get an image of in my head of who he was talking to. And I still think that's really, really funny.
It truly said that. You literally said it. So
Why don't I would like to say what I think I said.
go ahead.
My problem was that you were asking for cum tributes on pictures of yourself as a child.
Okay,
I
first of all,
remember
that's
that.
funny. So
That is funny.
I was only
And
joking.
I never
We're
accuse
supposed
you.
to be having
I never accuse you of not
fun.
being funny.
It's just fun.
We're supposed to be having fun. I never would accuse you or that idea of not being funny. That wasn't my problem. my problem was that through the combination of you saying, I'm not going to do OnlyFans, but I might. But I probably won't, but I might. That combined with a conversation you had with Destiny about being porn addicted when you were 12 or 11 or something,
Yeah.
combined with asking for tributes, tributes.
Yeah, because once you reveal that you're a sex worker, that just is all you are. You actually have no history, no internal monologue besides that. So everything becomes about getting viewers and getting money. I can't even...
Wait 1 moment. I have to use the bathroom. Levi, let Travis know you're on the bathroom, please. I'm gonna piss real quick and go back to shooting. Fair. Okay. I'm back. I was very heavily distracted by the fact that I had to piss so bad.
Even talk about anything otherwise.
My concern... No, I'm not... I don't care about that money part. My concern was that you were creating a situation where men who either...
1 minute, Travis, before you go in there. I just gotta grab a Q-tip.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the pen.
I already did.
Oh, okay.
But I had to go to the bathroom so bad that I forgot I needed a Q-tip for like the last forever. Okay, back for real now. I just had to get a Q-tip.
Are sexually attracted to 11-year-olds, or however old you were in the picture.
13. It was a bar mitzvah photo.
Okay. The 270 heartbeat one?
Yes, actually.
Okay. Men who are sexually attracted to 13-year-olds. 13-year-old Jewish girls having a panic attack.
I wasn't having a panic attack then. It was before. That was the before.
Okay.
And I looked so hot that night. It was actually sad that I had a whole attack. Otherwise, I could have gotten fingered for the first time then. And I missed it.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, she still did get fingered for the first time, just different day.
My concern was that you were just kind of creating this kind of mechanism that...
No, they mostly come out clean. I just think that it's like moisture from my headset being on. It builds up in my ear and it drives me crazy. I mean, maybe it's not, but I usually don't get like waxy.
Hate you and want
but I
to
just
like
feel
violate
the moisture in there.
To be interested in your OnlyFans because you're saying it hurts you for them to
drives me
participate in it.
nuts.
And then men who are sort of being encouraged to like abuse children in a way where they're sexualizing you as a child. So I felt like you were self-harming in a way that was like roping other people into it. And then I felt like I was complicit in it somehow because it was happening partly in my server or with people connected to my server. So,
which, by the way, are my closest friends now. Like the people that I met in your server are my absolute closest friends now. Like we hang out multiple times a year. Like one of them is going to be my wedding.
I'm glad to hear that.
Will and Lav were really good friends in the beginning. I'm not 100% clear on how that fell apart. I just know that like he.
Thank you for giving me those people.
Liking her.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm happy to help.
You'll meet them at my wedding.
Okay, great. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was it was that. It wasn't that I was like, oh.
How funny would it be if Mr. Girl walked her down the aisle instead of her actual dad?
you're abusing men in my server. It was more just I felt that this
Very.
unhealthy dynamic was happening, and then you were like,
But
no, that's
you
not
made
happening.
it-
So then I
you-
was like, it'll be.
there was no sexual, like, I was hanging out with people in that server as, like, just, like, friends. Like, there was nothing, you didn't like the way that I was because men joke with each other like that. But it was different because I'm a woman, and because I had this OnlyFans that none of them, to my knowledge, had bought. And I even told them to not buy it because it was weird. And then I even discontinued it. There was the...
Telling guys not to buy your OnlyFans is actually a great marketing technique.
There was nothing to buy.
Oh, I don't want
But still,
you guys
like, it
to
was...
see that.
Because men can make all the jokes that they want about shit like that, but somehow when I joke about it, it's like, there's like, it's serious or nefarious.
No, men in my Discord server can't post pictures of themselves at 13 and tell.
Yeah,
other
I
people
wasn't
jack
in
off
your
on them.
Discord server, and also I accidentally, and we've gone over this a billion times, we were sharing photos of us as children in a side chat. I accidentally opened the wrong page, posted it, and then I was like, as like a joke, just to be like, oh, it's so funny that I accidentally posted this here. Come tribute.
Yeah.
Like, it was funny. It was a mistake.
It is funny.
It is funny.
Anyway, I didn't think you were like misusing your power or being abusive or something. I just thought it was
bad.
I felt an increasing sense of liability and
that's fair.
Like complicitness in something bad happening to multiple people. But I
Welcome
didn't
to my
think of you as
cyclone,
like,
baby.
I know. I
Welcome
just
to my
felt like you
cyclone.
were. It felt like you were. You were creating a
I'm
mess.
an agent. I'm
but
an agent of chaos.
I know you are. Yeah. So I don't. That's not how I felt about Dr.
I
J.
post one bar mitzvah photo and everyone loses their mind.
Loses their mind. Yeah. Yeah. But no, I never thought you were like a mastermind.
So you don't think I'm smart?
That's why I thought that was funny.
I don't. I
I
think
think I'm
you're
pretty
out of
smart.
control. I think you're smart and out of control.
Why control? Why control? We're gonna fucking die anyway.
That's what I was saying to
is
Shayla
that?
the other day. We were getting strawberries at the grocery store.
It's
And
just
she was
about
like, "We should
strawberry
get whipped."
season.
Yeah, they're very cheap at the grocery store. It was like $3 for a pint. I
Yeah.
was like, well, I got to get a bunch.
Yeah.
And she said, "Should we get some whipped cream?"
Ooh. You guys are
And
getting
I
crazy.
said, "Yeah." And I said, "Sure." And she was like, "Okay, but I don't want to deal with whipping it. So are we gonna get a can, or are you gonna whip like actual whipped cream?" And I was like, "Well, it feels wasteful to get a can, but if we're in a
What?
black hole, does it really
What do they mean? Whipped cream? You don't have to do shit to it.
matter?
Out of that, like, tub.
Does it really matter?" But environmentalism is very.
Do people, like, if you get like they say can, I'm assuming they mean like the plastic tubs. Are you supposed to prep it? Am I crazy?
important
I
to
don't
me.
think you have to do
actually,
anything
so
to
it's
it.
very confusing how to feel about that.
Yeah, I find that a lot of environmentalists are antinatalists, which is very confusing to me.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Well, yeah,
about
but you'd
what
also
happened?
you'd also think that the more
Well, It's not crazy. Like, I'm not an antinatalist, but the perspective seems pretty clear. More people means worse environment. More people, more pollution. Pretty straightforward,
environment
right?
conscious you are, the more like your children are also going to grow up with that value.
Okay, I think a lot of vegans and environmentalists are just weirdos who hate themselves and feel guilty about existing.
That
It's such a dumb argument. I think about the fact that he says that vegans hate themselves. I don't understand seeing the value in not torturing and murdering an animal for your own pleasure means you hate yourself. And thinking that's bad. Like, I understand that not everybody thinks that that's what you're doing, or that they think that it's okay or whatever, but there's just no
I
connection there
think
to
is
me.
true for sure.
And then they come up with a belief system where they get to just feel like a piece of shit every time they do anything.
Yeah.
They don't. I don't. I just don't do the bad thing. See, that's really weird. I think that's what he tells himself so that he doesn't have to feel bad, so that he can deal with it.
So I'm an environmentalist just because I feel like it's pro-life and life like a human.
It's easier to say people who aren't vegans hate themselves. Yeah. And they have to make up reasons why doing the terrible thing is okay.
And life affirming.
Speaking of, I keep forgetting to do it, but I'm going to reach out to Board Connect to have round 2 of the vegan debate that he challenged me to and then said we should do this another time. He needed to prepare more.
To be like, we should try to, ride this plan.
Which, by the way, that was my first time ever actually debating somebody for real on veganism.
Yeah,
but I'll give him a pass. I don't mind postponing the full debate.
We can.
But I do want to have it soon. Since he challenged me.
But none of it really matters, does it?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is it matters.
I guess I would feel weird just outright challenging somebody to a vegan debate. Pardon. But since he challenged me to it, I feel totally fine. You're like, hey, when are we doing this?
It only matters internally. Yeah, that's the only thing that matters is now.
Yeah, I think my whole political spectrum, or my whole political message is we just got to make things good while we're here, I guess. Which is why I value safety over things like liberty. I don't really care about that. If it makes me safer to give up some privacy rights, I'll do it in a fucking heartbeat. So the fuck gives you freedom and privacy? I did.
I don't think it does make you safer.
That's me doing the.
Well, I guess safe from what?
The soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
I think she just values different kinds of safety.
I thought that
Not only have I seen Dune 2, but I lived it with Destiny's penis.
Gross.
I really wish you'd stop talking.
I'm sorry. I had to get one in. I'm sorry. I had to get one in. I had
really
to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wish you'd stop. But the point of the movie is the opposite of what you just said, because Dune 2 is about how
Destiny's
liberty and
penis
safety
can't
are
actually
not
hurt
worth
you.
giving up your identity
That's what
for.
Dune 2 is about.
Yeah, I disagree.
Destiny's penis only has the power over you that you let it have. That's what he's trying to say.
think that
You're like, it's a nice movie, but that's not the real world.
well, if you've read the book, there's
I haven't.
you should. You'd really, really like it.
Really?
Yeah, you would really, really like it. I think you'd get as obsessed with it as you are with black holes, honestly. There's because he's saying so many things at once, and there's so much philosophy going on, and there's so it's so funny because a lot of people misinterpret him, and he's gone on the record saying I wrote more books because everyone was retarded. He wrote the
first book is
he wrote the book.
He was like you didn't get it, so I had to explain it with more books.
Yeah. Well, then it just got more absurd and more absurd.
Yeah, see, I was reading the Wikipedia. I was just curious about what happens to the characters after this movie.
Yeah.
And then I was like, this is a mess. It's just, I'm glad.
Oh,
I hope they don't
there's
make
no
more
spoilers.
movies.
Yeah, the God Emperor and Children of Doom.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck all this shit is.
Yeah, it gets fucking crazy. But, I mean, ultimately, if you go into Dune looking for any way of, confirming your bias with your political opinions, you're going to find it because he has every single one at some point. He lays out everything. It's a very...
The movie is very straightforwardly...
Yeah, it's very different. It's very, very different.
It has a very specific opinion.
Yeah, well, it has to have the opinion of it has to have a hero's journey because it's a movie, otherwise you wouldn't watch.
I know, but it's not really a hero's journey because he's a fucking asshole.
I mean, he's even worse in the book.
Yeah.
But at some point he's he's come to terms with it. But
I didn't see.
Yeah, but the movie doesn't.
Yet, so.
The movie is he was wrong.
Yeah.
Very straightforwardly is he's an asshole and he's wrong.
Well, in the movie, it says it pretty much shows that he's a superhero and that he is deserves it and he is the prophet and he is the thing. But in the book, that whole thing is not. The whole thing is.
I'm really glad that they're being vague enough to not spoil.
That's not real. There is no. Spoiler alert. There is no.
Oh.
right, can run everything, so it's completely fabricated and made up. It
A
makes
good
her
point,
more
yeah.
interesting.
I don't
the
wanna-
movie, the Dune movie,
Shit,
stands
spoilers.
alone,
I wanna
think,
skip
like,
past spoilers.
as like its own series. If you forget about the book, even if you remember the book, it's still good. But it really is just like an
I really
action
hate
movie,
spoilers.
Whereas like the book is like something completely different. And I've only listened to the audiobook, and I've had to re-listen to like a lot of it because it is very dense and it's very tricky. There's like a lot of things happening. It is not an easy read.
It's
for
very
me.
dense
Maybe
and
I'm retarded.
tricky.
I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it'd be easy for anyone because I'm pretty good at that, like literacy.
I have trouble with dense reading. Like I'm
Yeah.
I'm still reading Lolita.
What?
Yeah. Well, I don't read very much, but when I read, it's like it takes me a very long time to understand.
Lolita's like a super easy read.
No.
It's very floral. Like it's very like masturbatory.
It is, but there's but a lot of the words are even made
Very
up, so I have to be
floral?
like, I have to like, it's very hard for me to process.
I feel like is she just saying stuff to make herself
That and,
sound
like-
smart?
Dune
What
is
does that even
gonna.
mean?
Then you're just not gonna be able to do Dune because most of Dune
I haven't seen any
is
Dune.
completely made up language.
Well, I'm gonna read it then.
Okay, do it. But yeah, most of it is like complete. Like none of it's all made up, so it's even worse. I love
Black
Lolita.
Hole Lolita.
Black hole, Black Hole Sun.
Oh, Daniel Tosh has a podcast, and he had the guy on who did the languages for Dune.
Don't you come?
It was a good. It's a
Watch
good
what we're doing.
podcast.
Yeah.
I really like Lolita. Lolita was one of my favorite, like prose books. It is still probably
know.
my favorite prose book.
It was one of
Yeah,
my
he's done-
favorite
he told me
books.
that.
Although
when
I do
was
really
in
like Tropic of
elementary school.
Cancer. I just read Henry Miller's Tropic of Cancer. I like it a lot. In like a way that I hate it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Henry Miller. Have you ever read
Hey,
Henry
have
Miller?
you? No.
Yeah. You'd like it actually. Have you read Charles Bukowski?
Lab confuses me when she talks
No.
sometimes.
You'd like Charles Bukowski, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very brutalist, very misogynistic. I think it'll speak to an internal part of yourself.
Okay.
That's funny.
What were you gonna say?
This is much better now. It's doable.
I don't know. Oh yeah. James Joyce's sex letters. Have you read those?
Is that a book?
No.
Or is it
Yes,
just his
no.
sex letters?
You should check them out.
James Joyce's sex letters. Tell me about them.
He has a fart fetish. I talk about this with Shaylin a lot because
Okay.
it upsets her. And, it makes but she thinks it's funny, but it's like also just kind of weird.
She's just like,
yeah, he's like
Stop it.
writing this letter about to this woman. I guess she was like a servant or something that he had an affair with, and it's like all about her farts.
Yeah, I've definitely not read that. I might have got it confused with another poet. They all write each other's sexy, smutty.
You gotta
fart
read
poems.
this.
That's scary. What does he say? Like, what's an example?
He's talking about her different fart types, and he's like big. He says big, long, fat fellows. He calls them fellows. He talks about how she farts while he's having sex with her. He calls her like my sweet farting Nora. It's an entire, multiple letters that are entirely focused on farts. And
That's
it,
really funny.
it feels like any other book I read of his now, I would just be thinking about that the entire time.
That's fair.
I wonder if that's like
how
created
you
by
get that
like,
out of your head.
repression and control, because it feels like the ultimate release.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you gotta imagine there has to be some explanation for why he would be so focused on that.
Yeah, like why do you want Shaylin to act like a dead body?
Control. Safety. It's about safety. I wanted to act like a dead body. I just wanted to shut up. Hold still. It's different.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I feel like answering that kind of pushes the
Yeah, I think
father-daughter dynamic.
I don't really have a kink
boundaries.
except for like worship. Like I really want to be worshipped. It
Mhm.
makes sense.
This
It was
too.
ignored for a lot of my childhood, and I think it makes sense that I want to be like treated like a god.
Mm-hmm.
farts.
Butt farts.
I think you go a little beyond worship. I think you want the person to be trapped. That's not quite. It's like worship is like you're going to a church. This is
Not
like
trapped. I want them to be ensnared.
Yes,
That's a
good
synonym?
word.
Because I don't want to trap them. I want them to be of their own volition, so obsessed with me that they want, like, to kill
Yeah,
themselves.
but you want.
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
but I think you want to feel that they couldn't leave even if they wanted to, which is a little different from worship.
Yeah, it's like, is it like the one from like the 70s or 80s, that Dune?
Yes, but
I think I'm aware of it.
internally. Because I need it to
Yeah,
be
like like poison ivy,
Sure.
like mind control.
Well,
Well, no.
Poison Ivy
'cause
did
I
it.
don't want. I don't.
she just wants people to be so naturally infatuated with her that they're like comically infatuated, like movie love potion
Want to have to.
dealio.
I don't like the. I like the idea that it's just something about me.
Yeah, that's what poison ivy is like. People are just powerlessly
She
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
in love with her.
You know what's so funny is
because
that
of-
Connor
because
told
of
me
her
his
pheromones.
first
think she can
boner
kinda-
ever was to Poison Ivy.
Well, that
she kind of releases like the spores or pheromones or whatever, though, if I'm not mistaken.
makes sense.
Not a Batman expert, but
This
I'm
is
pretty
it.
sure that's how that worked.
Yeah.
This is the backbone of our relationship. That's kind of beautiful when you think about it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I love that. Well, I know why I love it, but it's not that bad. To the viewer listening, I'm not crazy, I swear to God. It's not that nefarious, okay? It's not that nefarious.
It's a little concerning.
It's not that concerning. You know what is concerning, though? You know what actually... I remember feeling, and this is concerning, feeling, like, upset when I was, like, 16 about not having been molested. I was like, I was a cute kid. Something wrong with me?
That's just
Mm-hmm.
South Park.
Like, I can't bring
Mr.
a grown man
Harrison?
to his knees, ready to throw away everything. Come on.
Yeah, the implication is that the reason people aren't molesting you is not because they.
Because I'm
wouldn't-
unlovable.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sexy.
Yeah, it speaks to a very unboundaried view of adults
I messaged you on Facebook and stuff.
or
And
other
here,
people,
sorry,
Yeah, maybe.
turn it off.
which I would say played a pretty big part in our falling out.
Let's see.
To bring it all back.
Oh yeah,
That's what happened.
still
You felt that the only reason I would hold boundaries with you is if I'm a crazy person.
No, I
Or
thought that it
trying to
was
control you.
No, I thought it was
delusional.
appropriate for you to keep boundaries because we're opposite sex people in a friendship.
Mhm.
But I thought that part of the reason why was because you wanted it to be unambiguous that it
Yes.
was never going to be anything but like non-sexual. Which
Yes,
made
but-
sense to me. That is
but
appropriate.
not- Yes, but not because I am taking care of you. Because there's some other reason
You're
for
protecting
myself.
yourself from me,
Yes.
which is what you have said before.
No.
Yes, which is why you say that you don't want to tell me certain things because you're worried that I'm going to tell someone or I'm going to use it against you. You've told that
That's not-
to me.
Yeah, but that's not to protect myself. That's
From
to
me,
keep...
yes it is.
No, that's to protect you. To keep you out of a position where you're holding secrets for another man. Which I don't think is
Another
good for you.
man?
I think that's toxic to you.
I think it's both. Maybe it's both.
I think
that's
about things she
progress.
said that makes the most sense.
But you're still not my dad.
Oh, I'm halfway there.
I don't think so. I don't even think you're 10% of the way there. I don't view you as that whatsoever, and I don't genuinely think that you view me as your daughter. It's a joke that's gone too far.
It's not a joke.
It is
She
a joke.
literally calls this podcast that.
There's no
not-
way
it's
that
fine.
you view me like that.
It's funny, but it's not a joke.
I think that you're. Wow, why would it? What? How would it be a joke? I feel like I've
It's a
taken this
cope.
very serious.
It's a cope.
I feel like I've taken this very seriously since the moment.
Hoping
I
for
said it.
what?
Okay, then why aren't you paying my electrical bill or my phone bill?
Because I'm a deadbeat dad.
Then why even be a dad? Is a dad really?
Because
a dad?
I'm an emotional support dad.
If it's not, okay, then you're my therapist.
No.
You're a man, so you have to be some male figure, and then
Mhm.
you're also a mentor. You think?
Why is
you
therapist?
think you're a mentor?
Yeah. This
Male
is all in
gendered.
my head. I understand.
Yes.
That's weird.
Because you think that you are actually helping me. I think this is like baseless conjecture. You're like, oh look, I'm helping you. The second coming of Christ is coming, and you're like with a megaphone speaking Spanish to me in the middle of downtown LA, and I'm like, oh, this guy's fucking crazy. But you're like, I'm helping her.
I am.
You're not. You constantly miss the mark.
That's part of being a dad. Just missing the mark.
Yeah, that's part of being a
Getting-
friend. That's part of being a
getting
guy.
feedback.
That's part of being human.
A human dad.
You're raping me.
That's also part of being a dad. You don't get to choose your
You know
dad.
what? Why didn't my dad rape me? Am I not hot enough?
Well, it's the fact that you don't know the answer to the question, I think, says something about your relationship with him.
Why haven't you raped me?
She just
Why
said
haven't
he
you made
was.
a pass at me?
I think that you feel the answer to that is something to do with self-preservation on my part, and I think that that is hurtful to you.
Sorry, repeat.
I think you feel the reason I haven't raped you is something about me, that I am protecting myself, and I think that hurts you. I don't think
That
you
makes
really
sense.
process. I don't think you process my caution around you as caution for your sake. If we were at the Grand Canyon and you were 3 years old and I was holding you up and you were like, hold me over the railing, and I said no, you would feel that I was saying no for my own sake, not because I was protecting you. You would just feel like I don't want to deal with the people being mad at me or the fallout or whatever. It just doesn't feel like you feel that boundaries are there for you.
That makes sense.
Which, given your
No, I think that
experiences, is
you do believe
understandable.
that. I think that you do believe that. I think
I've-
subconsciously you are
Yeah, but yeah,
deeply
right.
sexually attracted to me.
Yeah, you think I'm delusional. I get that you don't think I'm intentionally like lying to you, but you don't feel that.
I think that you're trying to protect yourself, your relationship, in a way that is
Yeah.
normal and healthy.
Yes, but not fatherly. It's
Yeah, no, you're right, not fatherly, because I
it's
don't.
relegating
That
it's
doesn't
relegating you and our relationship. That saying that
I
you're
think
my daughter.
you have to make me your daughter in your mind
Yeah, to put you in a cage.
to protect me from you, to protect you from.
No, it's a documentary from 2013 about a movie called Dune Wasn't Made.
Me.
Oh.
To
But even
protect
protecting
the
you-
people
but
around
even-
us. Yeah.
Like
But
your
even
dog.
protecting you from me is still ultimately about me. And so I think that the framing of the relationship never feels to you like, oh, I have a dad I can count on and I can talk to, and I know will just love me. I don't think it feels like that to you. I think it just feels like.
friends can do this. Like I don't.
I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying that when I say that I am your dad, you feel like I'm taking something away from you.
No.
Compared to.
I think Mr. Girl's already proven to have a better understanding of their dynamic than she does.
Okay, the boundaries inherent in saying I'm your dad versus your friend means that you have less access to me.
Yeah.
But yes, but that limited access, I'm saying, runs parallel to stuff like
But
why
I
did
also
my
think
dad
that's
molest?
for
why-
you as well.
Yes,
That's a
I
rule
know.
that
That's
you've
what
set for yourself.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that there's no interpretation you have of that where it's actually loving and caring for you. Your only interpretation of it is that I'm gonna take
I think this is like a really good read on
and do
her.
whatever I want. And the only reason I would say set a boundary with you to protect you is just for my own selfish purposes somehow. It's never actually about caring about you.
Well, I think that
So
you
then
can
I think-
set boundaries so that, like, there's a lot of friends who put boundaries, like, strictly platonically in their relationships with friends so that they
Yes,
don't
but-
sleep with
but
each
that's
other,
ex-
so that they
but
don't
the- but
ruin
those-
the friendship. That doesn't mean that they're
Yes.
a dad.
I understand that. Those people who are doing that are behaving as friends. And then, in your view, they're being honest about why they're setting the boundaries they're setting. But when I do it,
Yeah.
I'm telling you that it's to protect you and take care of you, which
It
feels
doesn't
like
actually
a
matter to
tox-
me why you have set the boundary. It
matters what I say about it, because if I tell you it's to take care of you, then I think it feels toxic to you, and narcissistic,
no,
dishonest,
because you can take
and
care of me as a
extremely-
friend.
extremely unsafe. I understand that, but when I'm framing it as a fatherly decision, then I think it feels toxic and unsafe.
I am also 2 years younger than Shaylin. Like, does that not add some weird level to this where, like, if I am your daughter, Shaylin is, like, your oldest daughter?
Yes, that is weird.
Yeah, that is very weird. Like, I don't know why
Yes.
you're doing this.
I don't
That comes off as, the way that you, like, it comes off as creepy that you've made me your child and your, like, potential
because it's not about
wife
your
is-
age. It's not about your age.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you, okay.
Like I've had therapists who are younger
So
than me.
okay, but this is another thing. So you could even say that you're like my therapist, you're my mentor, my makeshift, but you don't want the responsibility of being a therapist or a mentor. So you say dad because they can get it wrong.
I just don't think it does. A therapist would never go on this podcast and talk about this shit with you.
Well, sure, but that's also
A
you're
dad
losing something
would.
from that. Then you don't get to use me for clout. And views.
That's
This is
dumb.
actually, I think this might be protecting yourself because you still want to be able to get it wrong without taking responsibility after giving me advice. And like you have positioned our relationship exactly in the way that feels safe to you, that helps you get away with a lot also.
I think that feels very toxic to you.
That is kind of toxic, especially if you're trying to be like, oh, this is altruistic for you. Like, no, this
Yes,
is
that
also for
feels-
you.
That feels dangerous and toxic to you. This is what I'm talking about.
No, it doesn't feel dangerous and toxic to me because what I do feel is that you're smart enough to know that I understand what you're doing, and you're smart enough to know and understand what you're doing also. So I don't know why we
don't agree
just
with you.
talk about
I
that.
don't. We can, but I don't agree with you.
Okay, well then you're dumber than I think you are. I remember having this exact same talk with you 6 months ago and being like, it's either that you're retarded or
Yes.
you're hiding something.
Yes.
And you
both make you very angry.
and you're okay with being retarded because then you get less agency, and then you're not like Dr. K or Destiny or any of these people that you've had, you know.
Even me being
Tyrants against.
retarded is me being selfish somehow.
Oh god, I'm having flashbacks. I'm having actual Vietnam flashbacks to the conversation we had 6 months ago. You are just retarded, yeah. And this is where I came to. This is what I came to. I'm just
Toxic
like, yeah, he's sick.
retardation.
He's sick. You're just sick. You're diseased.
Yeah.
You're in little Filipino town in downtown LA with a fucking megaphone screaming at me.
Yeah.
Yes, yo
Yeah, I
soy
think he has a really
Jesus
good read on
Cristo.
her. I'm on Mr.
Save
Wilson with this.
yourself.
Soy es tu padre.
I'm glad this picked up.
You're a mess. You're a mess. We've done it. We've done an hour and a half, just like we said we would.
Almost.
Everyone's saying that we should do it weekly.
Tienes mucho miedo
Okay,
de tu
here we go.
padre.
Is bi-weekly too? Is that too spread out?
No, it's good. Leave them loving it. Leave them wanting more.
But then they forget about it. I want them to be like excited
They're
to
not
see the
there.
next
They
one.
didn't forget.
They will be. They're not going to forget. I think this is good. This is a good, very doable. Podcasts can get derailed very easily by hardship in either person's life. You get stuff comes up. I think this is very manageable. I think this is good. Leave them wanting more. We both go through enough chaos in 2 weeks that we'll always have stuff to talk about.
Maybe you do. I'm perfect.
Yeah.
Nothing bad has ever happened to me.
Ah,
Pretty smooth sailing.
she has
Yeah, do you have anything
possibly
you wanna
and
close
thoroughly
with?
annoyed me in this.
No.
You're so fucking weird. You do it on purpose. You love it. You love it.
I'm
It's
not-
like
I'm not
masturbatory.
doing-
It's
No, I'm not
masturbatory.
doing anything. I'm actually just trying to answer your question. I'm not doing anything on
I'm
purpose.
gonna do a Max impersonation.
I always think it's weird people accuse him of not talking as like a weird tactic or something. Very weird.
How
to
can
me.
you say I'm not your dad when you can do that? This doesn't make sense.
This is a battle for domination between Max and Lav, and where Lav is saying, I'm more powerful than you because, pardon me, I'm a Lolita you can't resist, and Max is arguing that he's more powerful than her. He's not controlled by female sexuality. Feels like archetype. That's surprisingly thoughtful. Huh.
It's good.
It's hard to do, and then you're like,
It feels
God,
like I'm
you're
looking.
like, and in your brain you're like, this is
Maybe.
perfect. This is so. I look really
Nailed it.
pensive, 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 pensive,
Pensive.
pensive.
Yeah.
Ooh, French. Pensive. Okay.
That's what happens when you read too much.
Exactly. I'm too French. Okay. Bye, guys. Thanks for watching this week. See you next week. No, the
Yeah, that.
week after.
Half of that was borderline unwatchable. But it picked up towards the end. It wasn't bad. It got kind of interesting there. But that is it for me. I'm tired. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna try to re-upload the Fanatic conversation tomorrow. Separate. We'll see how far that I get into that. Depends on if I can get this laptop working right. But yeah, thanks for being here. Have a good night.